Welcome to the first ever Misfits VALORANT Invitational presented by Splat. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, and I am so excited to be here with you over the next 2 days of some of the best VALORANT gameplay you are going to see. Now, let's get right into it because we've got a lot of information to go through before we start off the matches. So let's go ahead and take a look at, well, what's the format that we are playing in for this Invitational. We have 8 total teams with 8 Game Changers team captains. It's going to be a double elimination bracket and it's best of 3s throughout. So hey, if you maybe don't make it out of the first round and continue on in winners, you still will have those best of 3s to work your way through that loser's bracket run. And well, what are we playing for? I said it, $20,000 on the line. 10,000 of that going to first place, 5,000 to second, 3,000 to third. And you say, well, Katie, we know you can't do math. That doesn't quite add up to 20,000. Well, 2,000 of that will be divvied up in bounties. The first 1,000 for the best play of the tournament, the second 1,000 for that MVP role, which will be decided at the end of the tournament as well. And that means, guys, we got to talk a little bit about the bracket as well for this. I said it, there was 8 team captains, and we'll get into a bit, but they went through a draft a few days ago to create their teams. And those teams were then seeded by Misfits after that wrapped up to create the bracket that you see in front of you. Team Carly versus Team Emuhleet at the very top of the winner's bracket. Kelly Sama versus Sarah. Flor versus Starlight, which will be our primary match of the day to start things off. And then Team KP versus Team Ellie. And that will all be happening today. Some of those will be off screen. As I said, Flor and Starlight will kick things off as your primary broadcast matchup in that opening best of 3. And well, we're not just here for the prize pool, right? We're not just here to watch some incredible talent, both from VCT, game changers, and content creators. We're here for a really good cause because we're supporting Equality Florida. They are a civil rights organization dedicated to securing full equality for Florida's LGBTQ plus community. You can type !donate and click on the extension below the video player if you would like to donate to the campaign. And really, you should, because not only is it a great cause, but we have giveaways and we have milestone giveaways on top of that at $250, $500, and $750 raised. We'll be giving away things like HyperX Cloud Alpha wireless headsets, a HyperX SoloCast microphone, an Access energy drink pack, and of course, when we get to $1,000 raised, when we hit that milestone, someone might be dyeing their hair courtesy of Splat. Let's go ahead now and bring up the schedule of streamed matches. I mentioned there's going to be some going on behind the scenes. There's going to be some that you get to watch here on the main broadcast, and that is Team Flor versus Team Starlight, kicking things off here in just a few minutes. And you say, well, Katie, clearly you can't be the one that's casting this. I'm not. I'm not, because we have some of the best in the business. Mimi and Shia will be casting Team Flor and Team Starlight to start things off. Mimi, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to get into this. A lot of money on the line. We have some top-level pros. We have some of the best in Game Changers, some content creators, lots of cool teams to fight things out. It should be a fun one, Shia.
Absolutely. The dynamic when you have everything kind of, in the mix from VCT and content creation, it's always fun to watch. I'm excited to see who takes the crown at the very end.
We have to see how these teams played out, right? I mentioned there was a snake draft that occurred a few days ago. There was a bit of a teaser on Twitter as well. So let's go take a look at that. Welcome to the Misfits VALORANT Invitational.
I'm feeling good about our roster.
We think in first place contention?
Yes.
I got some people that can shoot very well, and if you shoot them and they don't shoot you back, you usually win.
I like my roster. You know, we got some cracked people. We got Dazners, the judge. I think we'll do good.
I feel great about it. Love Sandy, love Lily, so I'm excited to meet Puns.
We have experience on our team based off of the players that I picked, and I feel like my teammates are cracked that I picked. I'm ready.
I'm really excited about my team. I can't wait to play, get started.
I mean, every single player on my roster is the GOAT, actually. Like, Redux is just gonna run it down, kill everyone. Absolutely insane. They are literally all the GOATs.
this event is kind of just wraps, honestly. Like, don't even turn on the stream because it's just over for everyone else. Wardell's not missing either, so yeah.
Once again, if you need a reminder, the Misfits Valorant Invitational will take place August 22nd through the 23rd with $20,000 on the line. It's a double elimination bracket with best of threes where all these teams will fight it out to ascend to the very top and take home that first place prize. Now, I've seen a lot of chatter about that video, about how these teams played out after that draft. And that means, Mimi, I need to get your and Chayo's opinions, Mimi. I want to start with you. You look at all the rosters on your screen right now. What are your first impressions?
I'm throwing out one squad there that I think is looking insane off the rip. That's Team Sarah, and just the amount of like cracked individuals on this roster is absurd. Sarah, I think, as an individual, is like probably one of like the best players in the Game Changer team when it just comes to raw micro. She is absurd. Redux as well, a young star. He's been fragging out with that Oxygen Academy roster. I think he's like 14 or 15. Can't even play in the VCT, but still performing. You got Sonder out of Shopify Rebellion, and then you got a nice supportive line. Moose, who's playing with the other side of the Shopify Rebellion, their challengers team, and then you have Sealy on that squad as well.
For me, I'm going to counter that. You know, you're talking about stats, just raw facts. I'm going with emotion. Team Carly with the judge, jury, and the executioner to toe. Dazzers in the business, you know, toss Dicey in the mix. I want to see how much fun these guys can have and how they look when they're on the field as well, Mimi.
Yeah, on the other side, Team KP is one of those where it's a damn shame that we don't have Jason R in the mix. Instead, Jerk's coming out, playing with that squad. You got KP, you got Wardell, you have Flowerful, some great individuals. You have KP, who's obviously the IGL for pretty much the second best consistent team in Game Changers. And then Jerk coming in. KP and Jerk used to play together back when it was a mixed roster, and they were doing super well together.
Absolutely. Kelly Sama there too with Ethan Rise, Joel Sabut as well, the Benita. I feel like that's also kind of a sleeper dark horse type of squad rolling in. If they find any type of momentum, if they're up against a very good matchup as well, they could just be really, really far through that winner side of the bracket, barely even dropping any rounds.
So we know you guys, you're talking about stats, you're talking about passion. All of these things are so critical when you're in the game. But is there someone, Chayo, that you look at, a team perhaps, or maybe even a player that could be this dark horse that might come out of nowhere? Because you guys are talking about Team Sarah and some of these other teams that are top contenders, but who could potentially upset things?
For me, I actually just want to see how Brax plays on Team Starlight in general. I haven't seen him personally play in a long time in terms of how much he wants to win this competition, how things go there. That could be a lot of fun to watch. Boostu as well from Team Ellie, very similar type of dark horse individual. Depending on if he's online, how that looks is going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm looking at Team Flor as well. I feel like maybe they're not a full dark horse, but I think some of their players are. You look at that squad and you see Fluorescent, you see Zelsis. Fluorescent is like the big up-and-comer. She's signed to Misfits. She's the team captain. We've been long awaiting her arrival to turn 16 and play in the Game Changer scene. And you have Zelsis, just got signed to Sentinels, was looking great in the LCQ with that squad. But the rest of this squad is impeccable as well. Guapo, more of an unknown quantity, but still a great player. Noya got imported from Europe. She's a teammate of Seeley over on Team Sarah and is rocking things out in North America with Exit now, looking great. And Chow is one of those players that as well has like always been kind of grinding out in some of the lower tier Game Changers teams, but she's also just gotten her big break. Both those players are really, really talented, and you bring the core two of Flor and Zelsis with that experience and just the raw skill into the mix, and that's a team that could do some damage.
I like this. Hey, I asked the question. You guys gave me exactly what I was hoping for, but we got to talk about that match one. We've already said it's Team Flor versus Team Starlight. So when you hone in on that, especially with the rosters that you guys have talked about, initial sentiments, Mimi, perhaps when you look at this, because it is a best of three, so it could go the distance. Do you think it will based on what you've seen so far?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm wondering mainly, where do the maps go? Because obviously we know for these players like what they like to play on their main teams. When it's a pug roster, it's about kind of getting that comfort. What do your players feel good on? What are their best maps as individuals? So it's kind of hard to know, and it's also really hard to prep for. So I'm looking at the teams who can adapt on the fly, make those changes after maps in the middle of games, which is kind of difficult to do in this setting, which makes me think a lot of these games, especially the early ones, are going to go the distance because these teams are feeling each other out. They're figuring out how they want to play as a core five and also how they want to play against their opponent.
Absolutely, in a shape of how they want to play too. Team composition, right? How much fun they kind of want to have. I've seen things when it comes to invitational, Sage boosts, and a bunch of other, pocket strats might be getting busted out. That might cost you a few rounds or give you a really good highlight clip. So that's kind of something that Team Flor is going for. Even Starlight, it'll be interesting to see which team rocks it out first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting as well with these two teams coming through, because there's kind of like some history between some of these players, like between Zelsis and like Katarina. They're always just interacting on Twitter back and forth at all times. Now they're playing there. Brax has always been like the kind of young star that we've been waiting to see. Back to his days in Counter-Strike, he was the first signed pro in Valorant, and then what happened? We didn't really see anything. He's kind of fallen out of the limelight, and now he's back playing another event with a really solid team. So there's kind of some stories between some players and also some redemption stories for someone like Brax to come out and have fun with one of these events. It's similar for Ziff as well, right? Since that Night squad has fallen apart, he's been kind of off the radar for a little bit.
And maybe, hey, a good 2 days to get yourself back into the limelight that you were talking about, Mimi. Shayo, I want to go back to something that you just mentioned, and it's talking about how some of these players, they have teammates on their rosters. Now, within the draft rules, you couldn't stack with a bunch of people you already play with, but you mentioned something about how difficult is it to go into a tournament like this with players on your team that maybe you aren't familiar yet with. Yes, you have that comfort zone of someone that you know and trust and know their play style, but what are the keys to success when you're playing against some of these other players or with them when you're not as familiar?
It's just all about adaptability and respect, first things first, right? So if you have that on the line, if comms are also good, you have a really good leader rocking in. If you have a nice vibe you're crafting for the team as well. I think both Mimi and I have had some experience in playing some set custom matches like this, with big names and whatnot. You want to make sure everyone's on the same page, and that page is either, full fun, full seriousness, and everyone's there with the same type of vibe.
Yeah, I think the vibe is the key word there. You're looking to have a team that's coherent. You're happy in wins, you're happy in losses. You're not taking things too lighthearted and trolling, because obviously there's a lot on the line, $20,000 for all of these squads. But you gotta have fun. You gotta keep the expectations low. And I think the other big thing is playing to your comfort. I talked about that in way of the maps, but it's also coming out in way of the agents. We have kind of a more set meta in Valorant, where it's a lot of like the fade raise combos and pulling these really like utility coordination heavy compositions out. That's super hard to execute on when you're a pug team. So for these teams, I'm like, have fun. Pull out the Phoenix pick, pull out the pocket pick, play what you know. For Dazznerth, grab the Judge, grab the Cypher, do whatever you want, because comfort, I think, trumps what is necessarily optimal in this kind of setting.
I like it. Get weird. Get a little weird, get a little wild, and maybe trip up the players on the other team. But that means it is time for something that is my favorite, because I have no stake in it. And if I'm wrong, it does not matter. We got to talk about predictions for this match. So Mimi, I want to start with you. What are your predictions? How do you think this is going to go?
I'm heading towards Team Fluorescent. I think Fluorescent is just insane. I know me and Shayo have casted her in some more of these events. She's been looking amazing when she's been playing with the Misfits in some of these tier 2 kind of Game Changers events. On top of that, you got Celsius in the mix. You got both Chao and Noya. Just some fantastic individuals. The content's going to be good. You got Celsius, you got Flor. It's going to be a funny team, but also just some fantastic players. I'd have to side with them in the pred.
Okay, I like that a lot. And I might rock with it too, because I am really biased towards Fluorescent whenever she's playing. Zealous is there too. Everyone that Mimi mentioned as well with the squad. They just look like an absolute powerhouse. I'm saying even 2-0, a possibility to start things off.
Wow, a 2-0 is about as firm as it gets. We'll see if maybe Starlight can upset things, but it means it's time for me to take a step back. Mimi, Shayo, please take it away through the first match of the day.
Yeah, well, excited to get into this one, and thank you very much, Katie. I'm interested, first of all, to see where we're heading with the maps here, because Shayo, Pearl's in the pool for this event. That's something new for us.
Yeah, if you're talking about, you're playing with a new squad, how does that kind of look? You're trying to look for some type of comfortability or a serious strat rocking in. You're doing a whole new map that some teams might not even be practicing just yet. That makes everything go completely awry. That's where you really want to be comfortable on your agent picks as well as how the comms work in your team. So if Pearl rocks in, I'll be having a lot of fun looking at it. I've been thinking about a bunch of strats on what is kind of cool to do. If some players are also in that wave, that caliber, it'll be fun to see what they break.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's coming out there. I think I've been kind of like just theory crafting about like what we'd expect from the meta on this. I think this kind of meta in general for Valorant has been kind of defined by like Are you identifying yourself with the Rays and maybe getting some of those combinations in? Are you identifying yourself with the Neon or pivoting maybe back in time? A lot of teams in the LCQ were pulling the Jet back into the mix. I think this map is one where you can get a lot of flexibility and kind of that duelist role. But like in terms of what I'd expect Fade pretty much every time. She's great on this map. The Cats are fantastic to clear that all-important mid control. And on top of that, I think Astra's going to be in a mix. Having that kind of global controller utility is pretty awesome. But again, like we've been talking about, it's Pug Team. This is where you figure things out, you have fun, if we do even get it into the pool.
Absolutely. I feel like another agent to mention over there as well is Sky, in terms of all these high windows and, you know, nooks and crannies all around. Seekers can find a bunch of things on different sites. At the same time, that's just Pearl, right? For everything else, it also switches up in terms of how we like to watch it. For some of the people who are just coming in from the content creator side, they're used to the ranked type of gameplay. That's going to be mixed in with a little bit of that VCT set in stone stratty action. And then for the people who are really set on, you know, these 5-on-5 execs and retakes, we'll tone that down a little bit. Doesn't matter if we're playing Breeze now. Usually, Mimi, it's a snap decision that causes it 30 seconds of a round to feel like hours. That might not be there anymore, right? So it'll be a nice medium of all mixes.
Yeah, I think the mix-up is there. I think it's also interesting to see, like, who's going to be, like, calling for these teams? Are they doing, like, the hive mind, like, old phase style where everyone is just, like, all contributing their ideas, trying to put something together as a team? Or for some of these teams, are they going to have someone who's going to want to take a little bit more control? I look at these squads. You have a captain like KP, who's an IGL in her own right. You go right to the players in the server right now. Fluorescent is very much not that. She's very much like the young star fragger, go out and kill him. A little less experience in the leadership regard, but still great as a player. So it's kind of like, who's taking the mantle? Who's making those shot calls on the fly? And if we can take a look at the maps now, we unfortunately see that Pearl is gone, Fracture taken away. So Ascent, our map number 1, Shia.
Okay, so they're going for the classics, all the new maps just kind of being pushed off to the side. I respect it. Ascent being the first one too. When it comes to pug type matches, invitationals, I feel like one of the most fun things to watch because people get their comfort picks. You have, you know, situations where it's AATL, all about the lurk. That could also be a big possibility. I like Ascent overall for both sides of these teams.
Yeah, I like it as well. If we look a little deeper into that one, our map number 3 would come down to Breeze, the ultimate pug map. Everyone is comfortable in Breeze. Everyone knows this map. Even when it's played out at the pro level, so often it just ends in crazy brawls. So it does kind of come down to a test of what's going on in your individual regard. But we do have our agent select ready to go here. We get a look at what people are locking in, and thus far it kind of looks pretty bog standard. You know, these days a lot of teams are going towards like the triple initiator comms, maybe pulling out the Phoenix, but things feel a little bit more normal for the selection thus far.
Yeah, for Ascent, it's kind of just always about the end of your grocery trips. It's just about scans and scanning items or just players in this sense. The KO Sova combination, always here on this map, and it's one of the best, you know, combinations to have for information and a little bit of wider sense of control. It's going to be interesting to see how each team rocks. The biggest difference here are going to be the Omen, the Astra, and then Jets and Breach as well. Zoe's Breach, that thing hits like a wrecking ball. It's a truck every single time I've watched it.
Dude, that is an absolute classic for Zoe. All the way back to before she was playing with Misfits, back when she was a free agent, she was rocking with this role. She's a rat on this map, and I'm interested to see the combination between her and Ziff on that raise. Sure, you don't have that fade raise combination, you don't have an Astra for those pulls, but you stun mid, you double satchel in for some of this aggression, you fight main control with that stun. It's awesome because the Breach allows you global control. I would expect Zoe to just be vibing in mid-market most rounds on this defense, and she can set her teammates up with that stun pretty much anywhere on the map.
Absolutely. You talk about the way each team uses momentum here as well. When it comes to Team Starlight, if Ziv starts to get popping, I've never seen many people stop this man, especially on Ascent, especially on the race. For the other side, Zelsis, if he gets even a slight bit of a lead, if Fluorescent starts to pop off, they stay stoic, basically unbreakable, unmovable. It'll be fun to see who wins this first round.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how things transpire. You see Katarina going for some of this early aggression. I love when Chambers commit into the shorty and 3 bullets purchase. That is just like, we're going for a little bit of fun. Get one with the headhunter, back away, and try and get something done with the shorty. And you see her set up for it. One gate towards spawn, the other allowing her an early peek. Looks like the Sova here to set up for an early dart, but Celsius already aware that forces a TP out. However, great shock dart. Good damage onto Celsius to start.
Maximum back and forth chess match, lots of moving pieces in the sky, and Zelsis will be the one to take much of that damage, but it'll be fine for now. Ziff with a lot of information on the left side. This is going to just move around the way defenders are going to start to lean all the way towards B, it looks like, but no, coming right back. Got to have that bit control set up at any moment. If you leave anywhere towards cat retreat, on this defense side for Team Starlight, it could be absolutely disastrous, and I already see Zelsis leaning that way.
Yeah, and you can see the contact setup in mid there. They're completely leaving that control, just leaving that trademark instead. And this is a strong setup towards A. A main control already here. This hit is going to be mostly from Cat. If that chamber dies in main, it go very wrong for Team Flor.
Brax got the dart, everything he needed to get off. Frenzy close by as well with a one shock opportunity. He can really get electric here. It's all about timing for Brax. Through the smoke, they send in Katarina first. The distraction lets that Frenzy roll, but he doesn't find too much with it. Zoe with the pickup. The insurance is going to be fine. Low HP on Team Fluorescent side. 2 classic shots to do it, but they're just a bit too dynamic on the A site. It's going to be good for now. A nice first round for Starlight.
Yeah, a very nice one indeed. And all that comes down to is the control in A main. Team Starlight had that from the onset. Ziff was holding that space, and while he fell early, that gave the information that this was just a heavy setup from the catwalk side. And if you look at the composition for Team Flor, what utility do they have to get in there? They have their Sova Dart, they have their flashes off of the KO of Zelsis, but overall, it's going to be tough to get past that space, because if your Jet dives early, you don't have that dive to get in deep to actually pressure on the site when there's no control on the other side. So just shooting fish in the barrel. One choke point to contend with, and Starlight do well at it.
Absolutely. And now, without there being a little bit of a knife rocket into the walls, Katarina's free to roam and go for any other shots. Fluorescent lets her go right by. A nice pick off.
A little bit of a overheat moment there. Getting a little warm out already in the server here. That does give things back to a 4v4, but it is, of course, just your chamber falling. No weapon will be lost as a result of that. The setup is still solid. However, the trip will go down in mid, and you see the reaction out of Brax. He now has to be worried about this space. Jump peeking in mid, keeping that pressure up, making sure no one from Team Flor can get a lurk off.
I hadn't seen an inkling of a pixel of Noya on the left side, but now they'll be free on Flor's side to go all the way back over to Cat. They sometimes say second time's a charm, but other times people just end up pushing straight through mid. That trap's still there all the way over at Pizza. Doesn't matter, those Elsis too good. The timing on Ziff is going to be fine. Damage surely though. Zoe won't be found on site, so opportunity here for an opening for Team Flor.
Oh, Noya has found a gap in this one. They've exploited towards Heaven. If Noya can get something done with the headhunter here, could change the tide. Brax unaware of someone towards Heaven, and he's just clearing the wrong angle. Now Noya has pressure from both sides of Zoe.
It's a round of chambers for now, and on A site, Chow's there to get that Bermuda triangle pinch down. Fluorescent picks off Starlight as well. Right now, Team Flor is moving so fine.
The overheat at the start of the round really put a dent in things there. It meant that Brax had to rotate away from his position in tree room because there was no longer that trademark in mid, which meant that that A site was so weak. And with the bit of a whiff from Ziff over towards main, losing out to the classic of Zelsis, then they did have that pinch into the site. And for the side of Team Starlight, they had to take a gamble. Zoe in particular. Does she fight main? Does she fight tree? Does she cover her side towards Heaven? There's no good option in that position, and from that point, the snowball already rolling down the hill.
Now it's time to maybe just switch up the speed. Fluorescent going all the way, and you talk about overheating, they do it on the other side as well. All good though, because we got firepower on the side of Team Flor. Too many weapons to handle, a headhunter on one, and no one even, just one going down. Zelsis wraps it out, and that's a nice bonus.
We got a bit of a role reversal going now. Team Starlight could have probably converted that second, gotten themselves the bonus. Now Team Flor does. Their eco's going to be looking great in this early round, but Team Starlight, they have their buyout, and let's see how they change. Rax with the Odin, I imagine the pivot is having him control B main, and you can have your chamber now as kind of that roamer, switching between positions. Previously, it was Brax pivoting from mid over towards Catwalk. Now that role will be picked up by Katarina, and you can actually see her TP gate setup is kind of cool. She has one in mid, one over towards A, so a lot of global control, a lot of pressure with this operator with how quickly she can rotate.
At the same time, Brack's not going to have his dart, or it's not going to be available with the dart all the way over at tree just fast, and that's one of the biggest reasons they won that pistol round. So it'll be cool to see how they adapt on defense. Nice peek with a flash too. Zoe on point once again. It's just troublesome for anyone to do anything on Team Flor, but it is her name on the title card. It is her who picked the team, and she looks so good with a nice knife midair.
Third round now where Ziff has died in A main, and that space has been taken away. I like this pivot, though, out of Team Flor, but for the other side of things, Team Starlight know that they need a reaction. They've reestablished their operator in mid, and Starlight is close, playing contact off of it.
You can hear everyone running in super fast, but the timing just might be a little bit too short on the backside. Unfortunate, reading things the wrong way. All good, though. It's up to Brax now, and he's got that big Odin ready on site. No updrafts available for Fluorescent either, so she'll have to fight on his terms, and she makes it her war. Easy battle one, smokes all around two. She's feeling herself, but can't really find much else for now.
Oh, you gotta save at this point. There's no way you can commit back into this round for Team Starlight. The pressure applied, the post plant too good, and Zoe with no util will have to scatter. That's a bit of a disaster for Team Starlight. And well, losing Ziff early again was problematic. The big swing was that player in mid. Starlight herself had an opportunity, but she only heard one player. She heard the player running in B main. So I think her assumption was that it would be someone top mid instead. She wanted to push into Sabrosa to find space there, but it doesn't work out. She gets caught on the timing, and now Team Starlight even on the hunt here.
Zelsis knows exactly where Zoe is, but not going to be enough to actually take her out. Zoe doing as much damage as she can for now. That's the only thing really left on the plate. Guapo just crouching up. You love to see it. And Katarina gets distracted. Noya is able to just pick that one off too.
Tough one to be taken away from you there for Team Starlight. I want to kind of pose the question for these teams. Do we see tactical timeouts? So often in these events, teams do not use them whatsoever. Sure, you don't have a coach. Sure, it's a pug team. But still, that's always an option available to you. Off of this round for Team Starlight, unless they can convert this eco, I'd love to see them call one. And they're actually considering the hero rifle for Zoe. It would have been an interesting play. Maybe you put the hero rifle on her, commit the Rolling Thunder, try and make something happen. But they elect for the safer side of things, just the judge in her hands instead. It's the right position. Amen will again be pressured here.
I go for just a fast dash type of move that gives the judge a little bit of room to catch up and start to rain some hot action, but nothing happens just there yet. When it comes to attack time, I feel like bathroom breaks are the ones that are the most prioritized for those, not the mental ones.
Is that a technical pause, though? Because it's like your body's malfunctioning a little bit.
But like your body's technically not
or is
technology,
it a tactic,
so does it count? You know what I mean?
Two sides of the same coin there.
Unless you have prosthetics, and then that's a whole different question, but...
Prosthetics? I don't want to delve deeper into this. We'll get back into the round. Zoe just looking like a snapping turtle over towards A. It is a back four strong there. The chamber locking down all the rest of the space on the map here with the trademark and the position in B main. Alt popped and the Jet already in.
All the way up top on Generator, and Ziff is the one who can cut off those wires first. Guapo looking for some shocking type of damage. We'll find a little bit on Gen. This is all about patience now. Don't want to run in completely on your own. Want to keep all angles to yourself as well. Zoe trying her best, and yeah, just rolls right in. Guapo instantly going down. Noya's though set up. We talked about the operator all the way over towards that B side. It comes all the way over to Cat to help out slightly, but then everyone just immediately rotates when they understand how much power has been shifted on the map all the way over to help at defense A side. Now there's one person, it's Katarina, who can stop this push.
There's a smoke. She should be knocked off of this line and will be unable to contest unless she swings through. There's a opportunity, a chance, a moment. The spike is passed, but Katarina still finds Stu. This is falling apart. Chow now with only 6 seconds left in the clutch. She needs this spike down, and they're just going to spam her way through the wall. Dart up, the swing through, and Team Starlight getting away with murder.
The headhunters on both sides of each teams are just opening up rounds and shutting them down. In the case of Katarina, that one, that was just so good from her. Towards the back end there, the question now strikes with both teams having rifles, operators, everything online again in terms of economy. What happens next?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And in that previous round, the reset is just so slow from Team Flor. Once they lose Fluorescent, that's kind of that no-go or go time. You either commit in and you fight with her, or you reset instantly. They stalled out for a solid 15 seconds, which gave time for Katarina to get into position, make the play to win that round. Is this an attempted aggression or just conditioning the stun for mid? Seems the latter, but I like that they're doing that early. Apply that pressure, scare this mid control, because it's been a big part of Team Flor's game plan. If you can condition that stun is coming, maybe some round you can send your raise in, send a nade in off of it. It gives you more options there.
So Starlight creep up too with it so many times all the way over towards tiles on the mid side, but now she's switched up and all the way towards the backside of B. Big dash is going to be coming in once again. No updraft potential. Ziff was ready this time, reading the map.
Still towards the spawn side. He has a drone to work with here. Can provide overwatch for his Omen alone on site. Not sure if that paranoia is still online, but could be pivotal here. Finds out.
This is going to be huge. All the way controlling over at lane. Guapo, the movement just too hard to track. Starlight, too much to handle on both sides. Stairs as well. You got to be able to hide. Ziff, though, slow control of market. I'm liking the movement back and forth as well. Another satchel to drop. Zelsis not going to bite at another fight, though. Zoe won't trade him off, but he gets an extra one onto Brax. Rolling Thunder coming in. Chow. Spike already down. Guapo still up and active. The headache doesn't matter too much for him right now. And still affecting Zoe on the other side. Now it's up to Ziff. Up against Guapo. A one-on-one. Dark going to actually scan. It's going to be a mental battle that Guapo wins. This man, resilient, a statue.
Indeed. What a great dart out of Guapo as well there. The second bounce totally throws off Ziff there in the 1v1. He thought it was just a one bounce. He thought he had shot the dart. He goes to start the animation to pull out that rocket, but he gets scanned before he even gets around the corner. And with that rocket fuse still yet to activate, he'll fall for nothing. Team Flor immediately reclaim the momentum off their eco round woes.
That was just so nice overall from Guapo. Not only on that final kill, but even wrapping around, giving Zoe a little bit of a problem to let his teammate just on the backside peek as well. A huge round, the teamwork already here for the side of Flor once again. 4-2, not too big of a lead so far though, and now we'll see them attacking mid fast a little bit more. Starlight might be cut out here, but a shorty for her, a close side. She's looking for one, and then she wants to get out.
She swings off the contract to the trip here. Be great. No, doesn't want to commit to it. Flash forward. Celsius will get away scot-free. So they pressure that space, get rid of the trip. That was the only intention with that push forward. Now, options abound in the mid-round still, but it's another heavy setup towards A. Could be a bit of a trap here. Zoe ready with that stun.
Russian also 10 seconds left on that dash. If she just skips tree overall, finds the timing, it's going to be huge. Okay, Zoe gets the gun back out. It's going to be forced another trade, and another time that Fluorescent's not there to execute fast on that site.
Oh, Brax as well in the right position. Those smokes already faded from the Astra. Now in a 4v3, you have to pop the ult, but Ziff gets ahead of it now as a position towards Dice. He spotted Chow on the cross, and he has support from the nade at range. Team Fluorescent, they're stuck here.
Working around really well with Astral Walls. The only thing they have now is just teamwork and prayers to be able to get onto this site. Locked off heaven, so all they have to do is just move up fast in time. They'll have so many more angles to deal with if they just let it go, but might just be a save angle for now. I'm down to 15 seconds. I'm not even sure if it's going to be possible anymore. Information for Noya. That's all she really wants for now. A huge shot onto Ziff, though. That'll be one gun down. Not much else left. Yeah, this time, Team Flor, they're going to have to slow it down.
That's a curious decision at the end there. I don't think the damage is worth losing your weapons, right? You can hold in main, bait with the Tour de Force. That's a less valuable item to be losing it as it is just the ultimate. But regardless, Team Starlight will take that. Some solid damage on the economy here. And now, for that sided team, I would love a change of pace here for Team Fluorescent. They've been kind of conditioning with these slower mid setups in the last few rounds. You saw in that one, putting commitment on getting rid of that tripwire. Their side executes have been great, though. With Celsius's flashes, Fluorescent has been excellent in that regard.
Thing, though, now is that Braxton won the lottery with that last round. Him getting those last two picks, but it's Hunter's Fury on the line. And the big thing I've seen from Team 4 so far is they bunch up a lot when they're moving into these sites. If he stays way back, which we've seen he has been, that ultimate can just prove to be so much to handle and too much almost for Team 4.
And look at the setup. They pivot back. Now he's the player on that roam. Can pop the Hunter's Fury for either side.
Exactly. He's on that midpoint on both sides. That being said, they won't have that much early information. So all of Team Starlight just staying back, waiting to react.
Yeah, but again, you see the pressure in A main. There hasn't been a solution thus far for Ziff's constant presence in that area of the map.
Okay, they're already just letting that Hunter rip loose. And will Brax find anything? It's going to be up against one of the duelists that can go up to the skies. Lots of damage on 3 different players. So that's going to be huge for them when it comes to actually retaking and pushing for these sites.
That it will be. Dart to reclear mid. Fluorescent forced away. She will eat a tag at the end of that one. So now there's knowledge that there's a setup in main, and Brax will react off that. He rotates back over towards B.
The biggest thing we've seen from Team 4 so far is wherever Flor is where the action's happening. So seeing her push a little bit into B, you can instantly see Starlight with the smoke, and then Brax reacting to B right there too.
Check this off angle. There's a player tucked in logs. A chamber there. Do big damage. They don't have a lot of util to clear Katarina.
There it goes. Paranoia on all sides. Hunter's Fury as well for backside, but no one's there. They're all ready for the dash up front. Fluorescent gets knocked down. Guapo finds Braxo, but they're not ready for this one. Katarina in the perfect spot. Celsius just knows. He understands exactly where she is. But now that damage from the Hunter's Fury might just be enough if Starlight finds Noya, but she can't either. Stun down, Zoe gives him a little bit of a bubble. If Ziff can just sneak in, flashed away to the damage rattling her ankles. Zoe on site, the trades are all there. They know exactly where Noya is too. That'll be a nice wrap up. Huge from Zoe. A nice start to the round from Brax as well. A good showing from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like it was going to swing heavily in the favor of Team Flora. I love Team Starlight initially there, right? They have such a cool setup. They pop the Hunter's Fury, get the information off it like you were talking about, and they pivot their setup, but a player logs. They've never had that before, but Celsius was aware. He wins that round almost single-handedly, or at least makes it a potential. But Team Starlight, great with the pressure. Those fast retakes, not giving Team Flora room to breathe. If you look at their comp, not the greatest for the post plants. Unless you can get your Aster out or leave her on a lurk, it's really tough to set up that util to support yourself in that post.
Absolutely. You want to get into the perfect position then, right? Because your utility can't really help you out. Even if Zealous is doing a really good job at clearing all these angles, that takes time. You use more time. You don't get into positions. Zoe then comes in, full util, not even used yet, and makes things so hard for Team Flor.
Yeah, it was literally just one flash to get back in. Again, the stun will go early towards mid, but this time there's a bit of a reaction off of it. The chamber edging forward in that space in mid. Team Flor love clearing it in the late round, but this time it's heavier pressure towards B. In this round, there's not a setup for Team Starlight on the site.
Still lots of pressure for Flor. Last 2 rounds, she's gone down right now. Team Starlight, doesn't matter if they don't have their utility. Their shots are raining true. Fluorescent diving into the smoke. You can just kind of sense the desperation now, trying to make a play. Katarina allowed to have a slow walk in what looks like a park. And just look at the sun. It looks beautiful, especially those shots too. Starlight there as well to take a few more shots out. Right now, Starlight looks unstoppable.
A nice day, a good time for that walk indeed out of Team Starlight. And that round isn't necessarily that it was a great read. They knew they were coming towards B. It wasn't that, in fact. Team Starlight started with that heavier mid-control setup, but that was never tested. Team Flor just kind of made the presumption off the barrier drop that B was going to be their destination, but that was not the case, because by leaving that mid-control open, the rotates were so quick out of Team Starlight.
Absolutely. They're also using Chao's smokes in mid to kind of help with that kind of pressure to get all the way up there. This time they used it all the way over at B. They had nothing to help with mid. They got stopped there, and then B also got shut down. That also felt like a bonus or an eco. It really wasn't. This is actually that round that has the sheriffs.
Yeah, and look, those smokes are such a tell. Every round that there's late mid pressure, Chao pops one of those smokes early. This time they realize unlikely to happen. So the Omen walks close and Katarina has the info towards B. They're comfortable playing this retake on the B site because they know that breach allows it, and they know that Katarina will find those shots to put them at the man advantage. She even wants more, spots the edge. Zelsis gives the calm to her team. Can he get anything done in spawn? Feels unlikely as Brax is still holding that space and Starlight has already rotated in. Sure, the flash is good, but it doesn't matter when she just sprays through the opening. Team Flor, again, falling back into the same fallacies of these hits towards B, but Chao giving them a chance in this one. Evens the odds, but Brax on the reply shuts down, and Noya now alone. It looked like there was potential, and unless Noya do something big here, might not be possible. Still though, she's healthy, she's out, she's rotated, she's making a run towards the A site, has 3 headhunter bullets to work with.
Yep, that spike also there, so no question as to where she has to go. All about A, the plant down, and now it's all about you just play that timer, get greedy, go for maybe a shot. It's one of the best decisions to make inside a clutch. Get ahead, cut one person off in the rotation. If they are spread apart, which exactly is happening right now, as if a little bit ahead of Brax. This could be perfect for Noya. If they go the same way, though, this will be a really hard trade to get. She has to let them pass, and no one has to go grass. That's asking for a lot right here.
Oh no! She just flubs the shots. This is a disaster for Noya. Had the read, had the potential, but now just a classic Adard and Ziff through the wall to shut down. A damn good attempt, but the shot's just not there.
The timing also, you see Zip on your screen and not sure exactly where Brax is, the panic of trying to hit that first shot and then cover your back as well, because a lot of the times people do come in split. A valiant effort overall there from Noya. The fact that that round went that close as well on the eco is one of the best things to see.
Good to see indeed, but now both these teams back up to their full buys and some big pieces of utility available. Zoe, another one of those rolling thunders. Thus far, it's been heavier just on these retake setups. My question is, do we see something more proactive? Doesn't look like it, at least early in this round. They're comfortable with maintaining that same setup. Ziff towards A main, and Zoe in a position to support him. They always have information that nothing is A main, which means Team Flor, on these B hits, it is always noted. And like we mentioned, the util for this retake could be great, but that relies on this Omen staying alive for but a moment on site.
All the way over down towards the bottom left cubby. Gonna see Fluorescent dash here, the footsteps above too. Too much to handle. Chao sees her coming, shuts her down. Starlight gonna be gone for now, but has taken so much time away from the side of Team Flor. 4-on-4, they're already on site, and now that spike finally coming down silently. A Jonan to see exactly what's going down and sees all 3 people exactly where they are. So Ziff, the nade up close, pushes Zelsis back. Now the position towards the box side is also absolutely horrible to play. Team Starlight understands. The question is, are they waiting for that wall to go down first? Absolutely. So much utility already being spent around that wall. It's almost a waste. Ziff now, looking for the cleanup. It's time to go. The wall bang, an easy shot to hit, but Zelsis sees it coming. Brax shuts him down. the man, the myth, the legend is there to be able to just hold his team's line. So he's not going to find it. And Fluorescent finally ends up popping off towards the backside. They bide their time. They're there, and they strike at the perfect moment to make it 6-5.
Team Starlight hesitated. They waited. They wanted to let that util run down the clock. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad call, but it gave time. It gave a moment for their opponent to set up. And on that retake, all their utility had been used to take just the front site, right? They instantly popped that out. They're hoping that no one's into the site just yet, but that util a titch too early. And the Astro Wall allows Team Flor to build a bunker on the site.
Same thing with Guapo's drone as well. Sometimes good information used late is bad information. They thought that everyone still might have been playing close. There's no one there. Unfortunate for them. Timing right now too. The knives completely suppressed. Katarina in a great angle here. If a drone comes in, which it does, she can just react completely to it or shut down the player as well. Guapo going to be able to survive today. Fluorescent, one of the updrafts used to maybe track the scan, but she doesn't find much, at least from this distance.
Nothing getting done just yet, so it's a pivot back towards A. This is something new, but what's old is that Ziff is main again. He's walked up. Noya needs this frag or the round is in trouble.
The one things I've seen so far is that every time Team Flor is attacking the site, the other one's completely almost left open. The first time he's actually pushing all the way, trying to wrap around and finds the absolute bank for it. This time shut down immediately. Huge 0 points. And Fluorescent also misses the knives, a combo that should have been so good. Brax also finds Zelsis with the wall bank. This is just too much. And another one afterwards too. This used to be, or should have been, the perfect round for Team Flor. The fumbles along the way. Katarina also finding Guapo. So many ultimates used, nothing even found.
So 7-5 is how we end. Team Starlight claim the lead, but narrowly. And I mean, in that round, it felt like Team Flor was kind of like in the middle. They were like a cat looking back and forth. There's one bird on one side. There's like a laser pointer behind you or something crazy. And they kind of split up and decide to attack both at once. So there's pressure towards main and Fluorescent going alone to fight the other side. Just that split up, that bit of miscoordination loses them the round. Still, it's a very solid half. Both these teams very much in it. And now we get to take our first peek what Team Starlight looks like on the attack. I'd expect something faster. I'd expect some set pieces. You have the breach, you have the raise. You have Starlight as almost a second dive to be able to teleport in and help with her team. But on the other side, this is where Zelsis has to step up. His utility is huge for the stall against these bigger exec heavy comps.
Chow as well can help from any side of the map. They have a lot of horizontal reach, it feels like, but when it comes to, yes, pound for pound, maybe it's 3v3, no utility on either side. I think Starlight gets that advantage, so they have to maybe craft the map the way things are working to have that option. Zealous is giving it right to them up close. Big flash up top as well, gonna be missed completely though from the other side. A nice dodge. The first time Zealous was in this position, he kind of took the brunt force damage of the round. Zip is there to maybe just wrap all the way around as well and finds another. This is huge from the side of sights. Heaven coming in late gives him that opportunity. Not gonna find much else though. This time it's up to Zoe to spring the trap. Fluorescent found. A lot of these shots is hitting the back of the heads of the majority of these players. This time Zoe just aims straight at her foe. Guapo though knows exactly what's going down and there's a bit of disrespect rocking through as well.
Stood. Tactics, I don't know, necessary, something on top of that. But yeah, a solid pistol round to claim here for Team Fluorescent. It all comes down to that brawl in main, and well, it wasn't one. The adaptation off of that loss is what wins Team Starlight, or excuse me, Team Flor that round there with the setup towards the Heaven side. So we head back into things here. Fluorescent, we're just looking to actually win the anti-eco here. We saw a little bit of overheating on that first half from some of these squads with letting those rounds slip away. You're on the defense, just kind of about cooling down, focusing on what you know and making something happen.
Only looking for a little bit of a shot too. It doesn't happen just yet.
Spike down mid.
Starlight will be shut down. These two player setups as well on all sides of the map are just so hard for Team Starlight to really deal with for the moment. They'll find one or pressure onto one player. It'll give space for someone else like Fluorescent to come in with a nice snipe. Brax also caught walking. Katarina Ziff will have to back all the way up towards top mid. They should be able to find one. Yeah, Zelsis will go down, but now they have the brute force of a Marshall. With Fluorescent's reflexes, it's too much to handle.
It's a headshot too, by the way. No armor on Ziff, didn't matter, but gotta be cool at the end of the day. Katarina can get one. Would be a nice little bonus in this one. Any damage? Not to be. Fluorescent with another here. I think we're mispronouncing Fluorescent's name. It's Fluorescent.
Fluorescent?
Fluorescent. How do you pronounce the face? You just have to make the face.
You have to say ooh.
No.
No?
That's
You're
a
not down for
non-starter. There was a non-uwu rider in my contract for this event.
Yep. True. I didn't get that option, so.
Unfortunate. You just gotta
Oh
commit
no,
to
it's
it.
not one of those smiley faces. It's one of those like, you know, not impressed
I like
faces.
the, like, I
It's
don't.
fluorescent. It's like a face.
I don't really know what it expresses. I think that's the primo interview question if they win. What does it mean? What's the deepest meaning of the face in your name?
What's the A2 in front of Guapo mean?
It's a great question. It's like the secondary steak sauce.
Yep. Makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me right now is how this is so close. I feel like one of these teams is always just so ahead in the round. It is so far deep into winning it. And then whether it's Flor with an awesome push execution at the site, Starlight will have a very equal comeback and make it so close.
Yeah, the rebounds, the replies have been excellent, and we'll see how that works out for Team Starlight in this round. Contact made towards B main, but now, look at that re-clear coming through. Sova already walking up, taking that space, so for Team Starlight, this place should be telegraphed. What can Zelsis get done? He still has a flash, as well as one of those knives to delay, but the aftershock, the smoke, keeps him at bay.
Well, on 4 players so far, so we'll have to walk past the smoke on the site. Nice dodge, but Katarina's not going to be enough, but Zelsis goes right past that light chow there to help as well. Brock's always good for 2 and finding him, surviving after the fact as well. Zoe all the way back on the site. Not going to expect the 2 push from Tree, though. This is going to be a nice one if they really commit to it fast.
Oh, it might just be Guapo. Already heading into things here. As a dart to work with that PC utility could be big in this 2v2. Is a play towards Hell? Telegraphed, it seems so. Both these players already heard.
Gonna be nice for Guapo to make it all the way in. We're also gonna trade for the rifle. That's gonna be huge. So now she has the info. Finds one. Dice roll for the second. Not gonna find it, toppling the right side. Even waiting out the concuss to maybe go for the split-second shot. The movement from Fluorescent is insane. How do you hit that?
How do you do that? That's absurd! No one but her. She's swinging while stunned. That should not work. That should not happen. But still somehow, someway, Fluorescent wins it in the clutch.
Iridescent for the side of Zoe right now. She's probably just seeing lights upside her skull. That how do you even track that all the way from Tree? It's just it's too much. That's gonna be huge for momentum as well. Look at the buy on both sides. A rifle saved, huge money invested now for the side of Team Flor, and on the other, absolute eco.
So what you learned from that, right? Do not swing Fluorescent in clutches. Just chill. Take the fight yourself. You are not going to win those, it would seem. The absurdity continues. That's a bonus round converted. Now Noya has an operator to work with. Yeah, both your Jet and your Chamber. Why not fight together? Take this space in mid. That they will. But on the other side, the heavy presence is more so from Team Starlight, with 3 walking their way up the catwalk, looking to something happen in the A split.
This is going to be favored towards the side of the defense. Team Flor. Very close range. Allows them to get active with the action. Ziff actually pulled out all the way from Tree, but no one's actually there to receive him. No one at Arrivals to be able to take him home. A nice shot towards the end to get a bit of value, but Fluorescent's team, they have the firepower. A Frenzy's not going to do that much from that angle. No, we'll rock it all the way in towards the end as well. A nice little anti-eco for their side.
This momentum's getting scary. It's getting spooky if you're a fan of Team Starlight, because on this defense, this kind of composition between the Jet and that Chamber arrives. 2 contact agents. You can play aggressive in 2 places of the map. You have the utility to support with your double initiator comps, and you have 2 great individuals to set up those plays. Noya will probably be peeking mid practically every round, forcing that smoke to come out, forcing that utility to be used. And on the other side, same is true of Fluorescent. She can push forward. Zelsis can flash for her. It's very low risk for either of these players, and that means you have to be so incredibly meticulous in your clear when you're defaulting on this attacking side.
Absolutely. It costs so much time overall as well. For now, tech pause rocking in as well. We have to make sure all the setups are, you know, squeaky clean rolling through. With how intense this match is, Mimi, how close it is as well. Everything should be working mighty fine if we want to, you know, continue on.
Yeah, you'd hope to see it. And for the game itself, for Team Starlight, it's a matter of finding out how do we break down this defense of Team Fluorescent, because thus far it has looked indomitable. 4 rounds in a row off the conversion of that bonus round. And I mean, for Team Starlight, it kind of comes down to what are those solutions. You have that double initiator comp, you have the Sova and the Breach. You're good at clearing that space on extremity, and the Breach does give you that power on the execute as well, but it's about getting past those 2 contact players. It's about taking care of Fluorescent in the early rounds so she can't be available to play fast in those retakes or to get aggressive and flank when you are playing that heavier execute.
Yeah, they definitely have the movement ready, everything set, and the potential for more to happen, especially with the ways they can use Zoe in the breach like you're mentioning. But it's not just about what they use, it's also about what they save and the cost overall for these rounds. A lot of the rounds that Team Starlight is winning, it's costing about 4 players to be able to get onto site and then get out after the fact. They're not really saving too much money. One round goes bad. It's just the start of this half right now, but at least on the previous half from what we saw, it just costs too much to be able to win certain rounds. Brax is one of the reasons that this is also happening. Good for 2 almost every single time. That Odin spamming through many walls. This half, though, they have to make sure that if they are winning some of these rounds, if that is getting put onto the board, they also have a lot saved to be able to keep that dynasty rolling all the way towards that 13 they want to see on their scoreboard.
Well, we return to the action here. Just a player's headset dying. They got that charged back up. And in this one, they got the Blade Storm for Fluorescent. She's looking to prowl towards mid. Will walk back towards that A site, but the operator is posted as well. Hunter's Fury popped early here for Brax, but really getting nothing off of that. I'm not sure if that was off of a dart tag or his drone committed early, but you won't get any conversion off of it.
Finds just about a little bit of damage over on the Guapo, and since they know that he's done at least 1 tag, this should be easy to take if Zoe rocks it in. Sif going right past, so much utility. Explosion and a smoke, and it's actually the heat that rises and the shot that takes out Fluorescent up inside the sky. Moving on to the site 2, cut at a crossroads. Guapo will find 1, but the exchange, the transaction goes towards Team Starlight for now.
They have the KO up. They can nullify this breach utility in the retake, but Zels is in so much trouble. That's an excellent drone out of Brax still. This Rolling Thunder will be committed to fight forward, completely locking the defense out of this one. Another dart, more pressure. They continue to swing. They want to fight, and they'll win it as a result. I love that proactivity in the post.
Absolutely. For Team Starlight, looks like they just gained so much when it comes to execution for that round. For the side of Team Flor, lost in terms of utility, and then found out that their Behold might be a little bit privy to massive action. They might want to just bolster it up this round, change things up slightly a little bit to see a few pings on the map, maybe from that defensive side on what they want to change. And yeah, they'll pull Noya all the way over towards B, but that will open up mid and the response on how fast things can go all the way to A. So Team Starlight, knowing that, will switch things up and immediately go for this fast push on the A side as well.
Celsius has been doing that knife most of these rounds that he's playing towards A, but still, 2 players got caught. They play forward. So now information is given, and the reaction off of it is Noya walks up on the other side. Ziff will find 2, and Noya disengages before she has an opportunity to find the lurk, and that's big, because now this chamber can get wild, get wacky in mid, but Fluorescent doing the same. Wild swing onto Brax. She wants more as well, trying to spam away and continue on the swing on the information of the dart, the span from Guapo, and she's out on the site. Maybe a bit too much, a bit too far, a bridge forward for the side of Fluorescent, and Zoe the one to punish.
She found so much space, but Zoe just denies the time. Zoe knows exactly what's going down on the backside as well. So many times she's been trapped this way, but not this time. 2 more players to take out. A big flick, and just 1 more left. Down to Starlight and Noya. But she has no idea exactly where she is. Hiding over at Jen for now. The flick won't come out. Starlight holds strong.
And she does, but way too close. Their Team Fluorescent, they see the proactivity in the post plan of Team Starlight, and they do the opposite. They want to fight in those man-down situations. Fluorescent, though, I think bit off a bit more than she could chew. If she stays alive, chills in heaven for but a moment, waits for the rotation. Spike wasn't even down at that point. Spike wasn't even tapped at that point. She just got hungry, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. You're good. That can work for you, but sometimes the enemy team will find that punish, and the round will be jeopardized as a result.
That punish was so hard to find too. They took the space and played off of Fluorescent really in a great way. Zoe was just ready, I guess, even more to react. 2 shots within half a second, shutting down any space that they've got. Katarina ready to stop Noya's push as well. 2 TPs traded. That's going to be a nice chamber on chamber battle. It's not going to amount to much right now, but look how open this B site's left. Someone could be crawling through main right now. That's exactly what Team Flor is thinking. Fluorescent herself will be able to take over and see what to do. Guapo's found out close by as well. What they want to do here is just make sure the cost of this round, the side of Team Starlight, is not too high. They take things slow, get people maybe to over push into certain spots, find out what's happening first, and then react and execute on the round.
I like that no one actually swings or tries to fight forward off of that ping of the drone because they know the operator is prowling in mid and they suspect that it's a bait setup, and that's exactly what it was. And now Brax delays it, waits on the swing, and finds the punish, then onto Guapo. This opens up options because now mid control left astray, but hey, that's the read. There's 3 players here, one already falling though to Ziff with the Rolling Thunder into the site. This will be a free take for Team Starlight.
Ziff moving in and they deny any chance. Hold up. I spoke too soon. That shouldn't be possible from Chow, but she just knows. And that changes things a lot for the post plant. 3v4, a lot more doable on this side. 2 to force also in play, so I can just walk up and maybe go for a shot. Ziff plays that insurance, hiding over in hell. Not much else to find though. Brax on the other side too, baiting and asking Team Flor to move in. Noya finds one. Ziff with the wall bang, it's huge. Chow with another. All around her side. Fresson finally going down. Can Chow find more? No. But once again, the cost of this round for Team Starlight. In a situation like this, losing so many players, obviously can't see half of them, Mimi. But the bank will start to actually break and hurt if this goes on.
Yeah, that it will. Still, that momentum has very much been claimed. 3 in a row. 2 rifle rounds picked up for Team Starlight. These slower rounds into the late A hits has been excellent for them. It's been shown to be the win condition. And I think a big part of that is the early pressure they're providing to Noya. She falls off the line so quickly. Any presence shown, and she's TPing back, TPing away, and so often someone will rotate off of that. Pressure back towards B. So if you can pressure Noya on that chamber, force her to rotate, you can pull some of that presence off A. I hope that Team Flor slows things down in those rotates so they can have a better setup on their A defense. And it looks like they're doing that this round. 3 players here and ready.
Team Starlight also used a few tokens to get some high scores in this type of arcade matchup that they have. Every single time they win one of these rounds, an ultimate is used. This time, they have that showstopper to use again. But the game's gotten a little bit more difficult because we do have the double command available. Zelsis will go down, but he'll keep pulsing, and he's in a position to get revived as well. They also have that Hunter's Fury to deny any type of big site push coming in, but Brax looks like he wants to use it on a side where, I guess no, it's actually Guapo this time is going to be using it on a side where everything is on rotation. He just wants to get a little bit of that damage down, but doesn't find much for now.
Still, look over towards B. This chamber is here. Sure, Noya fell away. Jazz driven mid. However, just a double back towards A. Showstopper already in.
So much damage onto these bodies. Everyone just dying to body shots for now. Zoe finds him too. Ziff just online on this entry towards A. This looks like his home. Waits for another one as well. Noya gonna be good to find it. She's been so good for now. 3-4.
What?
Noya, what? What's that?
That's absurd! How does she get away with it? Finds the player towards heaven, flicks up, flicks down all around. Noya is good for it.
Magnetic, absolutely magnetic. And it's heads that she's attracted to for now with that rifle. That was just too much. Impossible angles as well. Top gen, the deep A main. You can't even aim train practice for that one. That's just natural talent exuding from Noya.
I don't even know. From Denmark to America, she can do it anywhere.
What's the analysis?
This girl is absurd.
What did Team Starlight do wrong?
She's good. Shout out to the talent scouts, correct that, because they found her, brought her over to America, and she's playing quite well in this one. That is a backbreaker for the side of Team Starlight.
Not even a tech pause for that, or like even an attack pause for that one. The side of Team Starlight is just still rolling in. Team Flor, maximum defense. Can't even be broken if there's just one player left. Zelsis also found out with the paint shells. Fluorescent close by. Opting not to dash either, so Ziff will be able to take this close range engagement, jumping right over the triangle as well this time. No dark shots from Xiao. Ziff though, scan a little bit. Ball bang might be even coming in, but nah. Able to just sneak all the way down. Fluorescent though, gets a little bit of an opening, knows the left side's completely open to move in. Ziff will trade her out. Brax with a scan. How did he know? How did he know? But it's payback for what Chow did before. The spam might come after the fact, but Brax doesn't find it just yet. A fake tap. 2v1. He'll have position, but actually set up Katarina to end the shot.
No, you can't do it again. Same situation, different outcome. They're ready for her on that swing towards heaven. And, I mean, for Team Fluorescent, I feel like I was just watching, like, some just absurd ranked gameplay or like Edward Gaming or something with Fluorescent just two players are simultaneously swinging through smokes. Your util's already gone. Guapo is still waiting to rotate over and Fluorescent is just out. And the fact that she almost gets 2 from that dry swing, is craziness. It speaks to her caliber as an individual, but it also speaks on the other side to Team Starlight's awareness. They know the aggression that Team Flor will show, and we'll talk the aggression. Here it comes.
Larson's kind of just putting everything in the basket right now. They kind of need this round desperately to have a little bit of a pedestal to maybe even just wrap up this game.
She just keeps going.
The pressure
Like,
changes,
she's full walking on their flank.
They know that overall, just being able to just take out one of the traps on the B side, there's nothing stopping her to just keep pushing overall, and the movement will be good enough to find one. A crouch from Brax will deny two. And now he'll just wait with Hunter's Fury to, oh my goodness, find two on the defense. It's too much to be able to connect with after the fact, though. And just one tag on both sides will give Ziff a big advantage to play with behind this big wall in plane. Chow taken out first. Looking on the other side, does not find much at all.
So much attention was given to the flank there. Two players dedicating, and Brax wanted to support Ziff on the site by popping up that ultimate, but nothing really comes of it because he's still far away. Sure, Ziff can get one, but at that point in the round, you're not going to find anything off of that positioning, so the round falls away. Team Flor pulling together another magical one at the most critical venture. And we'll talk of critical rounds. We are in one. 11-11. Winner here not only claims themselves at map point, they're also pushing their opponent's economy into a pretty tough spot for that last round. This is going to be very important for both these squads. And I imagine the ultimate commitment will be big. Ziff gets a showstopper to work with. They're going back towards A. Yet, again, him getting space in the site and saving util critically for that post plant is big.
The read is wrong on Team 4's side, or they're just going straight for that retake for now. Guapo's Hunter's Fury will deny a lot of the space and time. A spike going down will maybe control. He's not in this drone, though. I'm not sure if he saw anything. Did he see anything?
I don't think so, but is this read wrong, though? Because look, they hear that orb getting grabbed towards A. They gamble. It's going to be a hit back towards B, and that's what Team Starlight is doing. In a lot of these rounds, when they grab that orb, they will back away, reset. This is the right call, or so it would seem. Team Starlight might just be walking into a trap. However, never mind. I say all that, and they doubt themselves. They second guess. They run away from the B site at just the wrong time. That's one smoke. That's the only thing they reacted off of. One smoke went over towards A from this Omen, and everybody rotates. That's a bit of a fumble from Team Flor. It'll come down to the post plant now.
Even Ziff a surprise, and they'll buy a little bit of time with this Fury. I'd almost like Spike to just completely go down and they have the guaranteed tag or kill on one player. Starlight gonna be key here, especially with the ultimate to be able to reposition all the way even to B main slightly late. Zelsa's flashing out to clear any close angles. No, it's for sight, but no one's even there to react off of it just yet. It's gonna prompt the Rolling Thunder to come in all the way from main. They have such a nice bolstered setup. Flarson, though, taking out Brax, what seems like from smokes, or he was just trying to move in. Now the action's all the way over at stairs. Players tumbling down the steps as Katarina is prepped up to find a few more. Fluorescent, though, seeing through smokes as she's got some type of heat vision. Zelsis finds almost the last one behind the site. Katarina holds it down!
Another clutch from one of these chamber players. At the final moment, the final hour, Katarina pulls it out. That was the round, that was it. Both teams committed absolute everything into winning that, and it looked like it was going oh so wrong. Team Starlight are super proactive with their utility, but because of the delay from the Hunter's Fury, they had to use it almost instantaneously. There was still like 25 seconds left on the spike timer by the time the retake was coming out, but they kept swinging, they kept fighting because they felt they needed to, and it almost slipped things away. Team Flor was playing that correctly, but at the final moment, the clutch comes through and saves that round.
What are they putting in these CPs? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
What is eating for breakfast is
something special.
Second question. These clutches are just insane. Now it's time for Team Starlight to do something special, though. It's all about the cost of winning. If they lose this one, it goes straight over towards OT. It's been so close every time. We don't know which way it actually goes. Clutches from both sides as well. Not really looking for anything in terms of a weighted push to either side and a fake. This time it's complete control from the attack side. Ending over at A seems to be the overall decision. Still, from the shadows from Starlight, I mean, there's a possibility of a quick switch up happening. Not sure if this ultimate's going to be used for information, but it could be the deciding factor.
It could. Knife will give information at least on 2, but they still want to go for this towards A. Zelsis again on the delay.
All util for delays gone. It's time for Ziff to be able to play his game. Unfortunately, stuck all the way into a gravity well. Everyone towards the backside also stopped. Fluorescent looks away to dodge a flash, but it's her aim that's actually just taking players down. Huge!
How? How does that work again? Fluorescent on one Lee site takes, waits for the molly, then just dry swings through a smoke and gets such massive value for her team. Now Team Starlight are sent reeling in this one. It's do or die and there's only 10 seconds left. They should be able to bridge the gap on the rotation, but the awareness is there. It's a mad dash for both these squads, and the question, do they have time on this spike plant? Should do. Just down to the wire with 4 seconds as Zoe gets it in.
Found the path, now it's time to find success. Team Starlight making a 3v3. Fluorescent, yes, sometimes that push it works, other times it leaves your team high, hung out to dry. Starlight in this pocket spot. Sees Brax, lets it pass. No, the timing, unfortunate. Zoe with the trade. All up to her now. Can she find the clutch? No. We're going straight to OT.
OT on map number 1. What a great round from Team Fluorescent. The captain stepping up, the swing through the smoke, and at the final hour, it almost seemed like she was going to let it slip all away, right? It kind of miscoordinates on the time a little bit. Wanted to updraft to hope someone would come off that spike, that she could spam, because she heard how close it was. That almost jeopardized the round. But still, her team steps up, wins things in another one of those critical retakes, and now, in OT, we lie.
Swap sides in the start of this one. So we'll see if they have what it takes to just keep attacking from the side of Team Fluorescent.
Look at this change though, right? Consistently, it's been the Raze in A main, it's been the Chamber playing mid, and that breaches the pivot normally towards the catwalk. This is a complete pivot. This time, both initiators as well as that Omen heavy on B, because Team Fluorescent so often was hitting towards that side of the map. They want a more bolstered defense over here, and they'll allow that Raze to find a quick rotation, either pressuring in through mid or running back through the spawn side. But mid, actually the initial destination for Fluorescent. They want to split this towards B, but the setup is right to deny. Okay.
Sif's found out too. Fluorescent just knows. She's been playing through smokes so well this entire game. Zoe in the hot seat. If she goes down or mistimes here, this round's basically just over. Complete control of market as well. Let's see exactly what Team Fluorescent's selling. It's a push all the way over onto Lever. Everyone now extracting all the way over on the site, and Zoe finds absolutely nothing. Noya is absolutely online right now. Brax with 3! Through smokes as well. The spray breaks the hopes and dreams that were almost free for Team Fluorescent.
And now he has 103 to deny plant as well here.
Look at the spot, look at the angle, it's perfect. Getting both players off their angles. Brax, what a chance for the ace. They know they're not missed sight though. Celsius, all the way on the back right, has to go for this clutch. Just wait for the dart, my friends. That's all it is. And will Brax scan? No, but knows exactly where Celsius is going to be hiding. Both teammates now moving in. They see the position. It's not going to be backside just yet. Will Brax be able to react? They're setting him up for the ace. Towards the back of these cubes. And he solves the puzzle and the problem. An ace for Brax. And a round for Team Starlight rolling into overtime.
Brax is back. The ace to save the round. Team Fluorescent had the right call. It looked oh so perfect. They punished the player swinging onto sight, but just spraying away. Brax finds 2, and critically, it's getting that Hunter's Fury online. It's getting that delay utility. And on top of it, finding someone off of it. You just don't see that. That is wild. And I mean, what a time to do it. Match point now secured here for Team Starlight, looking to go and map up in the series.
We're seeing the difficulty, though, for both these teams in terms of winning rounds on the attacking side without ultimates. On that retake, too, if that Hunter's Fury wasn't active, it would have been a much different situation. Depending on who gets these frags and gets to live out and survive, that round goes very, very different indeed. So far, Ziff has had the 2 openers plus that spike plant. I'll give him the showstopper if we're looking at how rounds go on average so far. Not actually stretching the position that she has just to be able to find maybe a single shot, but too many people now responding to the pressure all the way over at B main. A nice setup though is Fluorescent might be able to just bait her a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. So she stays here, goes for the shot, going to TP out. They're going to think it's safe. Fluorescent's going to be able to just take another shot as well and then dash all the way away. Oh, but Fluorescent's actually pushed out completely. She's safe in that corner, safe from the clearing. With the aftershock, Brax here too to wrap them down. And the overall vision that Team Fluorescent has on the A side as well, look at it all the way from tree. You have Chow, who has a chance to look over at A main. She's smoked off now, so her smoke gets active. 2 players ready to take down any pressure over at tree. They know this rotation. That's exactly what's happening right now. Chow hasn't even used gravity well just yet. She's trusting Celsius with the shot, but Sif finds him out first. Now she has a chance to use all this utility for the post, but needs to survive.
Needs to indeed, and we'll have those stars up in but a moment. I think that dart's still working on the recharge for Team Fluorescent. Now it does seem to be available. They can re-clear into tree, but it's a crossfire. A double setup in this position.
Shock doesn't find much either. Zoe and Katarina. This pinch, this sandwich is going to be a bit too much to handle. The angle for the concussed as well is going to get Noya off of heaven. Finds Zip from Hal. A big shot to the showstopper active, and everyone peaks at the same time. The coordination from Team Starlight. They're looking just as shiny as the stars in the sky. That is amazing to see from this team in the first game.
What a map number 1 to win there for Team Starlight. From looking down and out for but a moment in that second half to building back in, looking fantastic, pushing us to overtime, and then Brax pulling off just the most absurd ace to be able to continue through. I mean, we're just like one map into this, and there's already like so many contenders for like best play. There's like 2 1v3s, there's Brax with an ace. These two teams are putting on a show, and they work so well at adapting against each other. You even see in overtime, setups are changing. These teams are ideating. It's really cool to watch.
Absolutely. I love the way Team Starlight actually works with power as well. Whenever there's one person on their team in a position to do really well or has an ultimate, they let that person have their space, whether it's Katarina in a super clutch type of position all the way at the back, or Brax rolling in a little bit slower and taking down everyone ahead of him. It's just really fun to watch everyone operate and give each other room to just be the stars every single round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the stars are shining bright for this team. Ziff from such a really slow start in that first half, right? It was like the first 5 rounds in a row. He died in A main, got punished, and then rallies back to finding towards that second half, almost pushing them into what? I think barely shy of 30 kills just at the end of that game. What a big step up from him. On the other side, same is true of the captain of Team Fluorescent. She was putting on an excellent game there, but I wouldn't even say she was the one that shined the brightest. It was more so the Chamber of Noya with some of those crazy clutches.
Yeah, the fact that she just understood exactly all the information her teammates had, either going down or getting kills exactly where everyone was, and then acting off of it, linking those type of 2 play styles together, it's so hard. And when that happens, though, that's where you have, like, you know, the entire clutch just kind of come out. That 4K just nuts from her on one of the rounds on the retake over to A. Fluorescent and Noya in general as well, the positions they're playing together, so much fun to watch in terms of how they operate and where they go. Zoe and Ziff on the other side as well. Mimi, you called it before the match started. How does the Breach and the Raze work as they rock? And clearly really well, because that's the reason they had so much space and Ziv got to do what he got to do. It was Zoe's util that gave him that room.
Yeah, and as we take a look back at the replays here, I mean, going back to even the beginning of this game, so some big plays from practically everyone. Ziff in particular, I think was the star of the show. The Breach, like you mentioned, was great to support him. But on top of that, just the Breach utility, the way that they played with it in the post plants was really nice out of this squad, right? You get down on that side, and they're stunning forward. They're proactively using those rolling thunders. Neither of these teams were kind of greedy to conserve utility when it came down to these close rounds, which is what gave us so many of these fantastic moments. You see in this one, even the final round, Zoe stunned towards heaven, swings forward, takes the fight off of it. It's just really excellent coordination for 2 teams that have never really played with each other before.
Yeah, the confidence in the utility, you can see it from there exactly in the way you're talking about, Mimi. Concuss is thrown down before even people are ready, and they react to how it moves. Hunter's Fury off of even a tag used immediately cross map, and then everyone on their team, doesn't matter what side, it's just moving to react to the tags it actually finds, whether it's from Brax or Guapo. I think just the respond to call, the rebound from both teams as well, all across the match was amazing to watch, and it looks like they played with each other for a while prior to this. A reminder, once again, these teams were just made 1 or 2 days ago in terms of drafts, so it's crazy to see them just react to each other like that so fast.
Yeah, well, both these teams already delivering overtime in map number 1, but it's a best out of 3, and map number 2 will be coming up on the other side this break. The Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back to the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational. We're about halfway through our first series here between Team Fluorescent and Team Starlight, and we're about to get things underway with map number 2. I'm Mimi, joined back again by Shio. And before we look forward, let's look back a little bit, because map number 1 was just an absolute banger. Overtime off the rip, Shio.
Yeah, it's a seesaw. I felt like I was watching, just amazing adults from all sides playing on a kid's playground almost. The way they were using utility, it was like overgrown and like it was just like big giants bolstering on
let's
site.
get deeper into this metaphor.
Yeah.
So they're adults, but they're on like a child-sized seesaw, and they're back and forth. How does that get us to map 2?
So the analogy there is it's big swings then, right? Like that's what happens when you put like a bigger mass on a smaller object and it just goes around in a pendulum motion. It's physics and all that, but how it translates to game from what we saw, it's just huge clutches from Noya, a nice clean clutch from Katarina as well. Things to start off with Guapo as well on that first side. I feel like either team deserved to win that match. It was Starlight at the end though that came in and won it. Team Starlight actually that just took it and has that lead 1-0.
Yeah, and now we head into their map pick of map number 2 here. If we take a look at things, we started off on Ascent as our first choice. That was the pick of Team Fluorescent. Now map number 2, that's where Team Starlight wanted to head in this one. And Shio, looking at this map, looking at what we saw in map number 1, what are we thinking for agents? Because there's a lot of options. I think Haven is one of those maps where the compositions tend to vary some of the most in Valorant.
Absolutely. I think that we might even stick onto the Omen on Starlight 100% when it comes to just her side and her team. She looked very comfortable on a 10 overall, rocking it in. Paranoia can also be used very well to attack that A site. Not sure which side they're starting on. That could change things as well. For everyone else, I think it could be anything. I think Brax might stick to that Sova guaranteed, though. Everything else is up for grabs.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, because this is one where you can kind of get an idea of what a team's identity is, a lot of times based off what duelists they run. The Raze, obviously, previously, was the priority that we saw for the side of Team Starlight, with Ziff locking that in, and on the other side, it was the Jet, the kind of crowning role of Fluorescent. But with the picks now up on our screens, it looks like Ziff actually wants to elect for the Chamber instead, and Brax will go for the Jet. A big change, a 180 from that Sova.
Absolutely, Zoe. Sticking on to Breach, that's
Wait,
something
Reyna?
that we have to 100% expect. And Fluorescent is looking to just go a sicko mode, it looks like, on this map. Reyna locked in. She will either be the diff or the diff, if you know what I mean. Either is just rolling in and changing things for her team, or, Reyna becomes another Reyna pick and nothing happens.
I love Reyna, my absolute favorite character. I love when she gets played. Super fun and valuable to your team. Not really, but Fluorescent is a very good player, and as an individual, she can step up. I think the Reyna is pretty suboptimal on this map. I would have honestly preferred to see a Phoenix, because I think he actually gets a lot of value from pulling that out. But she's confident, she wants to swing, she wants to fight, and the dismiss is great as that get out of jail free card. I am happy though, I'm smiling that we see a Fade on both sides. Fade is so good on this map. Well, you don't have a Raze to combine with it. That Seize is great for early control in the lobbies, and the Cats are awesome to re-clear in the mid-round, particularly on this defensive side, where very often you're giving up space, playing these rotates, and needing those Cats to get back in, to play on those retakes, or to re-clear space on the extremity.
Yeah, it's a lot of utility for Fluorescent to be able to move around and use as well. So when it comes to Reyna picks, you want to make sure everyone on your team is actually doing stuff to be able to just distract to get you into position. So playing around Guapo and Zelsis is going to be absolutely key. Noya can see exactly what Fluorescent does and act afterwards as well. John the Omen will give her a chance too, but it looks like there's a big mid push already happening over one side from one of the teams. But yeah, slowly but surely Team Fluorescent attacking that B site.
Yeah, map number 2 already off to a rip here for Team Starlight as they're charged onto the B site, but Zelsis is quick to reply, flashing back in, and the full team there to force a disengage. The reaction, though, is very quick. It's a pivot back towards C, and the Paranoia is through, but it's not going to connect onto Fluorescent. She's already healing. This Wrecking Ball is rolling, and Fluorescent is owning. A third picked up, the fourth not to come as Zelsis snaps it away, but a flawless regardless for Team Flor.
Listen, I doubted the Reyna, and I'd like to formally apologize to the Academy, to everyone watching.
I'm ready to quit longer right now. My apology, folks. Please forgive me, Fluorescent.
It's just round 1 though, but it works. It works. I liked it. It's just the freedom you have to just move, shoot. It's your job. It's all the agent really does. It'll be fun to see. The combo too with Lear and the flash drive available from Zelsis, you're blind. You have to turn away or you're blind. You can't shoot it. You can't do anything. No counterplay. Where's the skill?
Absolutely, yeah. There's nothing you can do to stop Reyna flash. It's not like you can shoot it or anything. That's impossible. Could never happen. Could never come through in that regard. Still, Reyna is pretty powerful in a setting like this. Punish those little gaps, punish the miscoordination. When it's Pug versus Pug, this is where that character absolutely thrives. And Ziff is already on 1 HP in mid here. Not a lot of space given for Team Starlight, but they again want to posture towards B, and I want to talk about that a little bit, because the current meta on Haven, especially at the pro level, has really emphasized hits towards the B site. And I think a big part of that is what you can bring in way of these fade raise compositions, and in way of the breaches that a lot of teams bring out. They're excellent at extremity control. It means you'll oftentimes see 2 players A, 2 players C, like we see set up here, which means B is often a weakness, and it forces teams to play the retake. If they emphasize early pressure on the extremities, then the retakes suffer. And you see it here. B has been taken for free yet again, and Fluorescent's job is absolutely alone to find this re-clear, and she has no support, because look, all the initiators are fighting the extremity, and now that's a Phantom given away. Brax, though, doesn't commit to taking it.
And now they kind of just break off the extremities as well. Guapo was the one that stayed, though, as everyone else went away. That Haunt going to find very close to the left side exactly what's going down. A nice drift hit by Brax, but yeah, okay. He lands the next shot too. Chow's there to be able to help out. Nice breakdown from Yumi on exactly how things work. But even if Brax gets, you know, best case scenario, things go down, the defense is still going to be good enough to hold around.
Yeah, that it will be. And that's the power of the fade, right? Well, that presence was mid there. There's immediately a walk-up, and the reaction to those heavy B hits is either you play a heavier force there, or you completely give it, lean into the retake, and kind of save that initiator utility a little bit later. And that seemed to be the answer, at least in that round for Team Fluorescent. Sure, it was just an anti-eco, but we'll see how that kind of back and forth pans out as we get deeper into this game. This time, though, it's not B. It's just going to be a fast hit towards A. A lobby control is given, no C's coming through, so Team Starlight will force some rotations out of Fluorescent's side.
Gonna be a huge smoke to play against as well. You can sneak towards the backside, more angles to clear for Team Starlight. They're not even moving up just yet, so this is a very nice pull from the side. Team Flor. Thing is, though, once again, that B side completely open. The one-on-one there gonna be huge to see exactly what strength there is in this round, and it'll go towards Fluorescent's side for now. It'll change up everything. Everyone can just hold now. No one else really pushing up mid. They have a read on that A.
Yeah, that they do. And you already saw one of those cats coming towards the long to try and push for that re-clear. They have the information now, but what's the reaction? Zelsis close corner over towards the sewers. He'll find 2. Off of that, the ult will be committed. That gives information and a C's as well, connecting towards Starlight. This one looking tougher and tougher as Brax will find one. We'll try and fight forward with that spike not in possession. They're blinded by the flash. They're getting bullied by Brax, and Chow and Fluorescent will shut things down. That's a bonus round converted for the defense.
Team Starlight had more debuffs on each player than there were players alive. And when that's happening, there's no chance you're winning the round. You can't hear, you can't see, and you can't survive either.
You're blinded, plus you're seized, plus you're decayed.
Plus your HP's low.
Plus ratio.
Plus ratio, always.
I'm a little disappointed in myself for committing to that. I'm sorry. I'm writing another apology post for bad jokes.
You need to have a limit on how many tweets you can send a day, Mimi. I think that'll actually challenge you to get high quality.
Get out of my way!
Quality over quantity. Maybe we can start to condense some of the apologies together into one thing. Team Starlight, though, down to the eco here. They do have Blade Storm to work with. We'll see what Brax on the Jet can get done off of that. Again, the presence is early towards B. They want to just break this trademark, and that they will.
First, I'm going to be here to react, though, and see all that utility actually coming down, find the patterns. Brax already in. He's won this trade before. This time, though, Wind gets shut down completely. Nothing flowing in the skies as Fluorescent finds a shot between Brax's eyes. Still moving down. Mid.
She has 2 flashes. She has 2 flashes.
She doesn't care, though, Mimi. She doesn't care. And it doesn't matter. And that's how you play Reyna. That's how it works.
She's alone in mid. There's no one behind her to support. Her other teammate is behind a smoke. She has 2 flashes. I'm just gonna swing through dry because I'm Reyna and I'm better than you. And it works because Fluorescent is in fact better than you. I mean, she's just gonna keep bullying in mid with some of these swings. It is crazy how well that has been working for Team Fluorescent.
She's got the FIFA scoreline as well, the 7-1. You love to see it.
Is that FIFA or is that isn't that the Brazil scoreline?
Wasn't that the FIFA World Cup? Was that
Dude, I don't watch
Germany versus
football.
Brazil? You're right there.
Soccer? I'm saying both, so I don't anger either side.
I think if you say soccer, you automatically anger one side anyways, but you know, we'll talk to our soccer experts. We'll bring him in at some point.
There's another tech pause. Get the soccer ball out. We're going for it. This round, though, the only soccer ball thrown is that C's, and, well, the goal will be hit. That's a lobby control picked up for Team Fluorescent, but Starlight on the re-clear. They're successful at that. Nice cloudburst to separate the crossfire, and 2 big picks for Ziff.
They're going to lose Zoe, though, so a lot of the pressure they have on attack, a lot of the burst for the team is going to be denied for now. Ziff also down as he tries to move up short. This is going to change the strategy entirely for Team Starlight. Flor as well had some really good positioning and coverage all the way over in the deep sea, but after seeing the potential over disengage, going to be seeing Guapo move all the way back over into Garage to be able to have a little bit more control overall and a better angle as well to battle multiple players at once. Off angle close can be quickly turned into a wide. No haunt available either, so they have to try peek into this, and there's 2. Huge from Guapo. Perfect repositioning and a nice close round based off of one decision. The enemies are leaving the A site.
We need a summoning circle for a tactical pause. We need to get it going because this is where Team Starlight needs to take a deep breath for a second here and slow things down because these rounds are snowballing. 5 on the defense is already a good half. That's already acceptable. But Team Fluorescent is looking to go for so much more here. The consistent aggression out of Fluorescent, applying that pressure in mid has been great, and the extremity being held down by Guapo even better. You saw his cat towards short to re-clear, then he completely pivots halfway across the map, heads back towards Garage. The adaptability on that Fade player is a big asset.
This time it's not going to be that much to adapt to, as the entire team switching over to A, and this looks like this is a complete commit. Not to get Chow off the angle, but no one actually moves up to take over the position of entry on short. Everyone leaned over here as you see the push coming in from the defensive side all the way towards bottom mid as well. They know exactly what's going down in A. Everyone's trapped. Noya with a big shot on a Katarina as well. Starlight starts to move up. They have 1 rifle to be able to work with here. Ziff, it's all up to you now, my friend. He finds 1. Zealous is down. Flash is gone. Ziff on the right side too. Finds Noya, and now they're really pressuring the side. It's all about the flank though as it comes in. Will they see this coming in time? Long is open and Fluorescence there. Reyna active, 2 dismisses to grab as well. With the Empress active, it's time for royalty. It's time for a premium defuse. The C's as well will hold my friends back at sight. Ziff is not going to be able to move in. Fluorescent finds the kill anyways after the defuse. Add insult to injury. This is the pick we're talking about, Mimi, and it's on the spotlight right now. Up to 10 kills for Fluorescent. She's just walking in, taking shots, winning rounds.
Sure, the spotlight's on Fluorescent, but the backup singers really make the case, and Guapo is that guy. That utility in the post plant is just utterly disrespectful. 2 cats, a C's, a haunt, his entire kit. That is what? I'm trying to do some math here. I think that's minus 700 just to delay enough to get that defuse through. Doesn't matter though, because it works, and the delay was good. Unfortunate for Ziff to not be able to shut that one on down, but for Team Fluorescent, they'll just keep their ball rolling down this hill. Their cheese wheel, even. Have you ever seen the cheese roll rolling thing? It's totally off topic. I think it's a thing they do in the UK. Every year, people come and roll big wedges of cheese down a hill. It might not be the UK.
People roll down that hill. They throw the cheese, then they throw the people, right?
Are cheese people? Is that what you're getting at here?
No, not at all. I'm not even trying to be funny with it. I've just seen the people roll after the cheese as well. I was like, it's
this is a fully sincere discussion around the
yeah. Around the actual event. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen videos of it, and I've also seen Celsius do crazy things, just pushing up C long and not caring about what's really going down. 6-0, by the way, for Team Fluorescent. Now they're just having fun, it seems like. Let's just roll the wheel, push down bottom mid, see what happens, get a few kills.
The wheel has hit a bramble though. Slowed down for a moment, but there's a second wheel of cheese right behind Celsius, and that's the wheel that is unknown. Noya is sneaky in this one. No more trip to top, but the timing is critical here. She scopes up, has the aim, but doesn't have the timing on the shot. Now this rotation is perfect. They know where the final player of Team Fluorescent is, so they're just gonna jockey back towards his C site. Looking like Team Starlight might just find a round, but Chow, full utility, double smokes, TPs, paranoia, everything she could want, and she knows it's coming C.
Ooh, seen though, and I don't think that paranoia is gonna attack the right side. Prowler is actually gonna cancel out. Both sides scared and don't know what to do. Chow found out though. I think there's one more flower to send. Makes a step, so both players now know that she's over at Garage, but I don't think Brax actually hears it. Doesn't matter, the trust in Katarina. It's there. Team Starlight, first round on the board.
I feel like we're watching like a Fade trailer right now with the amount of utility that these two Fades are providing to their teams. And that one, Katarina, off of the Paranoia, has an instant reaction. Haunt deep on site. Cat sees everything to keep their opponent at bay and buy that reactionary gap to be able to win the round. Team Starlight finally on the board. The question is, can they convert momentum off of it? If you look at the ults, you'd think so. They have two of the absolute best assets to make and execute, or a post might happen with that Fade ult and the Breach ult.
Yeah, Nightfall, Rolling Thunder will come in, possibly over to that ace site, but they've been seeking aggression and watching it flow through from mid. So this time, it'll be tempered. Katarina sees it coming. You can't do much with a TP, and then Fluorescent coming in right after the fact. Seeing exactly what to do off that rendezvous. It's an aggressive Reyna and an op shot from Noya. You can't do much at all.
I mean, it is just boxes upon boxes of players holding that space. And on the other side, well, there's a swing coming through from Long and Zelsis on the shutdown. What a great flash. They hear the dash out of Brax, and the punish is there. Now only two left standing, and Zoe needs something big here, but Fluorescent doesn't lose those. It's a fact.
Has Fluorescent lost a single trade at all swinging yet?
I don't think so. I think she's only died once or twice. Yep, 12-3. Normal scoreline. Reasonable. Just your average player. Everyday Reyna player.
It's just another Monday. No issues.
Is it Monday today?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, you're in one of those type of weeks where you don't know what day it is. Mimi. You gotta touch grass. You gotta go outside.
I've been outside. Frequently. Often. More than you could ever know. Don't speak to my truth. You don't know it. You don't have the knowledge. You don't have the requisite information. Pivot here, though. Heavier towards C. It's been constant pressure towards the A lobby. Out of Team Starlight.
And Noya. You can't do much at all.
No, right, cannot really.
Absolutely not. There comes Fluorescent once again. Lost in shadows on every single side. Somehow still alive, though. Fluorescent and Noya, doesn't matter what map it is, doesn't matter what comp it is, always together. Always working things out. Nightfall dodged by Zoe, and that aftershock towards backside will buy players on Team Starlight a bunch of time. Double flash as well. They can't see anything. Somehow Noya still finds that shot. Hawk now winding down on the retake. Guapo sees one coming with Starlight with moves. Understands the pressure and how it's unfolding. Ziff will pick off a few more people trying to move on to the site. Passes smoke towards the back on the left. There's Noya with a long scope in hand. I don't think there's enough time to be able to zoom in, look, see, and shoot as to whoever you want to take down. It's just a matter of a back and forth song right now for the side of Starlight. Another round on the board. Momentum clearly shifting paces and tides as they find their groove on this half.
The groove has been found, but now you have to pose yourself the question, how many do they need to convert this one? I think 4 or 5, you're not in a great situation, but you're on a winnable one. If you look at the composition, it's solid on that defense, both the breach and that fade for that early pressure on the extremities. Set Brax and Ziff up for those early kills. There's still potential for Team Starlight to recover in this game. For Team Flor, it's just about like evening out their tilt. Pick up a few more rounds here on the defense, return to what works for you, and that they have. Heavy 2 towards A, heavy towards B. They're putting more pressure on the areas that have been frequented out of Team Starlight, and Noya with a ripper. Ziff was holding that angle. He was ready, but still not prepared for the pace that Noya gives.
Ziff, a lot of these times, has been the activator in a bunch of these rounds for Team Starlight too, so with him being down with the pressure on the off portion of the map, it's going to be tough for these guys on Team Starlight to be able to move around. They also know that wherever Ziff is where the rest of the team isn't. So you can see the bolsteration all the way over in Garage towards that seaside as well. Jump spots already coming in from Chow. Brax also moving that way.
And look at the change up here. Early it was 2 towards A. Now it's just 1 player there. They teleport towards spawn to clear that area. That can allow more rotates onto the seaside.
Gonna be huge. Null command coming in from Zelsis, but found out by Katarina, now overwhelming in the backside. But Fluorescent doesn't lose a single fight. Down to Starlight and Brax, and she's ready. Another one, no dismiss needed as she trusts the team.
Where are you?
Fake though from Brax's side. On the left, the Prowler goes in. Found out, scared. A second Prowler straight to the face, and from the backside comes Noya. Starts the game and the round with a big shot from the tour de force and ends that bicycle ride as well towards the back half of the round.
They just get knocked over. No wheels on that bike anymore. These retakes have been great. And notice they're not even retakes. There's only one round on that timeline where it was a spike defuse. They're not allowing Team Starlight to get that spike down in some of these executes because the rotates have been so quick. The kind of constant conditioning of pressure towards a short and the lack of this trademark in mid being broken consistently means that Team Fluorescent can rotate off of first contact. That is good for them and bad for them, but unlike Ascent, it has not really been punished thus far on this map of Haven.
A lot easier to respond all the way on Haven. It's not going to be a huge B to A rotate like it is on Ascent. The big thing for Team Starlight as well, when you ask the question, what were they cooking? Big round executes with ultimates, and they haven't had them for 2 rounds, so they need that back desperately if they want more success on this half.
Look at this again. The A lobby fight has been won. The Chambers just walked up in that position. Ziff can hold, and they have the cats to re-clear in mid.
Seen this happen with Noya before, though. Whenever she pushes close range on this A lobby fight, that's where the loss comes in. Ziff now with the team, so this will actually push Noya to move for that shot. Guapo now in pressure as well. Noya on that flank fast, but she actually gives it up. This is question marks in Brax's mind. What's happening behind me? Is the window open? Is the draft, the breeze too cold to actually overcome? And yeah, it's going to make so many questions arise for them. They have to move over to Garage.
And now Chow is alone. She has Paranoia here. Break contact, find one, fall away. Paranoia to delay. Fluorescent will be the closest help and should already start to charge over on this rotation. Chow, though, has to buy time, has to do something here with the Noya.
Paranoia in early. Not sure if everyone's going to be completely blind. Playing off that dark cover too, though. She can hear every footstep beside her.
30 seconds.
Creeping over from the right. Perfect shot. Almost lined up. Needed one more. Ziff will find another. Actually, seen by the Nightfall. And they can see exactly where that entire trail is curving. Not going to be this time for Fluorescent to clutch the round. Too much to handle. It's 2 faces looking at her. And the Titan finally falls.
What a great round out of Ziff in particular. They're picking 3 frags up, but I think what's critical there is finally there's a punishment on these fast rotations from Team Flor. They pressure A lobby just enough in the early round, then they pivot, heavy setup in mid towards B there. That pulls 3 players. They trade fairly evenly, and Noya finds a punish on the flank. They spotted 2 in mid, 1 towards A. They know it's a sole player rocking on that C site, and that space will be absolutely free. C has been the weakness for this entire half of Team Flor, but it hasn't really been exploited. That round it was.
Every time Team Starlight tries to exploit it, Guapo's alive and somewhere in the middle, stopping their fast, slow ebb and flow. On that round, they got to play slow towards the mid when everything goes down. This time, yeah, off that pick, off of a slower round start, they push fast towards that mid side of bottom B, but then slow it down again.
You see the download on the setup. At first it was DSL, it was awful. They were taking a lot of time to find these adaptations, but in these last few rounds, they've picked up the tendencies. Punish A lobby, that leaves B for free, but is it free when Zelsis is sitting just back behind the Aftershock to come through? He's found a gap within it, and this retake still very much doable, but the post plant established and the players stuck in towards mid.
All about utility for Team Starlight when it comes to playing these retakes. Brax, the last shot out to Guapo. Makes it a 3v3. Zoe's used a lot of her utility already, so it's all onto the shots now. Another concuss comes in. Sticking that defuse, though, all the way up to half, and the spray's going to be too much to handle. Ziff, the secret agent on site, will make that half 8-4 for Starlight. A nice comeback. You talked about needing 4 or 5. Maybe they're on the board, but now you can really see the uphill battle they have on the attacking side.
I mean, the pistol round is absolutely requisite if you want to make this comeback doable for Team Starlight. But like I talked about, this composition is solid for the defense. You have that 2 contact agent setup. That's what Team Fluorescent was running on the previous map. You saw their strength in the defense with both Fluorescent and, in that case, their chamber player on map number 1 of, I believe, Noya as well there. Taking these fights, being able to hold down towards the extremities really well. And that's the same true now here of Team Starlight. You see the Fade and the Jet are playing in conjunction, looking to fight a lobby. I did not spot if a Seize was purchased, but even though you don't have a nade to follow, you can still pressure with that Seize, get Brax to find something, and get out with his dash. Yeah, Seize is online, I believe. I think that's what's coming.
Yep. We'll buy them time, even we'll put more question marks on the side of Team Flor. So what's happening short, nothing really goes down. The biggest thing I'm excited for right now is the combination of Zelsis and Flor and pushing sights. That Lear plus flash drive combination makes it so that even if you want to shoot Menace blind down, you're not going to be able to. You'll be blinded by Zelsis, and you'll have the attack go super fast. A nice burst, but they need to be in position for that right now. It seems like they're going for it. Noya with a big shot onto Zoe, gets to a garage, and that just breaks the defensive formation apart completely. We see Brax already rotating back. They have to change something entirely as B and garage are now open.
But the setup could be a bit tricky here. A player up tall and finding one off to the, you suspect the close corner. Guapo's walking straight into it, needs to clear, and he'll find it a second, looking to pull through. Brax, though, for one. The trade is quick from the player swinging past short, and now Ziff has to do it all. Barely any HP, and well, no chance left in that one. A 1 versus 3 now with the clutch.
You don't talk about how much a dismiss can break your rhythm when it comes to controlling what happens down in a site. Do too much to Starlight here, but there's a chance for maybe for Ziff to clutch that out overall. Yeah, he's gonna be able to. Flor's gonna be able to find things onto Starlight there easily. It's so tough. I feel like Ziff could have easily got one or done a little bit of damage. You got one shot off on the Fluorescent, and then the dismiss comes in, but it makes your classic basically half a mag empty. You have nothing to be able to, you know, conversate with other players when it comes to shots to faces, and you get absolutely tripped out. So tough there to be able to hit for him to do anything in that 1v3. Past that, on the Sentaiko's side, it's going to be another, it looks like almost a push. They're going straight forward. The C's will be there to slow that momentum.
Interesting change, though. They're expecting a C long push early, so Chao's going to TP up top of this box. You see Omens play this position quite often to deny aggression. Aggression isn't going to come, but they're comfortable playing slow. Already have spotted that Fade Cat, and they'll be exchanged either way. That Prowler clearing towards short, but A long control is the issue. A lot of teams love these just heavy long hits. You re-clear short, you pinch it in the late round, which means long is a priority for both sides, and that flash is great. It sees as well to get Zelsis stuck in the corner, and all these players in trouble. The utility is excellent, and Ziff there to punish Zelsis. Needs to fight back for more. He's found two, nearly third onto Zoe, and whoa, what is that? She's just bunny hopping. She's just jumping, vibing, living her life. It does not matter for Fluorescent because she finds the kill regardless.
As she gets all this pressure down, as they really commit to this A fight, Noya has found a way to flank all the way almost into the spawn of Team Starlight. So the rotation coming in, even if she doesn't find anyone right now, the information that Team Flor has on exactly how Team Starlight's moving is going to be astronomical. Noya now setting up for a free pick as Knives usually out on this side. Brax sees one corner coming. She has the perfect peek, and another after the fact will be traded out by Chao. What a nice way to get to double digits for Team Flor every round. It's like supreme speed to ending off this match. They want to even out the score to 1-1.
Yeah, still a very close attempt there out of Team Starlight, but they forced into the round, and that means they're kind of losing out on a lot of potential momentum here. They don't want to force back in. They'll go back onto a lesser buy, a couple pistols, Bucky, whatever you can muster. But Team Fluorescent overall is looking good. They had an excellent reaction to the heavy setup towards long. Well, they lost a few players early. Zelsis got him a couple kills. Gave the time the gap to react and re-hit towards that C site to find that success. Heavy setup in garage, though. Both those contact agents holding things down, but I believe both spotted, and a Haunt as well to confirm that information.
So the Haunt actually chased down Brax the whole way, and Guap knows exactly where Ziff is going to be too. That was the fastest round we've seen so far, make it all the way up to 11, and this is where Team Starlight really has to just bunker down, play perfect from here on out. Thing is, I mean, from what we've seen so far, it takes them so long to adapt.
They never even had the spike that round. The spike was just sitting in spawn, and everyone was just running, farming ecos. If it works, it works. All good. 11 for Team Flor. Has to be a near perfect attempt at the comeback for Team Starlight.
Teleport's ready.
And the question around the setup is where do they go with things here, right? You have your chamber hunkered down towards mid. Again, this heavier setup towards A, but it feels like pretty much no rounds have they gotten that early lobby control.
It's not only that, to win rounds, it costs them rounds so far from what I've seen. So the biggest issue I'm looking at right now is just how do they just translate everything they're doing so far in terms of game plan into perfection. Fluorescent to be able to leer into the smoke, and after that a flash drive right out of it. So the combination of flashes excellent from the attacking sides. Up towards the back though, they smell something fishy. Ziff gets a huge catch, Guapo and Fluorescent down, and then Chao after the fact as well. The tools of the trade that these players use to get on the sites gonna be completely broken. Starlight gonna be another one to take down and just absolutely splinter, fracture Team Fluorescent's chances. What a spot to be in too. The hesitation to move on to site was just used perfectly for the side of Team Starlight. With the Noya to clutch this, and we've seen this before, but that's when every single player was close to each other, reacting and playing the game properly. If you give her 3 1v1s, can she win all of those? Well, there was one. Second on the backside, then yeah. When it's a crossfire like that, it's impossible. So that's one way to take the clutch queen down.
2 left alive. They will convert onto that round, but it was a good attempt from Zelsis to try and bring things back there after Zip's initial flank found success for Team Starlight. But the question is, how much can you build off of that? 1 round will never be enough, and that was just kind of the pseudo bonus round for Team Fluorescent. They have a little bit more in the tank now, and with this null command, I wouldn't be surprised if they look to go something a little bit faster. You see those pings coming out towards mid. Looks like they want to deny aggression in a short, and then finish things with pressure towards mid. And early on, I think it is just that knife going in, denying that space in short. Now, everyone will regroup in mid, and it actually does look like there's going to be a C-split instead, but look towards C long. That Omen has walked up. That's a 1v1. Omen v Omen in long, which is going to have big implications on this round.
Trademark not instantly popped either, so they weren't exactly sure how many people are going to be on each side. Judge all the down with Starlight, though, is going to be a big fault into the plan, and yeah, okay, at least the Prowler can give you a little bit of space to take things over, but no smokes for the side of Team Flor now. This will give a lot of room and extra time for Team Starlight on the retake. Here it already comes. Sees all the way towards the back right side. They're actually stopped on this side. They can't move. Katarina stuck, and Zelsis will peek out. What is C's to play off of? Sometimes most smoke might be the way to go. They see the lights, and Team Flor gets the match points.
Incredible work out of them. The C's to react off the utility, that was just in hand. Guapo was waiting, patient for that piece of utility. Throws it at the perfect time and completely stalls out the retake. The only flash they had was the one that was initially used there by Zoe. And it was just too little and too soon, I suppose. Normally I'd say too late, but the C's, I mean, is just ahead of time. Now, that point secured. Team Flor looking to push us to a third here. And the buy for Team Starlight is very much scrappy. Brax has an op. I guess that's one silver lining you have in this.
Brax needs to find something right now. We know how slow it is for Team Flor to get all the way over to A long. They actually speed it up so fast. Brax has to be split-second clicks, and he doesn't find it at all.
You're not Fluorescent. Not going to happen on that one. Swinging through the smokes. Not going to quite work out, and Spawn already re-cleared. They've held on to this space perfectly fine to reset out of this A site with the man advantage for Team Fluorescent.
It's not about getting the spike down, though. They just want to shake up the entire formation of exactly what Team Starlight's doing. Way back in Spawn, 2 players just winning for any types of flanks. They've kind of just jumbled that jar now. And Team Starlight not only panicked about the game ending, but about what's happening on the map in this round. They don't know anything. And on the re-clears, on the getting back to different positions, they find another pick and will take it straight back to A. Look at the way they're just moving around this entire team. Team Fluorescent, whoever's shot calling for you right now, give them a medal, give them an award. They have a free A site going right in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, no one in a position to contest Katarina. I mean, it would be nigh on suicide to fall from heaven that early. She has to wait for her team, and maybe she's going to try and make a play. Doesn't have a haunt to react off of, but it's destroyed instantaneously. And look at the Omen ulting into Spawn. There's a flank ready. This retake is going to be so difficult.
That ult is so deep as well. Oh my goodness, insult to injury once again. Noya finds another. The insurance is active on all sides. Team Flor bring it back 13-5. Almost a no contest for them. This map was easy.
I mean, what? If it hadn't been that crazy overtime performance out of Team Starlight at the final hour, though, this would have been a 2-0. I mean, it was very close to that. Because Team Fluorescent come into their opponent's map choice, and they look so incredibly dominant. We were both Reina doubters. We both, again, have apologized. Because the pick works out, the aggression on the defensive side is perfect, and then it's really just a formality when you have such a dominant defense on Haven to close things out with a few nice mid-rounds on the attack.
Absolutely, the way that you have Fluorescent on that agent, as well as Noya just playing the rest of the map so perfectly, ebb and flow with Fluorescent on the other side. It's almost like they're, you know, singing a song off beat. It's so hard for Starlight to react and actually understand the rhythm of the game on Haven when you have such a rogue agent on the team almost from the side of Fluorescent. Past that, everyone's still working in tandem, using speed very well on the attacking side as well, with the added pressure of being up 4 rounds, 8-4 off the half. It was awesome from Team Fluorescent to just use advantage so well after the half and while the game was starting as well to just win that entire map.
And the initiator utility was so excellent out of Team Flor in that one. Zels is obviously a fantastic individual on that KO. We saw it at the LCQ when he was playing at Sentinels. We see it in this tournament again. That agent looks so comfortable for him. And on the other side of the coin, Guapo with that fade was great, right? Those cats on the reclear for the retakes on the defense. Some of the seizes to provide pressure there. Even when they were on the attack, denying those retakes with his util. It was always really well timed. Like, coordination was on point for Team Flor.
It wasn't even just his util. For Guapo, it was that one key round where he's just sitting in garage and gets that 3K all the way. Just him entirely making that move shatters the economy overall for Team Starlight as well. So that was a key round, and no matter what player you paired him with, he just looked absolutely great on that supportive role, whether it was Fluorescent, whether it was Noya as well on the backside of a retake. It was just huge from him overall to hold one side of the map and be so effective on the retake as well when the action didn't come to him at all.
Yeah, well, a slobber knocker in map number 1, and a closeout here, a clean one in map 2 for Team Fluorescent. Still one more map left. It's Breeze to decide who's continuing in the upper bracket for the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational right after this break. Welcome back to the action here for the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational. We've headed to a final map in our first series of the day. Team Fluorescent versus Team Starlight. And Shio, map number 2, well, the first one was incredibly close, was so much more one-sided, with Team Fluorescent taking the dominant victory there.
Yeah, there was a little bit of action and I guess a breath of life on the side of Team Starlight towards the back half of that first attacking side. Unfortunately, though, when they had their chance to start to, just ram against the wall, they went straight over 13-5, an easy sweep. Some highlights from this one, too. Fluorescent kind of giving us a little bit of foreshadowing on how things go down. That Reyna pick, Mimi, it really just threw everything for a tussle towards that entire match.
I mean, it might not be, the best way to play Valorant. This is the perfect way to play on Haven, but, it's really tough to play against a player that just is swinging through a smoke and whose micro is just so good that she's guaranteed to at least kill one person and get out because of the dismiss. I mean, even in some of these rounds, her aggression, running down C-long, running down A-long, super fast in these flanks if she's not in the right position to initially react. And, well, that trend continued as we got towards this second half. Fluorescent was great on these entries. Celsius as well. We talked about him a little bit before the break. The way he's playing this KO is super nice to not only give himself some of those moments, but sometimes kind of set Fluorescent up for some of these crazy players.
Absolutely. The support that Fluorescent had was just second to none. We had, as you mentioned, Celsius on one of the sides and then Guapo on the other, just making sure everything was held down properly. Past that as well, you look at the rest of the team on coverage for the rest of the map. Chao, Noya looking really good at the extremities, really good at just being anchors overall. Everyone played their roles perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, that game was really just a flattening for the side of Team Starlight. Like you said, there was a breath there for but a moment, but nothing to come. So instead, from a breath, we get a breeze as our map number 3. This one, I'd almost expect to maybe go back to some of the chaos we saw in map number 1, because this is one of those maps that really does come down to the brawl. This is where players like Fluorescent, like Brax, will shine in these just crazy fights for mid so often.
Yeah, this is a map that I feel like specifically for Fluorescent as well. I think me and you have specifically watched and even played with her in situations where she's just going crazy. When you give her room and you have a little bit more room on Haven, as you can see, compared to Ascent, to move around and do your own thing, be isolated. If Fluorescent, when she has that situation, she pops off, and on Breeze, Mimi, it's available so much more.
Yeah, I mean, if Ascent is Zoe's map with the Breach, this is Fluorescent's map with the Jet. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe she pulls out the Neon here, goes back to the Reyna. The pick doesn't matter, the play style does, because on the defense, she will be charging into you pretty much every round, similar to what we saw on Haven, if not even more so with the aggression. I'd expect Celsius to continue with that KO, using his flashes to fight for space. This team will continue their proactivity. And for Team Starlight, the onus is really on them to find a reaction, because some of those players that were so impactful in the first map really fell quiet in the second. Sure, there was a couple moments out of Ziff, but he was critical to their success in the first map. Zoe as well, having a tougher time getting value out of her Breach on that second map.
Yeah, and also when it comes to the Chao versus Starlight overall controller type of situation, this map is where you can really see, the difference really rise. Both of those players, I feel like, will have to step up, gain some control. When you have a fake goal from maybe the A to B side, you have that retake, you have the Viper ultimates in play as well. You have to be able to lock things down. It's actually Celsius who might be rocking that situation. Guapo will maybe pick that up, and Zoe with the Viper on the side of Starlight.
Yeah, I think that we will see the bench comp for the side of the defense here, as I like to coin it, where you have the double initiators between your Sova and your KO. You have a Jet as your duelist, and then you have Chamber Viper. Pretty much everyone plays that at the pro level. It's just really optimal on this map. Getting those KO flashes through Viper walls, the Sova utility is all awesome. But on the other side, it's chaos. Completely different variant. We don't have a Sova. We have a Reyna in the mix. It's double initiator with 2 flash agents. I mean, this comp just screams aggression.
Yeah, if this was an MMO and you could give both sides maybe just an archetype of a character, I think for the defenders, it'd be like a mage pretty much, looking at long-range information, casting a lot of things from the backside and playing off information. For the other side, you're just right, Mimi. It's absolutely scrappy. We're going monk levels, a fighter, someone who wants to just be in the business. Starlight tossing flashes, Brax playing off of them as well. Delirious coming in, Ziff maybe playing a faster version of that KO comparatively to the Celsius. It's going to be a lot of fun to see. I think Katarina and Noya as well, depending on how they have their lurks and their sentry position set up, it'll dictate the pace for the match as well, and kind of maybe hopefully hold both teams on the line and inside the ride as we start to go on to this final map 3.
I've loved just the descent into chaos for Brax's agent picks. Such a Sova. Good, honest agent. I'm here to support my team and provide good informational utility. Map number 2. Jet, Okay, you're a little bit more self-sufficient, but you're still there for your team. You're dashing in, you're providing some of those, like, it's just the entry to set your squad up for success. And now at number 3 is just done. Oh, I saw Reyna do pretty well last game. Might as well lock that one in. Just go fully into the chaos, fully into the frags. He's done with that supportive lifestyle.
Yeah, he's like, oh, we playing Reyna out here? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. So, at 3 started, we're on Breeze. And already it looks like a little bit of a B angle. Katarina was not supposed to be found, but luckily it's just her that gets scanned. Might just be an inkling of, hey, this is just another chamber alert. That being said, Brax is up close and personal. Will not have the option of the dismiss. Still challenges as it's getting healed up all the way. Entire team will be able to just walk right behind and good to see exactly what to do next. Should be absolutely fine.
Elsa's already has a flank working through, and his teammate has fallen, but I'm not sure if they actually spotted him working through. Both Zoe and Ziff lying together in a bit of a connector there, and also still an opportunity to find potential here. His flank really has to find something bigger, else this Viper will just thrive in the retake. He finds the first one, provides the knife for support, now pressure from 2 angles, and Noya claims another.
Up for Zelsis to win this fight over at the flank connector, and he does now. That site really getting pinched. Okay, Zelsis, you are online and can't be stopped. Scan on the backside of Starlight has to be forced to push all the way towards the right. She is going to be stopped to Zelsis. Too hot to handle.
Dude, I don't know. We were talking about it ahead of the show, but I think the Reaver Ghost is just good. It's just a buff. It's just different.
Is it not pay to win? I swear to God, it has to be.
It has to be. It has to be. Something on those lines. I don't like to be a skin Andy, but sometimes you gotta be. You know, sometimes the situation demands change, and Zelsis is forcing that. What a big round to start things off for him. That's a tough one to be losing for Team Starlight. The post front was looking really nice. They don't suspect the second player. That was Zelsis working his way through that flank. So now, we'll have to see how much damage they can do. Turf up for Brax. They'll be getting a little freaky with that Reyna.
We'll go around the curve towards cave. This is unfortunate for Ziff. Unable to really toss that knife down halls. They don't know exactly what they're really dealing with, and people already got into positions. That smoke meter, though, for Viper. The gas already taken down, so the wall's not going to be able to actually come up from the attacking side just yet. They'll have to wait about 7 seconds. As a result, Katarina finds one. Classics will not be able to penetrate that wall, but Starlight's Ghost will be able to find his shot range true. Ziff with the acrobatics. Gets way deep, and now it's all to pull down the line. Finds one as the window opens. He wants to really make them feel the pain here, but he's not going to find much else but just bright flashing lights. No feature for that one either. It's just going to be him on site alone. That track over as Guapo finds a way to still have a voice inside this round. All the way to a 1v1. Guapo, can the superhero save the day? Flying in with a big cape, but it gets caught on a little bit of the backside. He tries to move in straight towards the site. Up around the pyramid. Snake bite on the left. Banking on the push straight past it. Guapo looking to be as efficient on the movement as possible. Walking the whole ways away. Does Ziff read it? No! And he does save the round. Huge from Guapo, but nice damage from the side of Team Starlight as well.
I mean, massive damage. He's looking for that Vandal, but just too late to be able to recover in that one. For Team Fluorescent, I mean, I think, again, they're biting off more than they can chew. It was a whole split setup for Team Starlight. They elected to actually fighting for it. They give so many of those duels that are advantageous to Team Starlight. Even if they have the worst weapons, they can still combine, use their utility to success. This composition thrives on the flashes, and in that round it did. Still, not enough against Guapo. He had the right position and the right timing to win it, but now they have this tough choice, this tough decision path. Do we reforce or do we save? And, well, it'll be a hero rifle, the decision. Just coming out for Fluorescent, and it's already finding value. Head ripped off of Starlight.
Starlight down, the flash is gone for now. For Brax, will have not much to play with. At the same time, how useful will a flash be if you have your defender aggressing? Guapo trying to find something, but Katarina saw it coming, was lying in wait. Desperation on the defense from Team Flor. Don't have the guns, they have to get risky with their bodies in their position. Zelsis now trapped. Brax will let him just be free. He doesn't want to get flashed whatsoever. Is really wary of that flank. Katarina, though, weak from the previous fight. Fluorescent, you talk about the hero rifle. She's turned every single character on her team, every single teammate, to super buffed heroes as well, as they all pick up Vandals. All the way up to Zoe now. The confidence from Fluorescent is going to be enough to get her scanned and push her off the site. 2v2, rifles on both sides.
And a molly down. Zoe's aware that both these players are coming back from main. The flash is excellent out of Ziff, and he has another to pressure as well. This post punt will be super tough to break. That Sova has to swing through, and there's just no opportunity. Molly with a flash behind it. A tough one to convert. The arrow rifle finds damage, but nothing more.
Not enough power packed behind that final push when you know everyone's coming in from cave. Not much really to do there. Guapo as well getting a little bit impatient with that push. That's going to be a lot of info for Team Starlight to work with. They'll be slowing down these rounds a lot, so I think their biggest obstacle will be getting onto sites and actually getting that spike down in the moment of time, the window they create to get there. If even Guapo or just one person is close and personal, takes out a few players, you turn that 15-second window into a 5-second window, you make that spike planting pressure really, really difficult. So not much else going to happen for now, though. Brax, I think this man has been the leader so far in how these rounds go, what the pace is looking like. Always the one to find that first pick. This time he has his sight sets on Chow.
There. Setup is interesting here for Team Fluorescent. Super heavy towards B. All three players set up on that side of the map, and the Sova just playing the swing to defend towards mid. Pretty common setup, but it does apply a lot of pressure towards Fluorescent alone on A. You see those silent jump peaks coming through, but Ponytail will be spotted over the top, forcing her to concede a bit of space here. Doesn't want to bite too much. In a critical position, and Noya gets bit. What a shot out of Brax.
I'm seeing it here. His resume actually has haircut specialist also there. So
a man of many talents.
Using everything that he can. And once again, chaos on this side. We talked about Team Starlight really thriving when things get messy. They cause the mess and back up completely. Clean up on aisle A for now, as they do bait out. Or they actually use their own null command to push all the way onto the site. Nothing really stopping them. Now it's just sight lines. Fluorescent on stairs. Brax will just climb up and take her out.
And he wants more in this one as well. Drops down another for Brax. The third picked up in the last standing towards spawn. It's Chow. She'll swing forward. She spots one out, but it's just not enough. Ziff and Brax in conjunction close out. The aggression on the Reyna is excellent there for the second of Team Starlight.
It's slow, patient art with Brax on the tip of that spear every time they do end up executing another song. This time it was mid to A. Previously it was a wait from Guapo from B. Right now Starlight's really dictating that pace when it comes to these rounds that do have weapons on both sides. Once again though, for the side of Team Flor, they're rocking with another hero rifle. This is where they've done the most damage when Starlight has a buy, but they are pushing that bank to its absolute account limits. They're really raking up the cash right now, so even a little bit of a misstep should be fine for them to keep going and have another purchase in the bag. Not be the same for Team Flor. The hero rifle, the desperation. Even if they win this round, they want to survive. A misstep on the Guapo. Brax really switching up how he wants to play the tunnels and the entrance all the way over to B. Wall up is wobbly aggressive, and he has the option for the dismiss. Just has to clear back sights. He's going to run into 3 people if he goes for Arch, though. Staying close and personal so you can play with that dismiss. Here we go on both sides. Zip will find the one on the right. Brax not ready for another player coming in from the left. Celsius a bit too fast on his feet. It's looking like just another day at the job. A 9 to 5 for Team Starlight once they get on the site. The retake's so hard for Fluorescent to be able to just penetrate or do any type of damage whatsoever.
Yeah, it doesn't look possible in this one. More damage would be the goal. You see they are just kind of setting up to play for exits. But I believe that Team Starlight will likely just want to walk back towards main, and there shouldn't be too much at risk here. And indeed, there will not. Both Starlight and Zoe on the shutdown. The third picked up some good momentum building for Team Starlight. I think the biggest thing I've liked about their attack is how willing they are to pivot. I think a lot of teams when they play Breeze, especially when it's these kind of newer pug squads and not necessarily a super structured team, is that they get really caught into an initial idea, because this map does kind of behoove you to want to just go for those faster side execs, right? We just quick piece, split mid into B, and commit to that play wholly. But for them, they've been really willing to reset in this mid round, and as long as they kind of punish Fluorescent, who has often been walking up in mid, they're allowed to find those rotations, and it's been super successful in these last few rounds.
We'll have a lot of control all the way over at A, but will not solve the mid issues that you're talking about, maybe for the side of Team Fluorescent. Viper's Pit now down. Understand that B is now going to be a little bit easier to take overall without having any of the smokes in the way. Brax will also understand that Guapo, the person who was playing over at Tunnel, is not going to be doing the same thing for the moment. Everyone's stitched up, so he's being really careful as to what to do next. He sees the rifle. Okay. They say hi, hello, exchange some greetings. Possibly postcards, and then she lands the shot. Katarina ready for the TP, though. We'll find that trade. Chow not going to find anything in transition. No, Ziff will go down, so lots of powerful utility. She wants more. Greed might be her downfall here, and yeah, exactly that. A bad position will give Katarina so much control of the site. That Viper Spit going down as well. Tangent with the spike. Weston has found a timing and finds a spray. Up to her to save the day.
Yeah, that it is, but this pit is down still, and there's not really any great utility to make this retake happen. Zoe, for a flash, falls up through it, to fight through, but no one to receive on the other side, and now a wrap all the way back around. It's Starlight for one, but the Seekers are great in these situations, swimming within the pit. They need to find him in the pool, but Zoe's the one to fall. Now Starlight in a 1 versus 2, and Fluorescent quick to swing on the angle and quick to clutch the round.
I like the way they chose their own adventure on how they actually attacked that pick. Both players pulling in from that backside. So much space cleared. A lot of the times you see pincer maneuvers coming in, but that gives 2 one-on-ones to the player who's playing defense inside the pit. Right there, you just saw Fluorescent and Zelsis sticking together. Zelsis winning that spray battle as well against Guapo, or against Zoe, excuse me. Absolutely huge. And because of that, they end up winning that round with the trade at the end as well. Nice retakes when it's close and personal, Mimi. I'd almost say stop using the Viper Spits and keep it long range battles, because that's what they seem to be winning on the side of Team Starlight.
What I really like when teams do is they put a Viper Pit that gives you an escape path, right? For the first 20 seconds of that spike ticking, you pop up the pit, force him to invest utility to clear you out, and then you walk back main in the late round and let that pit fall, or even manually drop it, so that you kind of completely change the paradigm of the round. And now you're holding a post from a completely different position. You see those pivots a lot with Viper players, but in that one, they were kind of locked in because that pit kept them in the mid side. But to focus on the round at hand here, it's going to be another one of these attempts at the split towards A. Notice Fluorescent setup, though. She's playing off the contact of that trademark. Once that trademark is activated, she can swing and fight off of it towards the site, though. Players here and ready. It's Noya and Zelsis holding down the fort.
Has the angle here. Portal Force active. Dropped off for no, but she can jump up on top of yellow. See a shot. Fluorescent does not have the patience to be able to play off that trip. Want a little bit of information. And Katarina was the one that could wait longer. Starlight as well, slowly moving around water and the fence. Guapo once again asking what just happened on the A site. I can't have a Viper Spit every single round, guys, please. It's all good,
The
though.
life of a Viper player on Breeze. I think, okay, let's have a discussion here. Which role is more miserable? Viper on Breeze or Sage on Icebox?
Viper on Breeze. Sage on Icebox is still kind of fun, you know? You're still in the
Really?
business. Yeah.
Planting every round, popping down a wall, and like losing half your HP to mollies, and
I
maybe
feel
getting a
alive.
spike down?
You know? I still feel I get to interact, at least with utility. But like, right here, I'm just practicing for like a marathon.
The sprint versus the marathon. But unfortunately, Guapo gonna run out of energy on that one. Heat exhaustion hitting him, and Ziff taking him. One rifle will get saved in the next, though. Chow will keep her Vandal on line, so something, at least for Team Fluorescent here.
Love to see it. What are other good comparisons? If it's not just a Sentinel role, what are other miserable moments of roles inside the game? Do you like watching Halls solo in Breeze as any character? Isn't that so much fun?
That's so much fun. That's awesome. I think being a Sova that's responsible for both Halls and Nest at the same time is a rough one. It's a
so
rough
nice.
one because you just get timings by a Chamber or a Jet who walks up Halls and die like half the time. It's unfortunate, really. What is fortunate is, well, maybe that this bait setup could work the attacking side. However, they elect to not really commit to that. Fluorescent falls away, so too does Zelsis. She'll use the dash early there as she'd activated off the rip. But what can this hero rifle do? Are there any heads to be riff on this hit towards that?
They don't want to identify exactly where she is, where that rifle actually is set up to get a sense of it. Brax, once again, Noya, too much to cover. When moving down the ways of mid and pillar, we'll be able to spot her out. Zelsis is going to be able to pick up exactly what she had as well. That might be a second type of rifle, or at least a Marshall, something that could be used with. They're going to go straight back over to A. They've pushed so many people back and possibly, yes, exactly rotated Zelsis off, so it'll be an easier 2-for-1 setup here. Starlight looking so good off of playing on this wall, off playing off of water. Huge pop flashes on both sides. She can stay focused. Does not need to take her gun down if you have your home player rocking it and throwing flashes. Now, once again, Guapo really getting his cardio up. He was already in Nest this time. He saw things coming. We saw the A take alive and active.
It's only a half marathon now. If you can win this, maybe you can put the bumper on the back of the car, the 13.2. If you can win 1v5 with the Sheriff. Not happening, though. Ziff on the back end will deny that one. So 5-3. Team Starlight really starting to run away with things here on this attacking side. And I think that double flash comp has been such a huge part of it. You see, on the way that they execute A there, normally you need a pretty heavy presence, either holes or mid to help with a split when you're executing that site. But with their setup, they're comfortable to do the closer Viper wall. That gives a lot of space to the defense. They just have 2 agents to fight through on one side. You have Zelsis pummeling flashes, or excuse me, not Zelsis, Ziff with those flashes going back. You have Starlight with her flashes as well. You even have those Reyna flashes for Brax if you want to use those to continue that fight, to continue that pressure. It allows you to be a proactive in the post plan on a map that is kind of hard to do so on.
Absolutely, and the big thing too for Team Starlight is that they kind of have their backs against the wall and can see everything happening in front of them. They're not getting picked in transition. We saw that one round where the Viper split went down and Chow got a few picks on the Sova all the way towards B main. That's not happening for the moment. Everyone can just stay together. No one's flanking in from halls. It all looks good. And once again, they go for a push.
Look how much respect is being given. This Viper wall comes up, and everyone is playing behind it for the defense. They're playing into the strengths of their opponent's composition, but now we see that proactivity. Fluorescent swinging forward. Zelsis has his own flashes, but he's disabled for now from that KO ultimate, and he'll fall. Starlight with the revenge, but Fluorescent has the timing. She's got the shot for 2. Dash online. She'll hunt for more here, but Katarina punishes the aggression, and now it stays even. Looked tough for Team Starlight, but it's a 3v3, and Brax towards mid will punish. Shot to 1, the second off the spray. This Reyna is farming, and Team Starlight are rolling.
The game for Team Flor is trying to find some gaps inside the execute, inside the move into sight. But right now, everything when it comes to Team Starlight's gameplay is glued together, absolutely shut. Completely cocked between the tiles. There's nothing escaping in terms of air, pressure, or sight lines in between their players. Even when Fluorescent has an opening, Katarina's there with the op. We almost forgot about Brax being at mid doors. In that 2v2, it almost seemed like, I feel like Starlight still has the advantage to win, but they had that powerhouse still up and active. Both him, Ziff, up top, 10 kills. We're going to keep things going. Ziff now finally stopped down as Zelsis gets active. A huge chance for a shot from Katarina. Denied, but the focus is actually on B. Seeker's used. Flash put in as well. The util combo going to be good for Guapo to be able to work off with, but doesn't find the next shot onto Zoe. They'll have the site for now. No pit ready just yet. Up to Fluorescent to be a little bit more dynamic and maybe stop this site blocking down before it gets completely secured away. Brax, still not safe just yet. Zoe, not comfortable in this spot. They have to wait for that wall to come back up to get out.
Brax, his ultimate popped. He wants to be that first contact to take a fight. You get a kill with Empress, you get free information with that dismiss. The ult's already popped. They're heading straight back into this retake.
It was Zelsis who was the key in the last time the site was taken for that retake. This time, though, that lock is going to stay shut. Katarina with another one as her and Zoe go absolutely huge on the round. Big for Team Starlight. Up to the biggest lead I've seen them have in a match so far against Team Fluorescent, 7-3. They're looking completely momentous and absolutely unstoppable.
I mean, this attack side has just been excellent. Katarina, when it's not the lurks, it's just holding towards that spawn side. That operator has been excellent on this attacking side because Team Fluorescent, they feel that their solution is to get ahead of these flash executes, to fight space in mid, to fight space in elbow. But that's not working when Katarina is holding. And because she's chamber, she just resets in the mid round, holds main to help in the post.
The big thing too, the switch up from that last map, we saw Guapo, Chow helping out Fluorescent and Celsius, putting them in spots with util. The aim didn't matter as much, and that was the relationship they would support first. Now, this entire team of Fluorescent is relying on Fluorescent and Celsius to make risky plays like this, have them pay off. They do this time for now, huge for Fluorescent on the push-up, but this Mimi doesn't happen every single round. They're waiting for 2 players to get active. If they get put on ice, if they're playing up against 5 different players on Team Starlight, they don't get active, the rest of the team sleeps too, and that's why it's 7-3.
Yeah, you have to have that activation across the board for your squad. Off that initial loss of a player, there'll be a bit of a reclear. Starlight sends one of her flashes towards halls, realizes that Fluorescent is reset deeper. So they disengage from that area of the map, and now elect to send things back towards this A site. Zelsis is a high flash to get him off the angle. He expects Katarina opping in spawn, and he's correct in that assumption. No follow-up though. Brax, however, will take down Noya. Now this round open back up, and the spike coming down.
Katarina is just too good on the side of Cave, but Zalsis is pissed. He's mad, tired of doing the slow type of retake. He wants to take the aim straight to the brain of these players.
One enemy remaining.
Moving over a slow creep on the left side of sight. Guapo is allowed to play the game as well for this round, and they make it 7-4.
Guapo activated. He has had a tough one. They're never pressuring him. He's just playing retake simulator, and all his teammates are falling early. But this time, Team Fluorescent get proactive. Find that initial pick and don't overheat. Crucially, no one is swinging forward. No one is taking huge risks. Zelsis even falls back from his forward position. Uses a flash to get away. These are good things for Team Fluorescent. The discipline really improving in this one. They find a critical round here. If they could get that up to 5-7, would be massive, but Team Starlight still with some great resources. Katarina has a Tour de Force active, still a plentiful buy, and Zoe has that pit if they can find a post plant here.
I like that switcher from Team Fluorescent as well.
You want to play?
It's all about just getting Celsius back in the mid instead of Noya. They have a lot of control there, but that's exactly what Team Starlight was missing. They're back in the mid now, super fast. Brack's not even there with that push. Usually he's the controller in terms of who's allowed to go in and out of this side. Drone not going to find much either. Let's see Zoe backing all the way towards A, so that might change up the way Child plays. Yeah, she's going to go straight back into spawn, move all the way towards that side. Noya's posted up and can't see who comes out and who doesn't. Zelsis does not care about being flashed either. But the way things are set up now, this push way deep in the halls, no one covering it either. That trademark will go down soon. And then after the fact, everyone's going to get shifted on the side of Team Fluorescent.
Zelsis wants to get aggressive, almost finding the punish onto Starlight. So he's just at the edge of her boot. She runs around the corner. Will be a hit towards A, but look at this off angle. Noya close, but the knife forces her back. Still, utility to delay here. Zelsis dumping everything to stall out this hit.
There's 3 players here. The side of Team Fluorescence are absolutely ready. Not going to find much else, though.
That's so good, too. The second that the knife comes down, Noya is holding the line. And the moment that that Viper's wall falls, she's ready to take the fight. Fluorescence doesn't find the shot. That's an unfortunate whiff. Divine, because now the odds are even, and Team Starlight have a wide opening towards B. Only one player to hold. This has to be Guapo.
He's done it in positions before, dodging 2 flashes as well as B-Hops start to come in. Easy for Guapo, just by the time. One more snake might do the damage at least. No shots left in the rifle. It'll be enough for now, but that Viper spit might change everything entirely. Noya playing with time on the backside. The whiffs from Brax. Not going to be enough to stop her down. That pit will fall. Chow knows exactly where Brax is as well. Team Flor have the advantage of position. Brax the advantage of time, but Celsius with his third eye sees Brax over the ledge. An easy pick off in a 7-5.
Team Fluorescent, I mean, what a great rally back. This game started so rough for them. Team Starlight was piling the momentum on. Their executes with this double flash composition were great, but Team Fluorescent found their solution. And it was kind of re-aggressing in mid, putting an emphasis on that area of the map and emphasizing these retakes as well. Celsius and Fluorescent, a great rally back towards the later throws of that half to make those few rounds happen. Still, 7-5. It's great for your attacking side out of Team Starlight. And they've been good with these pistols thus far, particularly with Katarina and Brax both having a banger of a game. You get Brax a kill, and he's just snowballing with that heal. Katarina as well. The Headhunter, they're actually going to play in conjunction out towards mid. It looks like they might want to combine for a bit of a push towards elbow here. If that does come to fruition, could be the right call. Spike headed in that direction. Looks like Team 4 will default for a moment, try and feel out any aggression, then probably finish back towards B with the initial indication.
Huge crunch on mid though, super fast from the side of Team Starlight. And now Katarina finding Noya. They lose a lot of the flexibility that was available on this map, and understand there might be a little bit of a push coming towards that B side. Still up close and committed is Team 4 on the attack. Brax though, that crunch might have started in terms of gaining vision. After that, it sticks and how much control they have. Brax active once again. This man's been in mid for so long inside this game, inside this map, and has absolutely never even lost control once. Fluorescent though, can't counter out. It is a 1v4, and she finds the one-on-one and a double shot after. Was Brax even on the screen? I didn't even see him. Up inside one of the shadows inside tunnel. He will even that out before Fluorescent gets started.
Yeah, some crispy shots there from both of these teams. With Team Starlight, the one with the correct call, super heavy on the mid aggression. Brax, Katarina, and Ziv all fighting for that space. They get the initial kill towards the elbow, and again, they don't overheat. They stay chill, focus their attention on shutting down the hit on that B site, and never really give an opportunity for Team Flor to even get the ball rolling.
They understand how important it is to have control of mid overall on a map like Breeze. It's the thing that gives you opportunities for crunches, to have a question of the third angle inside the opponent's minds, to even have the potential of, just completely cutting off lurks. It forces the team into completely one of the sides of the map, and then after that you can play full retake, you can react, and that's exactly what Team Starlight's doing. Was just a pistol, but it gives us an inkling about how the rest of the match will go. This time, weak on the mid aggression. They're bolstered up towards the A side, possibly calling for a big push that might come through, but on this eco, might just be better to keep the guns far away, play up against these classics, use that util to buy time.
They will. So with the Soul Viper holding down the fort on this A site, look at that TP gate setup from Katarina in mid. She falls off her position in Nest and is immediately available to support back towards Arches. And with that Marshal at range, can really set up to help Zoe on the side.
What Team Flor needs right now is a little bit of control towards mid to be able to crunch this entire B site, but they go for a very peculiar wall. They give them a little bit more time to work with, but Zoe, it's just too much. Getting two when she maybe should have just got one on the way they were attacking that site picks the perfect time to really push out. Pushing this wall going to be scary for Flor, but she does it anyways and gets into this pocket. Flash coming in, she can call it out for her team. No one's going to get hit at all. Huge shot from Flor. She's still going. Can't find the second as Ziv gets huge trays. Now it's all down to Chow. 12 HP, and the shot will not come in fast enough. Brax is just faster. This man, too much to handle. And now Katarina's there with the defuse as well. Up to 9-5. It's going to be tough for Flor to have the mental resilience to hold on in this game.
Brax has been looking excellent on this Reyna. He's been enabled as an individual to make some of these big plays, and on the retakes, it's just the flashes to set up. I like the idea there for Team Fluorescent. They throw a closer wall, which I still don't know if I agree with being better than just throwing the default wall there, because you can still have her push close. But I suppose with that one, if the plan was to have Fluorescent walk through, you're less suspicious of her holding close behind Berlin, and they were, but it was just 1-for-1 at the end. The trades were good out of Team Starlight. Cool idea, but not quite working out due to the lesser weapons. With Aqua weapons, it's better for Team Flor now. That was just an anti-eco. Now they have their anti-bonus. This is an absolute must-win for them. And Noya, off to a good start, finds hers towards B, resets. Will that pull rotations, though? Or did Team Starlight stay committed to their read that it's going to be a hit towards A? They seem to pick the latter. You see that walk-up already coming from holes.
Drawn in with the wall, too. Starlight might catch one here, but touches the rope. Noya with another, playing that janitor cleanup duty. We're going for a flash play on these walls, but as if going to get denied before he can really break and enter. Fluorescent not going to find the head as Brax comes up with a big crouch. Noya, though, really securing this round for her team. All down to Zoe now.
1v3 here. Not out of the realms of possibility, but a difficult one for sure. Just the Spectre in hand in her position has already been noted here. It's actually going to elect to wrap all the way back towards A main. It might have an opportunity. You see Guapo is setting up for lineups. Big chillin' and spawn. Molly out. This might just be the end of him, except so he makes a little bit of noise there. I think she was spotted just around the corner as she was pulling out that orb, and Guapo's now ready on this one. Should be no problem for him to close out. Figure out that line. A little bit of learning. Which sleeve is it again?
It's the one with the little curve, you know?
I don't play Viper on this map. I don't know. Probably. I trust you. Oh. Does he know?
Nice, nice.
Does he have this right?
Does he know?
Oh, he's getting taught.
Oh, okay. So the ping should be coming in. Possible shot,
Noya
too.
more of a Viper player normally. Gonna give the information over. Relay that.
He might have just got like retrograde amnesia
He
from running
still doesn't know.
side to site.
He's overheating his mind. It's too much information, too much running in that first half. Hopefully he's figured it out for the post-plant in this round. It will again be that destination.
I just saw a fail flash from Starlight as well, so they're going to be not even getting info from A main whatsoever. Chowed over that drone, and at least see what he can as he gets stopped by the fragment. Chaos and smoke all around, but every time you introduce smoke, Fluorescent ends up striking faster than the dagger through walls. And bubbles all around. This time, though, Starlight was ready. Chow was there, though, to be able to have that trade. Guapo, as long as he stays alive, this round is in the side of Team Starlight or Team Flor. This time it flop sides. Gonna be tough as every person was just ready inside the pit to play close angles. Celsius wakes up. Deep flash as well to give him a chance to maybe just fight towards that right side. Really exposing himself here for these angles. It's gonna be hard for Cat to be able to predict that. And now in a 2v1, they should be good to close around, know exactly where Brax is playing. I have to wait for him to just walk out of door. Celsius should be there with that tap.
Uh-oh. He has ult online as well. Can get information here onto where Chow is. Goes up top, spots her out. She's wounded already, trying to make the cross towards main. The jump out, spotted, and Brax with the 1 versus 2. What a clutch to find for the Reyna player. But on the inverse, what a fumble for Team Flor. They give him those fights. Celsius swings a bridge too far, wanted information, greedy for it, and punished as a result.
There's so many places you can move around from just that spot. Anytime Celsius repositions is a chance for Brax to get to yellow, so he's trying to make sure of that. Plus, just hiding and playing back sight also kind of gives Brax the advantage. You can really just go in for a spray type of play or get one shot over and dismiss. What they really wanted to do is maybe try to get back to cave. That wasn't even an angle. Kind of Brax sided in a 1v2.
I mean, he's just so fast with that Reyna dismiss as well. Like, I think there was a potential to find timing for Chow to rotate back to main. That was her idea, but because the Reyna is just zooming so fast to swing and hold that angle top yellow, she didn't have the opportunity. Loses the round as a result in that 1 versus 1. And now that KO Knife perfection, Team Starlight fully aware of where this early setup is from Fluorescent squad. They're forced to reset now, and look again, this aggression in mid.
That's exactly what I'm seeing too. All the way towards the front side, so when it comes to just this rotation over to A, it's not going to be possible. How do they bolster that all the way up to B as well? We have Katarina all the way on that tunnel side, making sure no one can really pass by. Noya finds one though on her own as if in a trade for mid, but we have one more player up and waiting. It's Starlight, who might have had a flash out. Guapo saw it coming. Now the entire map opens up. They had so much relying on that structure in mid. Complete free A site take with a very unique adaptive wall towards that side as well. This denies any angle all the way from door. Allows Guapo to sneak all the way. And look at Brax's POV, can see nothing. Up close and personal with a knife. Fluorescent tries again. And this is going to be almost disastrous for the side of Team Flor. It's now a 3v3 from a 4v3, and all the pressure they had up close is completely taken apart.
Look at the player in mid, though. There's a Lark here still standing. Noya has one for free, and our position has to be everything. A 1 versus 1 as Brax claims Guapo, but she's going to go for the run. She's going for a hike swing all the way around. 53 HP, that's all she has. Tour de Force online, and as a confident play, she'll go for it at range. His ultimate can be deadly. Brax, is he ready for it? He seems to suspect this setup.
He's still hesitant on which side it actually is. Now understands it's all the way over at cave. Has to stick all the way over for half. Not actually on it. Brax was ready, and Noya goes down.
There's time, too. That's a tragedy. Noya swings so far. She didn't have to. Could have jiggled, could have waited, could have found herself a moment, but goes for the fight, and you just can't take those. Doesn't matter the weapon. Brax will win those. He's back to back in the clutches for Team Starlight.
It's just huge. Put him up against one player. Put him up against a Viper wall that he can't see out of. Jumping Fluorescent right in front of his face, and he'll smack everything down.
He's at 24 kills. Next closest player on the server, 16. Almost half of what he is putting up. He is enabled on this map. We thought this would be the kingdom of Fluorescent, but Brax has claimed that crown.
Sometimes the random pick just works out better. Nothing much else to say, but that's what I've learned today. This time, Cat's not going to be fast enough off the rip either. What do Team Fluorescent need to do to really pierce this attack? They haven't really worked halls entirely. It's also these post plants that are just being a little bit too costly overall. They take down the Tour de Force. Combo with the Big Hunter's Fury as well. They control so much space and give Fluorescent the time to push on the site. What a pocket of a window to have. This is huge, but costs so many ultimates. Can they do this again and will Fluorescent overheat once more?
Is it an overheat? Or is it just the right amount of sauce? A play could be massive here. Zoe on the other side. The jump down. No finds it. Fluorescent a third. She's going to hunt for more in this one. Considering the opportunity to push deeper, and Katarina left alone. 2 already found. She needs the ace. The 4th found. 1 more. All that is requisite. Celsius stands alone. And the spike, not even yet to be. It's a 1 versus 1. Celsius has been heard, has been noted. He expects her to run back to double around in this one. He's going to run towards the back lines. Plant for spawn, realizing that she hasn't rotated there. It will come down to this fight towards main, and Katarina holding the line ready on the angle. She'll swing, but Celsius will win it The ace denied, the clutch shut down, and Team Fluorescent finally win one over.
It shouldn't have gone that way at all, though. Every single player ready to go, almost a 5v1 type situation, and you get that out of Katarina. It's just insane. It should not be allowed, but the tour de force, maybe if there was even just one more shot, might have been a chance for her to really bring it out.
I mean, Kat, sure, she's got a new name, but it's just that same aim. New packaging. And she's still looking to find her team this game. 11-7. Team Fluorescent need to pull the momentum off of that clutch.
Result of that clutch is half armor on a few players as well. We've seen how much damage utility has done overall from the side of Team Starlight when it comes to defense. So to make that Reina even more confident in challenging some of these players. Okay, that bait all the way in the middle. Noya, do you have a teleport? No. What you have is a Mission Impossible type situation with Brax sliding down the rafters, taking you out. Now a gun in hand of one of the strongest players on the map so far on this retake for match point. Zelsis has found his way into a very clutch position, but Katarina's found another, making this a 4v3. They commit to this retake too with the null command. Ziff really moving in. Seeker's also active. They're looking to win this game. What a brief fire from Ziff. They know everyone's all the way over at Arches. And that wall sticking on the one side. Flashes will buy time. It's a defuse, a heist under lights. Ziff is there too, and they take it all the way. The match point on the retake. Huge from Cat, huge from Ziff. And it started with Brax. The momentum for Starlight does not stop.
It's Cat again. She has been so good across this series, matching the performance of Brax on that chamber. Team Fluorescent, that was their round. That was their opportunity. They had the right call, push towards spawns, but the Seekers so clutch for that information.
It's just nuts. And right there, we'll have a little bit of a pause for the moment, it looks like, as we look for the final ending to that match. I mean, when it comes to Cat 2, you're just calling it out. 24-16 overall when you look at the scoreline, right? And now 25-22. She really leveled up in just 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back, nearly acing for the team, finding so much on the retake there. I mean, across the series, she's been fantastic on this chamber role. Whether it's the opping, whether it's the rifling, sure, that's all great, but it feels like some of these scrappy rounds where the headhunter is coming out, where she is changing the tide for her team.
Yeah, the commitment to plays as well, the hand-holding for the team on Team Starlight's side. The nice 3-man pinch all the way over to the bottom side of mid. Even if the play doesn't work, they commit all the way, and I feel like that hesitation might be there on Team Fluorescent's side. You also don't have as much support for Fluorescent. She's moving in just kind of by herself, dashing past door. Maybe overeating sometimes it works out for her overall, but it's costing her team a lot when it comes to damage and position and numbers. On the team, on the side of Team Starlight, it looks almost perfect when it comes to plays, when it comes to people moving in side by side. There's always a player supporting another, and if not, Brax is just there to clutch every single round.
She's so good that she got booted out the server temporarily. A shame. Just was playing so well, overheated her computer, it shut down for a moment. Something along those lines. We're not sure. We'll get you an update as soon as we know, and hopefully we'll have her back in the server in just a moment to see the conclusion to this series. But let's kind of frame things from the other side, because Team Fluorescent, they've shown us so many great moments throughout this series. I mean, map number 2 was fantastically played out of them. What is going on here? Does it come down to just the map and we're switching things up towards Breeze, or does it come down to maybe that confidence being shook? What are you thinking for them?
For me, from what I saw from Team Fluorescent's side, is that there's always gaps for them to be able to play with, or things to be able to track for the enemy team. They can be like speed bumps, and you can really see the information coming in. For Team Starlight, they're really quiet towards the starts of these rounds on Breeze, and a lot of the time when it comes to Breeze, it's really tough for Fluorescent or Zelsis to be able to push up, find that unique pick. They're relying on Noya for that now as well, and she's not going to be able to be there in the front lines as much. As a result, Team Starlight get to be quiet, play their game. They get to pick exactly where the fight happens, and when that's the case, they end up winning. Every time Fluorescent or anyone on that side of the match of the teams gets the chance to maybe not have that fight on the side of Team Starlight's terms, when they have a few picks go on their way, it looks really good, but they're not finding as many first bloods. Brax is a big problem to deal with at the start of the round, at the end of the round as well. There's just a lack of information, it feels like, on Team Fluorescent's side, and as a result, they have a much harder match currently right now.
A tough one indeed, and as we enter what could be the final round of this series, look at that bye. A tough one. Bladestorm for Fluorescent. It was a slower start for her to this game, and a slow game for her team at whole. But that Bladestorm could turn things around. We've seen some big rounds out of her as an individual, and mid is the destination. Ziff will be the one here to receive. He has support, though. Sky just on the other side, but Noya already finding a shot. And now they're charging in. The Blade Storm perfection out of Fluorescent for one. Chow holding on the other side. This is very quickly swung into a great way for Team Fluorescent.
At this time, they're all the way together. We talked about the hand-holding on Team Starlight's side. They're always next to each other. A trade always follows by another body. Guapo reading a text. Unfortunately, it was sent from Brax. It's a really good strat of using a little bit of outside the game gameplay and complementing it with their own swing of your own and just popping off a shot like that over there. This is going to be nice for Team Flor to come back, maybe do some little bit of econ damage overall. Zoe will be able to move in.
This is kind of winnable. 1 versus 3. Time is against her, but it's not planted for the remaining players. Time is probably too far gone now. She sees Fluorescent running away, needs to get on that spike quickly, needs to apply the pressure in this one, but that clock is ticking and Fluorescent is hitting with those headshots. A third off the Bladestone. We needed a round from the captain, and, well, she stepped up.
Still kind of on a very, very thin ice. A single mistake, and we've seen a bunch of them happen so far for Team Flor. Even one instance of an over push, an overheat. That is your entire match done. That is you going straight down to the loser's bracket of this invitational from Misfits. It's going to be tough for Team Flor to hold on.
It'll be a very tough one indeed, but they have a bit of a cushion this round. They have that operator back up online. They have the advantage in way of the guns again. It'll be a destination towards A here. These hits have been their bread and butter on this half. Brax though, the Sheriff in close, he is suppressed, and still an opportunity here. Ziff up top looking for a second. Down goes Starlight, and Ziff unable to find the shots. Brax though can still change this a bit greedy there. Doesn't want to dismiss away, but it stays scrappy. Katarina on the reply, it's down to a 2 versus 2. And now it's just Zoe left in the clutch, but not to be. Zelsis picks up 4 and keeps the round alive.
One more round to win, and they can really push this all the way over to the chance for OT. They'll have another guarantee as Eco will be broken once again for Team Starlight. This one, though, will be the challenge. What can Zelsis, Fluorescent, Guapo, Chow, and Noya do? It's either been a round where Noya has really good picks to start things off in places where they shouldn't really happen, or Fluorescent has that initial support. One player from Team Starlight's looking away, and they get a very brilliant timing. When it comes to head-to-head, Starlight's been winning the aim duels, and they're winning the utility usage overall back and forth as well. This time getting on site will be crucial for the side of Team Flor. They might just act off this immediately. Null command available. You can get the Viper spit down too. They just need that spike to land. If that happens, this should be Team Flor's round.
Should though. That's the operative word in that equation. Ultimate will be popped here, and Viper wall going up, but this is all a fake. This is all a ruse, and so deeply committed our Team Starlight. They believe it. They have bought this lie, but look towards the other side. There's a trademark, sure, but there's suppression out of that ult, so that's not even going to be online. That piece of information not even there. Now, they finally realize the ruse, but is the rotation too late? Because it's a retake, and you're already 2 players down, with Chow catching Cat on the transition.
I like the fact that she stayed a bit longer, knows that there's always someone lurking through halls. After that mid as well, Chow online. These are the best spots. We saw it over towards the earlier portion of the map as well. Anyone moving in transition, those types of fights, Chow absolutely excels at. Looks like this will be a round going all the way to 10, and they saved that Viper split as well for one of those future overtime deciders. Fluorescent up close. It's going to be a save from the side of Team Starlight. When it comes to this next round, they only really have 2 rifles to be able to work with. Might force something next to them too, Mimi. This might be their all-in.
Might just be. I mean, this is very much getting towards the dangerous territory of overtime. Team Fluorescent have done a great job at rallying this back, and again, it comes down to some of the adaptability in the mid-round. The bread and butter, like I said, was those A hits, but they throw something new. They've conditioned that that's the setup, and now they make a full pivot, change things over, throw a bit of a fake, and Zoe finding a few nice little frags there. She'll get to keep her gun online and get herself a step closer to the Viper's pit. A good consolidation prize, but will they be able to convert off of it? Those 2 rifles, or now just 1 saved through, means they're considering, do they force, do they commit, do they not? And the decision seems to be to go for it. At least 2 players investing in the rifles, Ziff and Brax, bringing Emuhleet to the equation here.
This time when it comes to mid-round rotations, we'll see Team Starlight slightly a little bit more hesitant. Can Team Flor use that little bit of indecisiveness to really push for one site fast instead of really rolling in with a fake? It also cost them a null command to do last time. Over here, it's up to Shout. Needs to use that Hunter's Fury to maximum efficiency. They get to 11 onto this round, or after this round, it'll really secure overtime completely. Still don't even need to use that Viper Spit. Katarina, though, this angle, absolutely dangerous. Banking on no one being inside that cave, and no one is. You do have Zelsis on the lookout, and she can TP away at any moment, but it's going to be tough. It's actually Ziff on the lookout. My apologies, Zelsis is all the way up in mids. And now the timing, the issue, it's just too much to handle.
Yeah. Or excuse me, the Silva ultimate will be popped there, and Chow actually finds a connection. I'm not sure what that was off of. I think the drone came through, but now this might just pull the reaction straight into the crossfires of Cat, and she is so good with the Tour de Force in hand. Back to a 4v4 we go. And in main, no one actually coming. Instead, it's fully in mid, and now a bit of chaos thrown into this equation. Where do we go? Head back towards B, convert onto that A hit. Either way, it's 2 players on Team Starlight to receive.
They have a pinch for B, but they've lost their closer. Zelsis is down. Guapo should not fall here on the rotation of sight. And Viper's Pit is basically gone. Offline for now. Fluorescent has to step up and does. 3v2, but all sight lines open all the way towards the spawn. Fluorescent, was Sif just full running?
I don't even know.
What was that?
That's absurd that he connects it still. Spike will come down. The ult is popped here, and Noya connects one. Now just Sif remaining. He's shown us some big moments. Now he needs to close. Chow swinging him, pressuring him, the operator on that line, but he'll hold close. The timing, though, not favorable, but the whiff through Noya. Not connecting, but Chow does. Clutches things up. A 1 versus 2 almost slipping away, but Flor again stay alive by a miracle.
Rifle still up and out. Chow opening that round with the Fury, sticking that trade towards the end as well. So close for Team Starlight to just wrap up that match. Might be another team or another OT, though. Team Flor are not done with Breeze today.
No, they are not. Team Starlight, their key has been in the retakes, but I want to see something in the early round because they have been losing out in these opening duels so often. Fluorescent has been stepping up big time to punish in that regard, but this time a change. Viper's Pit from Zoe towards A main. 2 players still on the backlines. They're actually expecting a rat back either through Halls or through mid, and Halls is the destination, but look at the trademark, right? Should I say the lack thereof. No one is actually holding space in mid, so Zelsis is running double duty here. He should hear that orb go up there, so should be aware that Halls is being pressured, and excuse me, Ziff instead on that side. It is Zelsis instead, prodding his way forward. And they have a wall to split this onto A, to circumvent the Viper's Pit, and fight instead towards the backside of site.
No trademarked out to be able to deal with either all the way on the backside of Halls. Zelsis just needs to be patient here and really round down the clock. It's impossible to be able to move on the front side without a Viper Spit, so everyone has to be in position all the way towards the front.
Spike down
Of those pyramids out of doors, Ziff does find Guapo, so once again, their maximum defense, their impenetrable wall will not be up once the spike goes down. Chow will be the key as they pressure the back of this site. Fluorescent's still active. That spike on the floor, though, as Zelsis is holding back an entire armada over at bridge. 1 player up close, and he has the timing, but not the range. Brax will find 2. Chow will move through that ultimate, and Zoe will shut her down. Up to Fluorescent to keep the hopes and dreams alive in this game. Finds 1, goes for 2, the dash active, maybe for 3, up close and personal, but no! Brax will shut her down. Too hot. Team Starlight, they win the matchup 2-1 against Team Fluorescent.
13-11, it comes down to the final round in map number 3, but they close things out from a really close map number 1, barely being able to come over the line to getting stomped on Haven. They recover and play a fantastic game on Breeze to close that one out.
That was just amazing to watch from both teams as well. The comeback stride from Team Flor, was magnificent almost. Even when they were losing, you know, their prime player for defense, Guapo, they still held things strong with the way they set things up. Fluorescent really trying her best to open up these sites. Towards the end, though, everything was played so slow. Zoe completely, absolutely a distraction for the team of Fluorescent to get into the site. It was just nice from Breeze.
Yeah, and that does mean that Team Starlight is heading into the upper bracket. They're continuing into one of those upper semi-final games. But for Team Fluorescent, one of our favorites, the team that we were both kind of hyping up coming into this event, is knocked down early to that lower bracket. And that means they are going to be in for a gauntlet. You have to play so many matches back-to-back fighting for your survival. I mean, this format is brutal. Only 2 teams for a full 8-team double elimination match. It's really a game of endurance, especially with being in that lower bracket round 1.
Yeah, why that upset happened to me, I feel like it's because we didn't expect Brax to be in, you know, second health bar boss status mode. This man rolling in, a complete nuisance for Team Flor to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was insane, right? It was a slower start when he was playing back on the Sova, but then we come into map number 3. Whips out the Reyna out of absolutely nowhere and looks so good at it. And I think it was kind of the combination of him and maybe someone that we saw as more of a sleeper pick coming into this, and that's Katarina. She was so good across this series, and as we take a look back at the replays, a lot of this is going to be dominated by those two. That duo was great on both sides of the maps, not only with the kind of early round, big frag performances, but also with the clutches, with being the closer when things got close.
Yeah, the way they were just not only, you know, playing their role correctly, but really being adaptive and dynamic in every position they had, slightly a little bit more greedy, ebb and flow back and forth with the movement. They were allowing each other to frag as well. Every time Katarina got a pick, it made Brax a little bit more confident to be a little bit more aggressive in his position, and vice versa. That op as well, absolutely standard on the side of Breeze, and Katarina played every angle so perfectly. Celsius was there though, and Zoe had a few rounds to nice him down, but every time he was active, he was closing out rounds. Towards the end, the key was keeping Guapo down. They got that Viper pick completely away, and that pit never came through, so all the aggression from Fluorescence was not really responded with any defense or, you know, a lack of stickiness from the side of Team Flor. As a result, that 13-11 comes in. A beautiful match for Breeze to watch.
Yeah, beautiful indeed for this team. And I mean, so many of these players had such big performances. Ziff as well was stepping up. Map number 1, he was fantastic on, I believe, that raise. And then we come back in. Map number 3, pivots and rolls to the KO, which I think he's a little bit more known for. That's what he was playing back when he was with the Knights there. So the roll looked super comfortable. Same to be said with Celsius. Looked fantastic there. But let's take a peek at our bracket. We've already talked about a little bit how this is all panning out. But as you can see here, our upper semis are confirmed. And the lower games as well looking to come through. Emuhleet versus Sarah, Starlight versus KP up top. Both those games sound like bangers, Shia.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see exactly the story of what happened in the previous games, plus the fire they have and the desire to move on towards upper finals tomorrow as well, the grand finals. Hopefully one of these teams, we see them all the way towards that top side. So far today, Mimi, every team that we've kind of taken a look at overview on the start of the day and the performances we've seen have just delivered way more than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players have been delivering, and the event as a whole has been delivering in a big way. But none of that would be possible without the sponsors who make this event happen. And the presenting sponsor is, of course, Splat. We've talked about them already, but you can transform your look instantly with the Splat hair color. They have over 50 semi-permanent, permanent, or temporary hair colors, really whatever you want. And you can get that at Walmart, Target, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, pretty much anywhere that you would want to go in person, or you can buy it online at splathaircolor.com. Thanks to them for being the presenting sponsor and making things happen here for the Misfits VALORANT Invitational. On top of that, big thanks to the supporting sponsors, both HyperX and XSET Sports Nutrition, for making things run here. Big shout out to all of our sponsors. And of course, also, besides the sponsors, we got to talk about that this isn't just an event for the players and for the prize money and all that, but it's also one for charity. We've got some cool incentives going on. We have a great cause to be benefited here in way of equality. Florida supporting Florida's LGBTQ plus community. So make sure you type !donut. Work your way up to some of those giveaways, to maybe having Tanner Metro dye his hair a crazy color if we can hit 1K. Some fun stuff going on. Make sure you get involved with that.
Absolutely. So far on the tournament as well, if you're liking what you see for some of these players, you can hit up their socials as well, follow them up. For Misfits as well, thank you so much for having this all organized and set up the draft process, the way this entire tournament is, with all the varying skill levels and personalities and players inside too. So much fun to watch. Maybe I can't wait for more.
Yeah, it has been fantastic thus far, and I think it's only going to get better as these games continue to come through. But you talk about the player personalities, and we get to see a little peek of that because Katie is standing by with Starlight for the post-game interview.
Mimi, thank you so much. I have none other than the captain herself, Starlight, with me to do a quick little interview after a great Map 3 victory over Team Flor to move on into the upper bracket semifinals. Starlight, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Better after that performance. Congratulations again. So I gotta ask, because the casters initially, they were thinking it was gonna be a 2-0 on the side of Team Flor. They assumed very heavily, and I did as well, that you were gonna have a struggle, but you guys came out on top. So talk to me about map 1 initially. You bring it all the way to an overtime. What was your key to success being able to close that map out 14-12?
We just had a lot of people that were clutching up like when they needed to. Cat had a really good clutch. Like our whole team was having like a lot of really good clutches, and we just kept like, you know, the energy good and stuff, and didn't let like, you know, like the thrifty round or anything like get us down. Just focus on the next round.
What was the reaction from the team like for Brax's ace to start off the overtime?
That was super hype. That was really good. Really important round too. So
you go from a Brax ace, you get a great win, you said it, you clutched up map 1. Map 2, you go to Haven, and, well, things aren't quite so great, and Team Flor run away with it. But that leads you to map 3. What were the comms like before you went into this map? Because you know at that point, it's do or die, and yes, you had a great clutch map 1, but you kind of get mollywop map 2. How are you guys feeling?
I mean, Brax and Kat are just like, right, we got this. I'm like, yeah, and Breeze has always been a map I really like. I didn't play that great like on Breeze that time. Like first half I did pretty well, but that I've always liked Breeze, and most of our team has always liked Breeze, so I was pretty confident going into that map.
Well, it certainly showed. Brax seemed unstoppable. In 1v1s, Zoe and Katarina were consistently locking things down at the end of rounds. Katarina exploded in the later rounds as well with some very high stakes clutches. But then, once again, Team Flor starts coming back. Were there any mid-map adjustments, any changes that you made in the playstyle for the team to be able to close out the series?
We just started focusing, like, holding down sites, because they were kind of, like, going back and forth a lot. So we just started, like, you know, focusing on sites. You know, Zoe, like, popped that ult there, just focusing on, like, her just holding A main and, you know, me just baiting, staying alive. So, yeah, we shifted from that, because we were trying to go for mid-control and it wasn't working out, so we started just holding down our sites.
Well, decision that certainly paid off. Now, looking forward to the upper bracket semifinal, you'll be playing against Team KP, who did 2-0 Team Ellie just a little bit ago. How are you preparing for that semifinal match now that you know who you're going up against?
Keeping the vibes good. I love KP, so I'm really excited to play versus her. And yeah, I don't know, just excited.
Well, hey, we know how important vibes are. You said it yourself. Despite a bad map in map 2, you rallied forth. Vibes were high, and it helped you cruise through to get a 2-1 victory. Once again, this is Starlight with us after a victory over Team Flor. Congratulations, and you will move on to face off against Team KP, which means we have to move on now to a brief break. I don't want you to go anywhere, because coming up, we do have Team Sarah versus Team Emuhleet in the upper portion of the semifinals in the winner's bracket. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see it. Welcome back to the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational, where all of our opening matchups in the upper bracket have concluded. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by the incredible Mimi and, of course, Shio, as they have had... look, I just want to throw out there really quick, I have enjoyed listening to you two cast so much because I'm new to VALORANT. This is my first VALORANT broadcast, and you guys have been doing an incredible job. But there were matches going on behind the scenes as well, despite what we saw out of Team Flor versus Team Starlight. So let's take a look at this bracket so far. Mimi, I know we weren't able to cast these, but what are your impressions on how some of these have played out? We've had some map threes, we've had some sweeps.
First of all, thank you, Katie. You are very, very kind, and the same goes for you. But in the way of the matchups, they've been pretty solid thus far. Team Sarah was one of those squads we looked at and was like, okay, they're going to stomp their way through. This team is super good. And they lived up to that expectation. That game versus Kelly Sama, I believe, was fairly one-sided. They were the fastest to continue. I think we were getting into our second map. They were already done with their series, so they've been chilling out for quite a while. We got to watch that game with Team Starlight, and over on the lower side of the bracket, KP wins out over Ellie with her squad to find that upper bracket match between Starlight and KP, which leaves us, Shia, with Emuhleet versus Sarah.
Yeah, overall, this match is going to be absolutely amazing. You were talking about it when things are just ramping up, the form factor of Redux, how they look when they're coming into things, and the impact they have past that too when it goes to some of those bottom, lower bracket matchups. We'll see how they work towards the rest of the day. But Sile as well over there, the other half of Noya, I believe, and how she's going to be playing overall on Team Sarah is going to look good. Sarah, the IGL, will rock in and hopefully, lead their team to absolute success. This was a stomp versus a team just now that we saw also 2-1, maybe had very similar types of, trials and tribulations over 3 different maps. 2 very different mentals coming into this new matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think for Team Sarah, this is probably one of the most stacked roster, if not the most stacked roster that we have here. Both Sarah and Redux are just like 2 insane young gun players. I know that's the word that everyone says, but it's very true for both of these individuals. They're fantastic. Moose is an excellent support player coming out of a top-level team in the VCT at Shopify Rebellion, and Sonder also is Shopify Rebellion, the other Shopify Rebellion, but they're both at the top of their own divisions. And Sealy, we saw Noya earlier. It's the other side of that duo that got imported over from Europe to play for XSET. She's also a great individual. But for Team Emuhleet, Shia, you have some great players as well. Ban, he just got picked up by T1, some big names over there.
Yeah, like we did as well, rocking in, always ready when it comes to invitationals or, factors where you're a new player coming to a squad and have to adapt. I feel like he might just have like the gold medal in that type of situation. And for an invitational, a charity one as well, where you're playing with a brand new team, that's going to be huge. R-Star, Starry Bun, Synergy, also completely over there. I want to see exactly how these rosters match up. I think this is Sarah-sided because that 2-0 definitely did come in. We just talked about how powerful they are, but I don't know, Katie, where do you lean on this one?
Oh gosh, you really throwing that right at me. Look, last time we seemed like we were all leaning toward Team Flor to come out on top. So, and our expectations, well, Starlight ran away with it in that map 3. So I feel like if we're going Team Sarah this time as maybe the stronger team, I have to go the other way, right? I have to go Team Emuhleet because I like an underdog story. I like seeing someone do the impossible. But Shio, I have a question for you, and that was, do you think we're going to see similar, maybe out of the norm picks like we saw in that first matchup where I think it was the Reyna coming in on Haven and what, sure, maybe not necessarily meta, but highly, highly effective. Do you think we could see something similar, a little weird, little wacky in this matchup?
I think in this matchup, the biggest wacky thing we'll see on the side of Team Sarah is picks and twos. So the teammates kind of playing towards their strengths together. At the same time, Sarah maybe, compartmentalizing the other 2 players that are left over and giving people an opportunity to play in those clusters and roll off that way. So we might see that race fade we were talking about earlier on in some of these maps. We might see things like a Breach paired with another agent like Jet that can just dash in and be super flashy. That'll be a lot of fun.
Shio's kind of building things up in like so many different dimensions and so many layers of words that I don't know what's going on, but I think there is a chance. I think there is a chance that we get some wacky picks again. Sarah has a tendency to lock some crazy duelists. I've seen a copious amount of clips of her on Reyna. I wouldn't be surprised if we got another weird composition, Katie.
At the end of the day, Mimi, does anyone have any idea what's going on? I certainly do not. So just know.
I don't know where I am.
Are not alone in being lost and confused. Maybe not Shio. He seems to know exactly what's up. But I know right now it's time to hand it over to both of you to take it away. This is our semifinal in the upper bracket. Team Sarah versus Team Emuhleet.
Excited to get into this one for sure. And Shio, I'm lost. Give me some guidance. Maps, picks, and bans will be coming up in just a second here. Any expectations on where we might head?
Not to Pearl and not to Fracture, because when it comes to Pug-style maps, no one likes those. We saw those bans immediately on the last time.
What, you just be wrong?
One of those. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. Who knows? I didn't get to see this beforehand, so I'm like just live reacting to this overall. You were trying to give me the nice baton pass, but I smacked that thing down.
Yeah, you did. A solid, 50% win rate. That's like, is that a passing grade in school? It's
yes,
like close
absolutely.
enough.
I can relate to that. It is. We strive for 50s.
We strive for 50s. 50s get degrees. I think that's the saying. Not sure.
Yeah.
I didn't go to college. I dropped out. Probably true. Something along those lines. But we had to Fracture as our first map. You said this is something that a lot of these Pugger teams tend to stray away from, because I think the key to this map is coordination. But it's not coordination in the utility combos. It's just in way of the ideas. On the defense in particular, I think the big priority is defensive-sided aggression. Nurunches and shrunches. What does that mean? That's not a real word. North side crunching, south side crunching. I live by a mantra, ABC. Always be crunching when you're on the defense of this map.
Yeah, for this map, for you specifically, because I've seen the way you break it down as well, it's a family-sized chips packet. It's literally crunchy. Okay. It's just all about making sure two teammates are in a specific position, or you have utility on one side and you're attacking the other. And the fact that Sarah picked this map and I just talked about, her sending out two people in clusters over and over again, this is all about the crunch for her too. She's going to be hitting everything. I'm scared for the side of Team Emuhleet.
Yeah, and while the duelists will probably take the starring roles on this map, it's super important to have good initiator utility. Normally, it's between that fade and that breach in conjunction, or sometimes it's going to be between the KO and the breach. That's a composition that this attacking side will go for with Redux locking in the neon here.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to see, and Redux kind of slipping and sliding through this utility makes a really offbeat situation happen for the side overall on the defenders. Team Emuhleet, it's going to be tough for them to really dictate the pace overall between both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like a good, honest composition for the side of Team Emuhleet there, right? This is pretty much what you'd expect out of the meta. You have your fade raise. You either kind of play the neon comp or you play a fade raise comp. They elect into that one. It's really good on the defensive side, especially for setting up these trap plays in mains. Stun, nade goes in, contact, seize, nade, follow that up. You also have aggression. You want a north side crunch? We got that for you too. Stun from Emuhleet, double satchel for Weeded. It's super effective. And Storybun with that Brim and Sealy on the other side with that same agent is awesome for retakes. Those 20-second smokes are super potent. And the mollies for the post plan on that other side, great as well. But what I'm really excited for is this neon. What's Redux gonna show us on it? This guy is a fantastic individual, a young player. We've hyped him up out the wazoo. And neon is a role where he can thrive.
I'm just super excited. I already see the frenzy up in tone and weight. I want to see that need for speed. That being said, though, it is all about those seizes up front. I feel like Emuhleet's team, their side on defense, definitely has the advantage, but that will fizzle out as the pattern starts to develop and Sarah can really see exactly what's going down.
And you can see the trap play already being developed in A main. Your fade is playing close. Contact can be made by the raise. You can use both those pieces of utility off of it. I believe Artstar actually buying full utility, not getting anything off of it. So you have the cats, you have the C's. You have so much to shut down this May play for Team Emuhleet.
Redux might be too fast for the util though. He goes right in, frenzy up in tow. We had that support. Everyone was absolutely ready. And he's not stopping. Shots still coming through. Artstar now expecting a few faces to be here. We're all already taken out. Shots to the smoke, and Moose looks like a snake coming out of one of those vases. A little bit too hard to track and handle. Flute not going to be enough to tame him down. Weeded, though, still up and alive.
Ban was going across the rope and just falls to his death. Gets tapped down from range. Maybe a bit of an overheat moment there to try and make that cross. It's a risk. Does not pay off, and Sonder as well will deny Emuhleet in this one. The round looked great for her squad off the rip. They have the trap play in A main. They get two. They shut down the neon. But all that is for naught if the reaction is better from Team Sarah. It looks so. 3v1 in this post plant. He's been doing thus far, but something tells me he won't be able to did this. I'm sorry. This is another one of these things that it never should have started. All right, too many people have made puns with this guy's name. We need to leave him alone. We need to leave him to it. You know, he just the loss of 1v3. Just I'm sorry. I'm done.
We need to stop.
No, no.
Does that count? That shouldn't count. That cancels out.
It's like an oxymoron. That's like counterproductive. You can't make the pun while telling us to not make puns.
True.
It's impunsible, but stuff.
Okay. All right. Let's take a rope all the way over to the other side of this conversation, just like Sonder is right now, and see exactly what to talk about next.
I'm clapping. My microphone won't pick it up, but I'm clapping because I believe that's a fantastic pivot out.
Let's rock it in. How crazy can Redux get before finally gets his first kill? That's a real question.
Looking crazy in this one. This is where the Neon is excellent. Those hits from the south side. I think that the kind of duelist breakdown on this map comes a couple different ways. We can get back to that in a second once this round. Okay, round's not happening. At least should not happen here. Team Emuhleet are sending all three from the south side. But that Neon, your strength is taking control towards Sands and taking control onto B from the south side. You don't have the verticality that raise allows you to be able to satchel up and take towards Heaven easier. So it comes down to the pace where you can find your success. And talk of pace, Weeded is showing us that. Back down to a 3v3 here. All three players are noted and spotted towards the south side, and there's still util left for the post plant, but this is already quite a lot of damage coming through.
Seems like the defender team on the retake is basically attacking the site. Sealay's already ready. They got Bulldogs in tow. There's no chance at distance that this team even has an inkling of a moment, of a percentage to win the round. Emuhleet down. Team Sarah still striving high on the anti-eco.
Now the rifle's up. Let's see what Team Emuhleet are going to throw at us. They go back towards the heavy setup A main. They'll trip north side. Probably all three will play together on the south side. Just leave that for the retake. Really common on this map to just play in conjunction. The Fade will rotate back towards B. And that will be the initial destination for Team Sarah. 4 players from the north side. The Neon will look to take space close here. And there's actually no one to receive. They're actually looking like they might want to fight for kind of a south side crunch here. You put your Hans over top, get information. Moose could be in trouble here if they do elect to continue this push, but thus far the smokes have kept them stuck in, kept them at bay. Now the Cat will come through. He's been spotted in this area of the map, and it comes down to the question of what's the reaction.
And Moose also picks up Arsaw all the way over towards that south side. Shouldn't have been something that was even allowed to happen, and no one really knows exactly what's even happening yet. All the way over on the B site. See this gain control once more. Yes, it's up against rifles, but it's also up against 4 players on the side of Team Sarah. That support come over at the perfect time. Redux with the slide as well. Band's gonna be able to actually knock that ball right out of the park. Matt's still swinging. Both chambers at low HP. Band's gonna find an entire way to go across, but I think the rope was heard on the other side with Team Sarah. And also a KO alive. Completely even missed that. So yeah, chance to be able to just save should be the wave for Ban.
Yeah. Just gonna lock things down in this one. Another great execute out of Team Sarah. I think Moose staying alive as long as he did on the south side and denying that push from B main was super critical. And for Ban, I don't think he should be tested on this one. 5 seconds to stay up, and Sonder has no idea that he's up top here. So that rifle will not be donated over today, unlike with you folks who can donate, because this is also a tournament benefiting towards charity in this one. Exclamation point donate in chat. We're looking to hit some goals for cool giveaways, some HyperX products, some XS Energy drinks, and of course to have Tanner Metro dye his hair. So if you want to support a good cause, benefit Equality Florida, you can do that and also get some possibility for some cool prizes.
Absolutely. I remember the last time I donated to charity, my day was absolutely great. Last time Tanner Metro actually dyed his hair, like life was.
That was like the second best day, right?
Literally,
it was like donation number 1, Tanner Metro dyeing his hair number 2.
Yep. Birth of my child number 3. That's the hierarchy.
You have a child?
I have a child.
I didn't know that about you.
He's 7 years old. Yeah, his name is Jonathan.
Shout out Jonathan.
Yep. We get busy in these streets, just like Redux up inside main. I like the wraparound. Already up to 4-0. This is so different. I feel like I'm watching Valorant in 2 times speed. You feel me? Compared to the last match?
Yeah,
the slowness,
we're zooming.
We are max zooming.
We are using the overdrive on our Neon to go very fast through this match. And in this one, let's see how much damage can be done from Team Emuhleet. Nade coming in, Aftershock up top, great utility to retake, but the flash is better. Providing that reactionary gap, Boost not only has the util, but he has the frag as well. They're locked out of this one, funneling through the waterfall of death to be Sealight picking up 2, and Starlight alone will she be given an opportunity? An opportunity, sure, she'll capitalize off of that one, but no more to come. Sarah has the aim, has the angle, and that's the 4th for her team.
Yeah, that Guardian's doing anything but protecting any of the players all the way over at drop. Unfortunate, really, but this is where very crucial round peeks his head up out of the grass. Team Emuhleet really needs one on the board right here. If not, we might go into the potential of a 6-0 type situation. The last time we saw that on a breeze so far in this tournament, that team that had the momentum just took things all the way. It's very tough, especially with stakes like this, where, you know, some of the players on your team might be trying to have a good time. Overall, the vibes are all the way high. It's not completely calm focused. Whenever one team starts to run away with it, you might just let that happen. So that combination with the haunts all the way there, the south side crunch over at B, but the focus is on A for Team Sarah. Rolling Thunder on the way too, and they already had control of Sands. It's stress-free. They have a walk on the beach basically in this one. Almost looks like a vacation, pushing through
Sealy
that fragment as well.
Maniac. She pushes her teammates Aftershock and the fragment simultaneously. The damage is done, but, well, that orbital strike is going to get nothing done. Sealy still potential to plant this spike, and both Redux and Sarah find kills. That was the north side envoy coming through. Redux now has full space towards drop, and sure, the spike's not down yet, but in a 3v3, this is still very much around in control of Team Sarah. Our next priority, re-clear main, because there's a heavy setup there, and the ult will be popped. What can be done off of that? Stun to support for Starry Bun. She'll swing forward in mid-air. Moose combines with Redux on the other side, and this is where those guns find value. Spamming through the smokes. Recharge, so it does not even matter. Moose picks up 3 for his team. Team Sarah, they're just unstoppable.
It's just complete distraction on the side of Redux. He wasn't even the main character. Moose rocking in, taking out every single body possible. Up in dangerous momentous flow as well here for Team Sarah. And the biggest thing too is Sealy getting all this information, pushing her team's utility. It is less damage to you overall while you're moving in, and the further away you stay away from that fragment, the less damage it does too. So it's perfect to push, especially in smokes. Just huge.
Yeah, it is crazy that round is converted. I love the call to pop the overdrive there for Redux. With its buff, it is really good, especially at spamming through smokes. If headshot damage now, if you're just aiming head level, you can just laser people down. And we saw the orbital strike from one side. Here comes the other. Heaven's clear. That's your space now. The chamber will re-clear. That's ban! 4-2! Absurd out of this man and through the smoke. But Saunders, she wants more in this endeavor. She'll just keep on swinging the molly, though. Keeps her at bay and still in heaven. A man, a trap yet to be sprung. In the swing on the north side comes Artstar on the back side, and Ban still alive, still swinging in heaven. You ulted him. You tried to stop him. You tried to shut this man down, but it's just not doing it now. See, alone, she has 3 in front of her. She's whiffing. She's whiffing, and she's losing out on the round. A thrifty is how Team Emuhleet get on the board there.
That's what I like to see. Overall, 2 ban an entire arsenal. Shorty up into an ultimate, up into the rifles, rocking in. Didn't even have to use any guns that he bought this round. That being said, too, for the side of Team Sarah, they still have control. They still dictate the pace. That's just Team Emuhleet reading the book correctly this time. Time to swap to a different page, though. Let's see what else they got up for us in the place.
What do they have going? What's the next page in the playbook? Because something tells me that Ban surviving heaven and killing 3 with a tour de force and a shorty isn't your consistent key to success. What is might be another heavy presence toward May. They've been kind of showing some of these trap plays, and none of them have really properly activated just yet. I don't think those paint shells have had any rounds where they found much value, and a big part of that is Team Sarah playing the Neon. Redux can just zoom past that utility. It's a really good counter to teams playing this fade raise and kind of a breach composition. We're heavy on those nade traps.
It's not be lucky for Team Emuhleet too, but they keep picking the side that Team Sarah's not at. They get to save so much utility and use it after the fact. So everything that Team Sarah's trying to deny in terms of with their utility, like Redux didn't even need to put this wall up at all. He could just completely spread all the way apart by himself and slid in. We did though with a showstopper, stops the momentum. Man's up in the business as well, landing every single shot possible. We did now reallocated with his team. Sonder is active on the top side of B, looking to see if he can find anything else. No, absolutely stopped. And their tracks up to Moose now to go absolutely massive, but they know exactly where he is. No chance here. That blind doesn't even hit over at Canteen. It's just his Vandal that he has a chance to actually work with. 20 seconds over on that fault line as well. Go for the plant, wish for the best.
That's the angle, though. Nade will come in, force him off for a moment, but he never wanted the plant. He wants the fight. He wants that kill. And Emuhleet biding her time, waiting on that stun, waiting on that utility to fight him. The aftershock is perfect.
The blindness, too. Bruce doesn't even see how he goes down. Emuhleet with a perfect setup for the kill.
Gun here.
Beat is there, and they're back. 2-5, they're alive.
What a nice conversion. But I want to counter the call for Team Sarah there was actually pretty cool. They realized that they have no presence A main, and that's part of the design of their hit, right? They were fully coming from drop. It's a setup that they haven't really ran before, so they were hoping something new would find the benefit. They wanted to fight into spawn in the late round there, off of a Moose's utility, and Sarah flashing through that smoke. The flash didn't hit because the players were still around the corner and like just took a moment longer to swing, so punish that crunch in spawn, and then that activated the players in main to come through. In large part, that was weeded with the showstopper to clear space. They were completely crunched on the site. Sure, they had the space, but they did not have the opportunity to actually convert any of that into kills or into a round. So good attempt to nearly close it out, but back into the action we go. Redux again zooming forward fast with the same main control. Do they want to convert that to a hit towards Sands or just go hard on A main? Sands taken. Lots of space already given.
It'll be hard to be able to work with Sands though. Fault line on one side, the Nightfall ready to come in from the side of top drop. All the way over at Dish, there is the entire arsenal of players ready to go. Almost a trap at allowing the spike to go down. Redux almost dodges that nightmare. Now all the util coming in. Prowlers, boombots, every single drone up in the business, causing havoc for Celia on site. They've lost the potential for smokes or even a molly. Absolutely crunched down. Redux can't even hear. Every single one of his teammates absolutely fall apart. Moose there with the stun, with the spray as well, but can't actually handle the flanks coming in from Starlight either. They're allowing Team Sarah to play their game, get on the site, and then basically having an extra round of gameplay with this entire retake, using 0 util until that spike actually goes down.
I mean, the retakes have just been so good, and if you look at the composition, you see that it plays to it. Sure, those trap plays can be good, but against a Neon, you have to make a pivot, and only a few rounds in, they make that call. They lean heavy into these retakes. It's been about fighting for north side and pivoting those retakes from fast rotations out of spawn and players on Dish, and it's worked really well for them. Now 2 rounds in a row. Turn that the other way and ask, what's the change up for Team Sarah? They go back to a play that's worked for them in the past. Heavy on the north side, sending Neon fast towards B, pinch with your chamber alone main.
Need a little bit of adaptability off of the control that you get, and over at Arcade, you can have the option to go into spawn very easily. You can also just completely trade off and go right back over to Dish. It's an easy way to really move out. Have a chance to crunch over the top side as well, but these mollies are already out. Some of the way they can actually move, they're forcing everyone into ban, but he can't handle the pressure this time. An op looks like it's going to be going into one of the hands of these players. Guardian up, active on Sarah. Emuhleet, the only person with a voice so far through these smokes, will be coughing though, pushing them this much and this frequently. HP on both players down, and Sarah comes in, racking 2 shots up top from the rope on the backside. Gonna be huge to keep Team Sarah in the lead.
Sarah frags is in fact fragging as she keeps her team up, shuts down that momentum before it boils out of control, before the water gets out of that pot. She'll do so. They return to a play that's worked for them in the past. But now what's the reaction off that? Because still, some of these keys that have been working the side of Team Emuhleet are still available. They'll continue to put that pressure towards the north side.
If it's worked before, what should you do? Basically, do the same thing again. So I feel like this is going to be a A-B arcade to main thing over and over. This time, they've got power with it. Null command up in tow. All that util we talked about at the retake is not going to be able to be used at all, at least for the first 5 to 7 seconds of it. Chile as well covering the gaps. No one inside up top in spawn, but no one's really pushing in and gaining much advantage with all this control. So once again, every person on site is locked in.
Yeah, and this time though, they keep control of Sands and have the post one set up from there. Redux wanted to push through the smoke, goes 1 for 1, Artstar on that trade back, and now Sands will be attempted to be retaken here, but Seely's just on the other side. She's holding, she's comfortable in her position, but blind. Havasandra there with support. Now Emuhleet has to do this alone. Aftershock, but still an operator established up on the line, and look what's available in this retake. Rolling Thunder comes out. Sure, the kills are coming through, but nobody can get on that spike. The stun is so good, and now it's just 1 left. Sonder from the back lines. She'll find her 3rd in the round and the 7th for her team.
Emuhleet just throws a bowling ball right through that alley of a site and hits an absolute strike. Every single pin, every single player hit by that Rolling Thunder. It was easy walking for everyone else who was just ready to pick up the pieces that were left toppled over. That's one way to keep the lead.
It's one way indeed, and that'll reset Team Emuhleet down to an eco here. And Team Sarah again, back online. Comes at Brim ultimate. They're just cycling ultimates to convert these rounds. 2 rounds ago, it's Moose with his Rolling Thunder to close out. Now it's Moose in that previous round. Now it's Sealay with her Orbital Strike online. They're doing a great job at prioritizing these ult orbs in the early round, and they're doing a great job with these stuns too. No one able to move in main, but they also don't overheat off of it. Get the info, this is a heavy setup, run back away. However, Ban might have just put a pin in this one. Takes down the sole player towards the north side. Now this hit one-sided towards B. Okay.
Okay, Redux.
Yep. Reasonable shot.
Which one of Neon's abilities is that, by the way? Maybe I missed the patch.
They actually had an
smokes?
aim hack to
Yes.
Do change.
100%. Speed wasn't enough. Redux has to be happy about that one, too. What a good spot to be in. Covering over Arcade, the entire fleet ready, though, on the side of Team Sarah to start to... The side of Team Emuhleet to start to move in. Sees also all the way up over at tower, so no one can really peek to play on their own terms. Redux being an absolute nuisance, though. Frying players left and right, not stopping either. Completely free to roll. Fault line in the way, too. Burn from Redux. Fingertips reaching towards the skies as they go 8-3.
Interesting setup in the post line there for Team Sarah. They elect to plant slant, even though they have quite a lot of pressure on site. A lot of teams have moved to planting either behind dice or deeper in the site. I think 100 Thieves was like the first team to start to do that a lot, and I think it's a lot more optimal to plant in that deeper position when you're playing this Breach Brim comp that's really prevalent on this map, because it gives you much better options in the post plant holding from main, and you can take space. It almost worked against them there. Had Redux not found that big play to re-wrap from main and find pressure, those players would have been on the site from Team Emuhleet. Could have gone wrong, but we got to get back into the action, because already there's an attempt at an aggressive play, and already it has been shut down. Still Emuhleet with the Rolling Thunder to work with, but the stun on the other side is great. Redux has been fantastic with these relabels, and again, it comes alive. Artstar trying to make a heroic play, but it's just not working out. 3-2, and Sonder close. You do not expect her on this angle.
As Saunders listened and waited enough, she's found the BPM of the track. She's really just discovered the timing.
Spike planted.
We did now, as a result, expected one more teammate to be here to be able to help, but all up to him now to find that glorious pick. Another smoke drop down, those sky smokes. Backed in for 20 seconds here. There's no chance for Rita to do much but take this risk to push across. No one watching it for now, so the timing could be perfect. Sonder, though. There's a switch up in the beat. The flow now changed. It's up in Weeded's way. You have that orbital strike available, so there is insurance on the actual spike. Not gonna find it just yet. The Boombot knows exactly where Redux is going to be. Is he still hot, though? The movement back and forth, the respect from both these players. Sealay finds it. The timing, though, it's not enough. No one was in position. They won't pick off every single player, but Ban sticks the spike and makes it 8-4 for Team Emuhleet.
What a fumble there in the post plant from the side of Team Sarah, excuse me. They had full control of that round, but they overcooked things just a little bit. Sonder pushes deep in spawn, wants to reflank there when she could have just held the positioning she had. Has the right read, expects someone close in that smoke, but Ban found the timing and is able to convert off of that. That's why that plant position is really tough to hold. You have to be Heaven to be able to swing easily and convert, and sure, you have that orbital strike, but it was so late that half came through before that connected, and now 8-4. Maybe a lifeline given over to Team Emuhleet in this second half, but the attack, tough to play, and you already see it. This is the north side crunch I was hyping up. Moose will stun quickly here. It won't actually hit the Neon because he's stunning from Heaven, so Neon can just run straight on through and punish, and on the other side, both the Chamber and the KO coming.
Sarah and Sonder will be the keys to this one. So many stuns on this side. Everyone in trouble. All it's about is just buying time. And there's the flank coming in. Sonder, Sarah, 3-1. Just the lurker left. Up to Rita to see what's up and what to do next. I mean, he just got a pick. It's just the Chamber player that's alive. Yeah. I'm like, literally, it happened so fast.
Martyrdom. He's got some crazy perk going. I didn't know that got added to Valorant just yet, but Moose will clean up that final player in Ban. 9-4. It's really tough to play against those north side crunches because it's not even the Neon sliding in that's the toughest thing to contend with. It's the players coming from the other side. That's why it's a crunch. Because not only are you stunned, not only is a Neon running you down, there's players from the other side. It's practically unwinnable. If that stun connects and you can't get to safety behind the boxes on bridge, you're just dead. And there's the result.
Even then, there is no safety. Every time you look around to or look behind you to check what's happening from Dish, there still is a frenzy shooting right at you. You have to have some crazy amount of temperament to be shot at, not care and trust your teammates to land all those shots, cover the backside. So the comms for that too, not going to be available with a team that just, you know, got together about 2 days ago. It coming in, it's not going to let Redux into his aggressive position either. Right now, they're still not convinced that This is going to be the wave. Everyone from the side. Team Emuhleet is just moving over towards that south B, waiting for that push.
And Celia is ready for this one. Lighter set up towards B. Spectre on the line. She'll pop some smokes down to the lays. The timing tough on this one. She's spotted by the cat, but does not seem to matter. She'll tuck close. They'll run forward, but Sarah's there to support, and despite the blind, she'll swing for more. Easy round here for Team Sarah, as only 2 are left alive, and Emuhleet's already low on HP. The chances nigh on 0. As Team Sarah do look to approach the double digits. Redux has spotted her, and he'll take her.
Team Emuhleet need to find a way to slow things down inside this game, allowing the team to really get on site and go for a spike plant and then work around that was what they were doing on defense overall. Now when they really have to dictate the pace, but Team Sarah's the one doing all these crunches, have to just hope that they're not on the right side, or I guess the wrong side in their circumstance, for a crunch is actually happening.
What is the setup? 4 in drop. This is going to be like a heavy main fight. Trying to set up a trap here. Breach stuns. Redux can slide in off of it. You have a Molly, no nade without that raise, but still can be potent. They stim off the rip too. This fight's going to be fast.
Okay, on the left side, there's one player that's going to be taken out first. Absolutely, yes, Emuhleet. The insurance already gone. That double stack neon wall is going to be huge, but slight overheating from every single player. It is all just about the damage, though. They're going to be doing a lot. Sonder and Moose side by side. Sonder, too much. Not calm at all. Absolutely aggressive. Still landing every single shot. Oh, just down to Artstar now, all the way on site. She was completely by herself. This is insane.
You call it an overheat, but this isn't, you aren't baking. This isn't something precision. This is something different. You want to broil. You want to get the heat going. Get that crust nice and warm on the top. And it works out. A beautiful creme brulee ready to eat with a bonus round win here, unless Artstar can do something about it. Full util. Specs Sonder in the corner should find her for free now, a 1v1. And she knows exactly where Moose is. The cats are coming in a second. Ready, the swing, forward utility in hand, and Artstar with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Util diff up in the end. I like the option too. On the other side, Moose without fault line, unfortunately, just did not have cover to be able to toss it from where he was. Huge from Artstar to be able to have that. The crossfire also just not as tight as Team Sarah thought it would be. That being said, though, the way that round started, I still give that mental victory to Team Sarah overall. It looks like they're just having fun, pushing sites, stimming all the way in. Redux is just holding down W and Mouse 1 at the same time, and it's working out.
That it is. I've loved these aggressive plays out of Team Sarah. I think in like a setup like this where you're not playing against a super coordinated team, crunches are hyper effective. You've seen that in the first few rounds of this game, and we'll see if that works in this one. Already Redux is pushing deep down B, but he gets abandoned. Actually just saying to lurk in that position, which baits the attackers into Sonder with the operator. Now they want to go back. Flip-flop, double back. Does the seesaw land on Redux? It just might.
And just letting know everyone on the side of Team Sarah, just hold things down now. Stop the super crunches. Just have one person up on the line. Each player will start to move in slowly. It's going to be huge. Even if Redux goes down, it's fine. They have an op with Sonder on the backside. They have everyone with the actual defensive line ready on B. Right now, Team Emuhleet is absolutely trapped. They'll have to go underpass if they want to have a sense of freedom in this map and choose where to go. But once again, they ran down the clock so much, 50 seconds. Won't have that many choices left to choose to make that walk.
The paths are starting to close. Less options to branch with only 40 seconds left. You see a reclear towards the south side, actually. The KO holding that line, reestablishing towards slant. Could even come heaven to fight. The smokes are down. Team Sarah know that this will be a hit towards B.
They know it's coming. Man, asking for something special, pushing the molly. Sela, it's not going to work twice on her. Going to be looking fine and good for now. The Sim's also there to have a fast burst in this push. Through the smoke, and Saunders there too on the back. We must have forgot. But clearly, they didn't. Team Sarah's just ready to go with this one. Switching over to the rifle. It's all about the trades all the way up in tower. Emuhleet has an entire ladder to climb. She's going to trip and fall before she even gets started. Moose will be able to take her out. So that defuse will come in, taking us all the way to 11 for Team Sarah.
That's really unfortunate for the side of Team Emuhleet. You see the desperation play there. Ban wants to set something up. He wants to push the smoke towards spawn. Not necessarily the worst play when you're at man disadvantage, but there was a molly at his feet. And not only is his death losing another player, but it's setting that trademark offline. It meant there was no more flank trip, and Sonder could just run all the way through spawn with no one watching her and be able to find that flank to close out.
Absolutely. It also shows us that crunches come in all different shapes and sizes. Usually it's like a bite for Team Sarah over and over again. Super fast, all the utils there. This time they allow Team Emuhleet to get trapped in spawn. That crunch as slow as a trash compactor, waiting for them to just literally box themselves out. They had nowhere to go but B, and they got absolutely snuffed out.
They are putting this team into boxes. Emuhleet is really struggling to make this one happen, but this time they will get to dictate the pace just a tad. Fast take towards Sands, but Sonder there, able to receive. She already takes one. We just Nade will punish, but Moose is there. Moose has been so good this map, and Sele as well on the cleanup. An easy, a breezy, a lemon squeezy anti-eco, and maybe not so easy. We can unsqueeze the lemons because there was a bit of damage done, but still, that point secured for Team Stara.
How do you unsqueeze a lemon? You have to like grab it and stretch it out. You need a lot of grip strength for
You
that
put
one.
the juice back in.
You put the juice
Pour it back
back
in, put the seeds back in.
Is that osmosis? There's a term for that.
You might have to like mix some gelatin in there to like congeal it enough to make things work again.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I'm not a lemonologist.
Does a re-squeeze? If life gives you a re-squeezed lemon, do you make lemonade? Or question
That's the
why
future.
they re-squeeze a lemon?
I need all the billionaires to get on this. Develop re-squeezable
What's
lemons.
Mars? Focus on lemons. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The future is now, or at least it could be, with some new lemons or with some new pace, because Redux again is just running into their spawn. Ult's available for both sides, doesn't matter, because Redux has popped his ultimate, still banned there. A Bucky of all things to close. Sarah on the trade back, and Starry Bun just vibing on the north side. Two players still here chilling out, but they're at a man disadvantage. Look at Sarah, she's sprinting, running into the spawn, and Weed, it's 1 HP. Sele backs away, 3v3.
Here comes the party. And it's good. I try to have a line for that one, but this match is going
No one
way
was
too fast.
invited to the party.
No one's invited. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. The venue closed early.
And Sonder will look to close out this game. Oh, she falls off the line. Wrong timing. Maybe some room for Artstar. We need the 1 versus 3.
I
It's been
fall
solid
available
this
too.
game. Yeah.
Mhm.
We saw her win that clutch just earlier with the 1 versus 2.
Count to 6, Mimi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, that's where the first pick happened. I was trying to call the end of the game. All good. Nightfall rolling all the way in. Artstar. So we actually heard 2 tags roll in, so she should know exactly where everyone is. Yeah, absolutely just rolling out. You have, habits, maybe just die hard. You want to keep that flag checked, but 2v1, so she knows exactly where everyone is. Time to wrap this over.
Let's see. We'll put a haunt out towards spawn, make sure no one is rotated quickly, but she knows they were both B, and because they have no ears due to that ultimate coming through, they don't rotate early. Now they'll work in conjunction to come back towards this A site. I don't know if I agree with this play. She tucks into sight, suspecting someone will come main, but they're both just wrapping through spawn. Now with that knife through, they should know, or Artstar should know, that the positioning is towards spawn. The smokes as well selling it. Can she get it done though?
She's selling exactly where she is. Yep, it's all about the off timing. Now 1v1 Sarah. Gonna be seized and absolutely dished out. Another clutch from Artstar. I guess that's the way to win this game. Everyone just die and let Artstar clutch.
6 seconds to 6 rounds and something working out, at least for Team Emuhleet. They stay alive, maybe a bit of a fumble in the spacing there for Team Stara, but still excellently played out of her. This Fade utility has come in clutch in the clutch, so that makes sense.
Yep. That is
True.
how it goes. It's how it works. Past that, it's still absolute bottom line survival. It's ultimates needed to win rounds. In an economy where, they're starting to crash, maybe 2 more will be able to work. But this is a tour de force used by Ban. We've got Orbital Strike coming in as well as that Rolling Thunder. This should be a nice, scoop and spray from the heavens. What do you call it when it's a Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike at the same time?
I call it the
Scoop and
microwave.
smash? The microwave. That's actually a very nice one, yeah.
Because they're just like, they're trapped in, you close the door on the microwave, and they get
But when
they
do you
get fried.
shove things into a microwave? I never understood that part of the microwave. Like,
I don't
anger
know.
issues in that household, if you're really getting that aggressive. And low lifespan on the door of that microwave. 2 ban. I don't even need to open up the microwave at all. Here it goes. No one actually hit at all. Okay, so Redux was actually snuffed out. Silly with the trade though. Something's 2v3. Shouldn't seem like this, but gonna be enough for the clutch. All up to 1 player now on Sarah's side to be able to lock this out. That retake gonna come through nicely. But they know exactly where they are. Yep, Sonder gonna be able to just get picked apart. 12 to 7. Comeback yay or comeback nay?
Fake comeback, yeah. I don't think this one's
Fake
happening.
comeback.
I need
This
something
falls
more
under
to
the
tell me.
most deceiving comeback half.
It might just
Scoreline.
be. Here's the play. When you are a team and you have a big lead and your team and your opponent is fake comebacking, vibe, wait, build up your ultimates, until you have a round with just like a giga amount of ultimates and you're on a bye, and then just close it out. Like, they literally have a free win button. If both Moose and Sealay have their ult online, we just Rolling Thunder into an orbital strike, and 2 people die for free on a retake. There's really cool ideas you can do where you just stack things up and you just chill and wait. And in this one, they're not waiting. Instead, they're fighting forward. A north side crunch, knock knock, no one is home. Redux is taking the rope. There's 2 players taking the rope. This is gonna be disastrous. This is gonna be an absolute travesty. A massacre in mid. 2 players fall into the abyss.
Oh my god. Try whatever, I guess, on the anti-eco. It works. It's all good.
That's crazy. They have no information south side. They know no one's walked A main. They know no one's walked B main.
It's Mission Impossible blooper reels. You know what I'm saying, for the next movie. That's all it is.
Tom Cruise dropped a little bit too far on the rope.
Oh, production halted on the next movie. It's a fun round. This is where you just keep the vibe. Moose, though, actually really important. Every single kill, he gets closer to the ultimate. Now he has it. Imagine the match just ends now. No shot, right? 1v4?
No shot. 1 shot, 1 possibility, 1 opportunity to lose. 8-12. This comeback is looking realer and realer. But this is a round where Team Sarah is back with the guns. Have that breach ult online. Close to Sarah's as well. This is where the going gets tough.
Sondra on the op back over again. We were tracking ultimates, but not even economy just now, so they'll be able to just line things up. A main protector. Actually moved all the way over to B, it looks like, on the defensive side, so that will switch things up entirely. We're sticking over to just wherever defensive spawn is. A chance to go for south side B or A main. It's worked the best so far for Emuhleet, but once again, it's a tried pattern. Has been tested multiple times. There should be a way for Team Sarah to adapt. That Rolling Thunder might be the big thing.
Both Sarah and Sonder have been dynamic in this game. 20 kills a pop. And this one is set up towards A main. Another one of these
up like this. I'm concerned. Or they're just trying to let Redux run all the way in while everyone's dazed. Okay. That Rolling Thunder is still up. It's all for Redux. Riding the wave. A surfer looking for every single shot on the water. A triple spray's not going to connect just yet. We'll take him down. Wow. A chance for that to happen. The trust just on one player to end the match. It might just be enough.
He rides the wave, but gets wiped out still. See if that wave can rebound. 3 players left alive. They have a reclare of A main, but look at the setup. Still 2 players holding down. Moose, the silent jump peek up top. He'll see they're here. He knows, and now he has the utility to sustain, to call for rotation. Stun is perfect, and the shot is better.
Gonna be in a nightmare right now, but I feel like my man is too happy sleeping for the moment. He doesn't care about not having ears. His eyes, his vibes, his shots.
One enemy
Just too easy to hit.
Spike down.
This is for the match. This is for the map for the moment right now. And Moose is loading the line right in front of the smokes. There are no mirrors. It's just reality. And that's that Team Sarah is too good. Haven't dropped the map so far. Aren't stopping now. That's an easy win.
13-8, dominant in this one. They pick us into Fracture, and they look so damn good. That defensive side, super well set up. The plays to enable Redux, even that last round, the wave, you run your breach ult in. It felt like the read was on point. Every round they went for a crunch, except for that one eco round where 2 people died crossing the rope. They had the right call on where to be aggressive or where to set up the trap. I'm not sure who's making the calls for this team, but whoever it is, hats off, because it was on point on that Fracture map.
Absolutely. The adaptability and the dynamicism from the side of Team Emuhleet as well. It was prevalent in some of those rounds towards the end of that defending side, allowing all these shenanigans to happen and not saying anything about it and then playing the retake perfectly. It was there, but you only get a limited amount of time to play defense. On offense, they couldn't really find their groove. So unfortunate, but we'll see what happens on map 2. We'll be right back after a short little break.
Welcome back to the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational. We're halfway through our second series of the day here between Team Emuhleet and Team Sarah, and getting off to a start there, Team Sarah was looking dominant on Fracture. Emuhleet back with you alongside Shio Wager, and as we take a look in the past at map number 1 there, Fracture was just the home ground for Team Sarah. They looked so good on this.
Yeah, aggression, destruction, loss, familial heartbreak. I don't know what else I can use to describe this map number 1.
Familial heartbreak. What does that mean?
Heartbreak.
Can you break that down for me? Are they a family? They've bonded over this tournament?
Family loss, but it's like loss via family. You know what I mean? Like, think about Dominic Toretto versions of loss.
Isn't that like an anime that everyone loves? Lost X Family?
No, that's Spy. Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that it was bad. It was bad for Team Emuhleet. Team Sarah, living high, living large, big family, all happy, Thanksgiving type vibes. They're feeling fine. There was a few key rounds and a few changes that Team Emuhleet made that looked really good. But so far, the franchise earnings, the profits at the box office, go all the way towards Team Sarah. I can't wait for this next movie.
Yeah, the next movie has got to be a good one for this squad. I think the big thing that was keeping them alive was Artstar. She had 2 massive clutches in this second half. But besides that, it was all but unblemished for the side of Team Sarah. So many of these aggressive plays, playing off of Redux on that Neon were excellent. Even when we got to the final round here, it was just Redux absolutely zooming off one of those rolling thunders to be able to find space in main. Here we see them closing things out towards the end. I mean, had some good moments towards the start, and like we talked about, Artstar had some moments of her own. But overall, this is a pretty one-sided affair.
Absolutely. Literally, like, things are going so good that Redux took a vacation to Hawaii, rode the waves. First time seeing a surfboard inside Valorant. Very, very nice.
New discoveries across the board, and a new map coming up next as we take a look at the map picks and bans. That was the choice of Team Sarah. Now number 2, Ascent. This is the choice of Team Emuhleet. You expecting any change in maybe how close things were as we switch over to Ascent?
I feel like if Team Sarah gets a little bit of that lead once again, it's going to be even faster. When I say that, though, it is Team Emuhleet that'll have the dictation of speed and time. They start on an attack. They get to choose how fast sites are hit and how the map is actually overall played. If Team Sarah finds those gaps in the holes, that might make it set a faster overall match comparatively to what we saw in maybe the overall match number 1 between the last 2 teams. But I don't think we're going to see anything as fast as that Fracture map. There's no chance to really do a crunch like we saw before on a map like Ascent.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the agent picks, because we're already locked in, and it seems pretty standard here for that defensive side of Team Sarah. They're going with kind of a classic composition, or I guess less classic, more new age here. A lot of teams would play the same comp, but sub in like the Raze and the Chamber. Instead, they go back to the Killjoy, they go back to the Jet. Some of the new, some of the old, but it plays to the strengths. Sonder, actually normally more of a star player, but also comfortable in the Sentinel. We've seen it from her in the past, and Redux gets his Jet. On the other side, though, Astra for Star Rebun, same double initiators, similar composition, just a few little swap-ups.
Now, the big thing with Sonder being active on Killjoy, just being able to have the gun out overall, and having the combination of both a Fade, Omen, and KO for Redux to play off of, I feel like Redux has even more support in this comp overall with the retakes. The Paranoia coming in, a Flash to be able to dash off of, and past that, the Haunt up on top of whatever barrier generator to be able to give Redux a sight on what to look at next. If my man is still online, looking warm, ready to go, this should be maybe even faster than I'll take it back on the Fracture map.
Yeah, well, here we go. Map number 2, Team Sarah versus Team Emuhleet. And if Team Sarah can close this one out, it would be winner takes all. They continue on in the upper bracket. They're looking to close out the night in that upper finals. But for Team Emuhleet, a chance to rebound, and already the aggression, a pinch in from mid. Redux dashing forward. Sarah with the flashes over the wall. Ban will reply, but there's nothing more to be done when Moose is on the other side. Sure, Weeded does get a reply in mid. Now Moose needs to get out, but he's got the DP. He's got safety. He's got a little secure container, but in the aggression, they've lost the other side. A site taken for Team Emuhleet.
Got a massive information as well as to exactly where everyone is. No stragglers left on foot in the oceans of waves of the different portions of the map down below. Moose knows exactly where every single person is now. Everyone is accounted for. That double flank off the backside is going to be huge. I'm not sure if Weed is going to see it coming. He's attempting to actually look for it, but Sarah's just too fast on the draw. Sheriff in town looking to just lock everyone up, turning hell basically into a jail. That smoke coming in too is going to give them an opportunity to maybe just work around that site. On all sides, there's just one person left now, and they know it's going to be a double up. They see the flashes coming in. Sarah doesn't care about the 0 point, wants to get close. Personal, take that 3K for the start of the round and end everything over as Emuhleet goes down.
Dude, her micro is so good. It's absurd that she hits the headshot there. That's what, like, 10 bazillion hours of combined Kovacs and aim lab time. If you're ever interested in just seeing something fun, go to Sarah's Twitter and just scroll back and look at like just some of the montages she's made. It's been like COD clips, Counter-Strike clips, like Valorant clips. Like she has played so many different games and is just insane at all of them. I know I'm hyping her up like crazy, but she's really a fantastic player.
It should be though, because that was actually maximum impressive. A lot of the times we've seen Weeded in that spot in the last game, and many matches before, it's the easiest shot for him to hit. Sarah's just that fast. Microseconds of a difference, and it's because of all that practice.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the caliber of players that we're playing up against. Three of players on some of the best teams in the Game Changer scene, and then two like kind of tier 1 or tier 1 adjacent players here for the kind of main VCT circuit here in North America, and still the same performance is coming through. Maybe a different context than all those players on their respective teams, but impressive nonetheless. Sarah, maybe not being quite as crisp in that engagement as Ban finds some damage either way, and we did a nice shot there on a Redux to find this man advantage. Do they want to take cat or do they want to reset? Killjoy Molly's pop, so they head to B.
I like how they crack it open and just back off, let everything fizzle and foam over. Pulling everyone away from B, focusing so hard on mid, but the actual pressure is all the way towards that A main side. They are running into Sonder here, that Killjoy setup, so this will be the most difficult spot to actually hit. Sonder backing off though, making sure that everything's fine on the flank. Will make that turret go down. No one's ready for the A hit just yet.
You're unboxing a bottle of sparkling water. You open a little bit, let it fizz off, and reset, re-push in later. Finish the job. That's what they're looking to do. Spike will come down from Artstar, but look at the setup for this retake. 2 towards Heaven, 2 coming in from the tree room. It'll be a nice little pinch. Question is, do they have the utility to make it work? Sarah already taking ban.
They got the firepower. Forget about the utility. The gun's looking so strong. Up over at Dice as well. You can't hide from Sarah. She'll find you. One person left. It's obvious they're going to be right behind the smoke. Emuhleet going down. A perfect retake from the side of Team Sarah. They make at this round that looked like almost disaster on one side. Perfect for them on the retake overall.
Yeah, a breathtaking round there. Pretty on the retake. Now we get to look at their bonus. Redux died in that one. Does he want to head back in? Maybe pull a hero rifle here? I would actually really like it if he would. I'm a big fan of hero rifles on bonus rounds. I think a lot of people kind of have this mentality of chalking up it's a bonus round. We can just play to just convert into our bonus. But I think in MR12 there's a really good argument to be made, especially if you bought strong weapons into the second and reinvesting there. You see a lot of teams now, not a lot, but some of the based teams buying like 3 Vandals, 2 pistols, and then kind of baiting the pistols forward on their anti-eco. There's some cool economic strats to be had, but I'm not an economist. I'm just here to watch the games, and Redux, he's putting up some fireworks. He'll dash straight forward, fine through. The Cloudburst wants another here. Hard start, pushing the cat forward, but he's still chilling, stuck in on his corner. There's no space in main, there's no C's connecting, and now there's a smoke to support. Redux, does he go for more? Sonder on the other side takes down Weeded. This is looking tough off the rip.
Shambles for Team Emuhleet. And the big thing too now is if you C's and both cats to be able to gain some pressure and control over our tiles. What does it cost Team Sarah? A dash and 2 jet smokes overall, the Cloudburst. So nothing much past that. And now Redux can just play right past that smoke. Too many angles for Artstar to clear. Yeah, it's just too much, and he can just spam through that. Spectre's actually going to win, I feel like, in that situation. They claim where 2 players are as well, know exactly what Ban wants to do while he's moving. Sarah's ready on the off angle. Ban's just faster, though. Not even dashing in. We'll just have to walk. Redux will just walk even faster, I guess, or stronger with the stomps. I'm not even sure, but once again, in movement, that Spectre hits hard.
And look over towards mid. Sandra's just holding the angle. They're locked in. They're stuck in main. The information is there. And Redux has a crossfire established here. Can anyone get past? Artstar will try and swing.
It's too much. That off angle's just way too good. And Redux starts that round and clasps it towards the end as well, putting what seems like Team Emuhleet's motivation straight into the coffin.
And what a good time to pop that aggressive play. They slow things down a little bit in the initial engagements on the pistol and on that anti-eco. They're comfortable giving some spikes, playing that retake, but they turn up the tempo to the maximum, 100 beats per minute. Is that fast? I don't know anything about music. I think that's fast.
100 BPM is actually relatively medium. IMHO. It's like, I would do it, but I'm probably going to be wrong and then mess up. And then,
it's an anti-eco.
The thing is,
Cast
I
at 100
don't know what
BPM.
it is. Cast at 100 BPM?
Yeah, I don't know how that works, but I think you can figure it out.
It's like a... Can you hear that at all? I don't even know.
I can hear that, yeah.
I need a metronome. Listen, I can drum, you know what I mean? But I can't BPM, if that makes sense. Which is really backwards, but he's what it is at the same time.
Well, it is what it is for Sarah, because she's already fallen. A tough way to start the round. Good read that there be a player in that position close in the util to punish. Still, the trade's just a little bit better. Sandra was aggressive on the other side, so man advantage sticks with Team Sarah.
Sarah's just waiting now. Emuhleet needs a miracle on this round to be able to try to even win, but it's anti-eco. It's all good. Sometimes it ends up happening. Waiting past that smoke. The star is being set up too. On the bar for Redux. Nice sprays overall. Make it 4-0. Now this is where, once again, it's the same situation we saw last time. Once Team Sarah's team got to that 5-0, they broke 2 different gun rounds. Or I guess 3 in this instance. That's when they started to just completely run away with the competition. I don't even think Team Emuhleet really has a chance to really adapt or let Team Sarah do what they want and then move on a retake or anything. They're on the attack side. They have to get to the site first.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. This might be a really good map for Team Emuhleet for all we know, but because they pick it, they're forced onto that attacking side to start. And, well, unfortunately, Team Sarah is just a fantastic team on the defense. Their aggressive plays have been great, and I think their composition really behooves this side of the map with Sandra on that killjoy. Another maybe attempt at kind of an aggressive player, at least a reaction. Moose has that paranoia ready to go, but no one will engage off it. Instead, it's a faster play in mid. You notice Ban just chilling out and actually finding success against Sandra now. This B site comes into jeopardy. A great paranoia, though, to support will slow him down, but the fade ult towards B, it's all just a ruse. It's all just a fake. The spike's back towards A, and they've bitten on it.
Ban's found a solve to the maze, though. A puzzle. He's seen the timing, and Redux can't fathom his teammate going down off of that type of mid lurk. Artstar now also finding a few people leaving the site. It's Seal that ends up going down. This is going to be huge for Ban to be in this position as well. Nice from Team Emuhleet to actually find a way to win that round. It's actually pushing through resilience, through all that utility, being confident. That being said, though, now Team Sarah is going to be on the lookout for plays just like that. They'll be playing a little bit more stand back, I guess, not as confidently when pushing towards site.
Sure.
It's going to be the only round I feel like Team Emuhleet can actually do that.
Yeah, that it is. And now as we look forward towards this round, we're going to, again, probably see a bit of that change of pace that you were talking about. For Redux, it's buying into the operator here. Bladestorm just around the corner, but his emphasis on the op. And you notice, actually, the Initiator and Omen both holding towards mid. You can put your Fade Haunt towards top mid, support Redux to make a swing through the smoke. That he will, and rewarded he will be as Ban, probably the most impactful player thus far for Emuhleet, falls early. Bladestorm earned. He wants more in this one. Redux confident, aggressive, ready, and whiffing. Dead now, too. Another adjective to add into the mix there. But still, man advantage. It's still a favorable trade, and it's still mid-control locked down for Team Sarah.
Wondering why Team Emuhleet wants to actually take the fight to their base. They were kind of born and molded inside mid. I feel like Team Emuhleet barely just adopted it as they moved into this 4-1 type of scoreline. This is where we've seen Redux actually just dash in and cause complete chaos, where he literally just in this round 2 just peeks through smokes. Team Emuhleet wants to fight here. I mean, it's bold. Rock with it. Get to where you're losing first and maybe try to have an essence of control and try to win.
There's a retake set up towards A. You see the Killjoy ult is online, and I think that KO Molly was already used for Team Emuhleet, so that Killjoy could find a lot of value in fighting back towards this A side. If that Killjoy Molly is online, though, that fragment, since the changes, is so potent at just decimating Killjoy's ultimate. They will have to play the retake, though. They should be aware that the Killjoy ult is a potential, and you notice the setup, right? The Fade lurking towards mid, ready to re-pinch in and help the team as well as an ult command available here to buy some time.
You are powerless. Powerless on Team Sarah's side, but at the same time, you're going to be seeing that lockdown come in. It's going to be just far away enough. And that lineup's going to be there just in time as well. Going to be huge. And a surprise for Team Sarah overall. Team Emuhleet looking good as they bait them into the retake and steal the money right from under their noses.
That was crazy right at the end there. I didn't actually see that lineup was coming in, but you're absolutely right that there was a fragment. They waited till the last second, I think intentionally to bait like they didn't have that KO Molly online. So they kind of gave some safety to Team Sarah, excuse me, to make them think, hey, we can just waltz in. We have our ult online. But because of that, players are in these kind of one-and-done angles. That's a super well set up round. I didn't even realize that Emuhleet had that ability online, but it's pivotal in winning this round through. 4-2 now. They're building back into this one still. It'll be faster take for B main control. Redux has to get out of dodge with the dash popped. He can hold this angle for a second shot.
Staying right in the middle of that gravity well, going to be actually using the wall to be able to block off any of the shots and reposition with the dash. Ban then moving around stairs. We're not looking to actually take steps towards any type of aggression. Still just holding down the line. A pop flash from Sarah will come in and Ban gonna dodge paranoia too. This man is not scared. He's still going in for it. Knives popped, looking to cut down the competition. Up into the corner. A Cloudburst is not going to be able to save Redux this time. My man's mind is not going to be safe anywhere anymore. 4-3 as Team Emuhleet is crawling back fast.
Yeah, these faster hits have been really efficient for Team Emuhleet, using that KO utility to get people off the line initially. I think the lack of the chamber for Team Sarah is definitely hurting them a little bit here. I do generally like this Killjoy pick, but they're all so kind of minimal in value when you're playing against a team that has that KO. It's a little harder to justify her with how broken Chamber is, even post-nerf. He's just, in pretty much every way, a better contact agent than Jett when you're on the defensive side. The teleport's a lot easier to get away with, where with Jett, you have to kind of preempt that dash and be able to get away, and you can't be quite as proactive in your opping unless you're really intentional on those timings. And thus far, that hasn't really worked out as much, which kind of leaves down to a lot more of these retake rounds. And Slaughter thought it would be a retake towards A. Not to be. Instead, she's just picked up on the rotation, and Ban continues his streak of dominance. He's looked fantastic thus far in Ascent.
Not stopping now. The last time this happened, though, Team Sarah was able to come back after identifying the patterns that Team Emuhleet put down on their 4 to 5 round swing. They've never really made it this close, though. They were coming back on a big 7 round type of push. 4v3 now as that spike is down. They have to make up in time, but they have the numbers. We did almost whiffing, but does connect on the Redux. Knows exactly where the last 2 members are, too. They have a market and CT type of connection here. Thunder Spawn will peek out right after market makes contact. Artstar ready with the haunt as well. Moose will have to just wait it out. There's no chance here. Just looking to do a little bit of damage. One person needs to leave off that site. Staying with Sheriff is not going to be priority numero uno either, so it's all about every head that Moose can hit. You will find one. That's Artstar's. Makes it kind of worth on the cost. But yeah, now tied 4-4. Looks like all the momentum Team Sarah built up has slowed down.
That it has. It really does mirror map number 1 in that way, but instead Team Emuhleet actually able to find some conversion off stopping that momentum, now building up a pretty hefty streak of their own. For Team Sarah, what do you do to get yourself out of this rut? We've seen a couple rounds where Redux tries to get proactive with the Operator. Hasn't really been effective against this composition. We've seen some rounds where they dedicate more into the retake, try and use that utility to fight back in. I think you have to find some kind of middle ground, and we'll talk of middle. That was their key to success in so many of these early rounds, right? Taking that fight, denying the rotations in the mid round for Team Emuhleet, and leaning into the retake in the late round once you claim that man advantage. They've moved away from that. Instead, a heavy setup towards A, 3 strong, just the alarm bot holding mid.
Well, I think the biggest difference from what I've seen so far is actually that Operator coming into Redux's hands beforehand. When the Vandal was there, he'd be much more close and personal, much more adaptive overall as well in terms of what he wanted to do. Now with that Op, a little bit more slowed down. He's not going to be the star player when it comes to just exactly what his team is doing overall. But hey, as I say that Op does give you angles like that. When it comes to patience, he's going to be able to let Team Emuhleet play their game mistakenly into his eyes and hands, his sight lines. And when he has the option, he will not miss.
And you saw C's come out there. towards B Speedway from Artstar. I'm not really sure the intent of that because no one was there to actually pinch off of it. Now the mid control is here, so it will be a pinch into B. Is there a paranoia? And the Ominous one, no, Moose just teleporting in. This man's a psychopath. Straight into the site. Now 3 players here to defend. Emuhleet will swing forward, but Sonder still in the back site, and there's a second player as well. The bait and the switch. Sealy will swap things around to find her kill. Still, she needs to survive. Look how far away that rotation is from Redux. It's a 1v1, and Artstar loses it. Excuse me, actually able to take things through. Now, a 1 versus 1, another Artstar clutch, a potential.
I haven't seen him lose it today at all. Just too good in terms of knowing exactly what to do, where players are. That Nightfall, the ultimate being available, might just be sending Redux for an absolute headache in his head. And the timing going to be perfect from Artstar as well. He's expecting something backside. What he finds is shots to the back side of his head, I guess.
What a good play from her. Like, who expects someone to gamble on the timing, to walk all the way into logs? And never in a million years do you expect that. You think they're either playing lane, close stairs, or they're hunkered down backside. No one pushes that deep, and it's so unexpected that it isn't even cleared by Redux. What a great play. And another massive clutch with the 1 versus 2 team. Emuhleet just keep rolling their way through this match.
They've invested a bunch into this round as well. Guardians up. Have the judges intone the stingers as well. So bonus flow of money coming in, making these little ecos and thrifties even a little bit more in terms of how much of a punch they pack. Sonder up close this time, really switching up how the util's used, maybe just as bait. They hear the judge too, so now that surprise kind of given away in terms of what's happening over at B main. And looking for an entrance over at A though. No one actually moving. They just have Sonder there by themselves. And catches one little jump up towards heaven. Sarah quickly peeks to pick him apart. The pressure's changed all the way towards mid. It used to be almost an A hit. Looks like it's a B split now towards market. You're challenging the judge though. It's going to be tough if you're even 1 second off on your timing.
Judge massive in the backlines. Now will fall away. It still looked like they wanted to split towards this B site, but the paranoia good to delay the spike. Moose, same play. Doesn't work twice on the teleport towards site. Emuhleet now on the spawn side in an awkward angle because Starlight's just there. Sarah as well swinging forward to find that kill. And now this round, he's in a bit of trouble. The spike yet to ford this crossing, and the judge still in backside ready to snap.
Doesn't even need it. The team, too good, too accurate. You don't exactly even need to pick up that KO entirely. That's something that you actually taught me. Always thought that res needed to come through, but the body just needs to stay alive, so it's a big chill. 5-5, Team Sarah now finally playing, I feel like their own game. You're asking what they need to do. At the first 4 rounds that they won, it felt like they were completely in control. They picked the field as to where this fight actually started. After that, Team Emuhleet just started to move exactly where that field is. Started to plant the spike a bit more. Team Sarah could not play their mid-game. Now they're really waiting all the way at the back for Team Emuhleet to push forward, make mistakes. They have the op online. Not in this round, but we'll see if their patient play is something they're comfortable with, because the more these rounds go forward, the more util there is, the harder it is to really play patient.
Yeah, Fatal already in. You see the KJ ult coming from the other side. That should delay this hit and force a pivot back towards A. It's Redux, the man to hold, and look how far away help is. Patience will be a long cry, but he pops the Blade Storm. Ready for this one.
There's the angles on checking both. There's no one even at trees, so it's a lot for him to handle. They're realizing that, though, rechecking over B-main with a Prowler. They understand that Artstar's near there, so when it comes to executions, that's where they should pop off from. It should be something from Team Sarah to move over towards this B site now. They're committing to this with that Nightfall. Not going to catch anyone on this site, I think, either. Yeah, too far away is back site. Dash in a lever, though. Know exactly what's going down. Man, gonna actually get up close and personal. Hasn't really done this before. Jumping in and actually wins the gamble. Gonna be huge. So much control for Ben. Shutting down Redux as well. What a decision to make. What a performance in this round. All at the backside to even things out. Can their hold be absolutely perfect? No. Starring splits it apart in half, and Ben is there on every single frontier that's available in this match in this round. We did with a perfect angle too. Team Emuhleet adapts perfectly towards the end of the round.
Ban has been insane thus far on this map, and here again with the Jet, he comes alight, pushes not into the site but deep towards spawn, pressures the players, and I think that's a decision off of the information they garnered from Artstar's ultimate there, right? You kind of ult towards backside. You don't actually hit the player that's all the way back, and an Omen teleports there, but that gives you information there's likely to have been rotates either towards spawn or towards market. He elects to gamble and take the fight in that direction. It works out for 2, and then it's just kind of the formality of cleaning up those 2 players in the back lines. It was a nice attempt from Moose with the TP, but not enough to be, as will be the last round of the half now. And will be Rita being super aggressive. He's bitten off way more than he could chew, and he's been chomped down by that cat, stunned up, stuck in the open. A fumble early.
That's so tough. The right play almost, but also the greed to go for a player who doesn't have the util out. Sarah's there to cover lines of sight though. A big B-hop across lane. Perfect from Starry actually to make it. Bando, just too much and really heating up, popping off. Op still in play. It's just one player and Sele is not going to be able to find it. We did gets her on the flank. Nice first half over from Team Emuhleet. A very good comeback.
Yeah, I mean, what a recovery. It was a massive string in a row. 4 rounds off the rip for Team Sarah. It looked like they were just going to bowl over. And Team Emuhleet get a great understanding of how they want to play on that attack. And steps up on some of these executes. I think the way they played the Astra as well to kind of delay. You have those smokes coming down, you have the stuns and the pulls for those post plants. But so often it didn't even come down to those post plant retakes because the proactivity of Team Emuhleet, which I think is something they lacked back on Fracture. So glad to see that kind of reinvigoration of confidence on their map pick.
The confidence stay over on the half switch side, so that's the real question. Because now Team Sarah get to really dictate that pace. When we saw them on any form of attack, not just the side, but where it favors the map. So on Fracture, sometimes that's on defense with the crunches. They looked absolutely alive. Mentality, though, this is not going to be coming in under 0-0. This is them coming in slightly behind. They're moving fast. Redux, is that a self-blind? Almost, yes, but it's going to give them perfect time to move in onto this site. Weeded going to be a little bit of a thorn in their side all the way on lane. No help there. The trust from Redux to be able to have Moose get that trade is going to be huge. They now have control. Emuhleet walking in. Big slap as she opens up the door near market.
Spike planted.
2v2, she's not going to find too much right after.
Van is already fast on this flank. He's re-cleared through main. Sheriff in hand. The flash will go early, so lacking information. But I think with that re-cleared through main, they should assume that both are somewhere on this site.
Oh my god, things straight to Redux with the wall. Just going to be 1 HP. Can't really move around that fragment either. All up to Moose now. Okay, Ben, what is this? 2 headshots to the thickest walls available on the map. These last 4 rounds, he must have eaten something. Someone check his computer. I don't know what's going on. He's popping off.
I mean, how does he even pull that off? What an absurd performance as an individual. Was there much utility to support him? Sure, there's a flash coming through on one side. Sure, they're segmented into that corner, but that's just the raw mechanics for Ban. This guy has kept things up, and that is a death blow to Team Sarah. I mean, Ascent is one of the most defensive-sided maps that we have in the game, and when you're a puggier squad, it can be tough to break that streak. And damn, is that streak continuing to build. It will just be the Sheriffs in this round. Something to try and force forward, something to try and make this round happen, but it's going to be difficult.
First time, possibly too, for Team Sarah to be this behind inside a map. Once again, they haven't really dropped one so far, at least in the first round of competition. And they're up 1-0 inside this side of the bracket so far. Nice peek from Arstar to see what's up with Sonder. All anti-eco, though. For Weeded, that's going to be a bit too much to really shoot at. How do you get your mental back, Mimi, from this spot if you're Team Sarah?
Reset, put the blinders on, close things out, and focus on what's in front of you. Because those rounds don't matter, it's how you play your attack. And, well, maybe you'll get 1 kill with the Sheriffs, too. That's better. Anything more coming? Seems like a far cry. They'll line up, and will cut down a double there. But, yeah, I mean, sure, you're at a big deficit here, but Team Sarah, I still have faith that they can rally back, at least keep this one competitive. However, if you look at the setup for Team Emuhleet, again, they have the double contact between Ban and Weeded. Both those players have been fantastic this map. I think the way that Artstar has set Ban up in particular was great on the attack, and I'd expect that to continue through. You see, this time it's the KO and the Jet holding towards one side. You have the Fade on the other to pressure Captain B main. The Extremity control is really great with this composition.
Need to play those sides, don't need to play that type of game, because so far it's just been a group thing overall. Moose Very interesting TP. Maybe just does not want to get dashed on.
He's trying to fake it out. A lot of the time, Omens will condition with that TP across to get into the corner to kind of help their teammate pinch in A main. So he just wants to make them think that he's in that corner. And the reason he jumps forward is to make it sound exactly the same, because the Omen TP sound comes from where the body is. And well, the flash comes out of the KO. That's another fun fact, and it works well for Emuhleet to find one. She's looking for more. Sarah does recover the spike, though. Mission Impossible will get away and make things doable.
Do have a little bit of pressure all the way towards mid and pizza. No trademark there available either. But they're gonna elect not to use it. Really just want to ram down over Cat. All up to Emuhleet. She has perfect position and timing. Sonder, though, able to find her out. Weeded also down through the smoke on the trade. It's just banned with the judge. And needs to wrap around perfectly to find who he wants to take out. 3 different smokes, getting sprayed down to the worst possible scenario for a judge, and does find Sonder all the way towards the back end. It's now a 2v2. It looked like it was so Team Sarah sided on the pushover to this side of A, but it's evened out on both sides. The smoke will come out. It's Moose. That's R-Star across. The second person will be Starry Bun moving in to the ways of Thor. They just want to end that round as fast as possible. 6-9. Bring it back. They've got the economy.
Yeah, very nice to be able to win that one through. And I actually like when teams do that, like, full share of force on the second, because it means you just get light armor and full weapons on the second round, or on the third round, excuse me, for your anti-bonus. And it really doesn't tend to be a big detriment, especially when they bring those heavier rifle buys. So it's so cool to see that little piece coming through from Team Sarah. Now, though, they do have to build consistency, and that's the harder challenge to answer in this one. And what is the answer that they've come up with? It's heavy presence towards B main initially, actually from both sides. You see 2 cats exchanged, going either direction with that turret established on the line. Starry Bun is in trouble. She'll be punished, but not before she gets at least 1 kill. We did. Again, a potential to swing, and Ban pushing forward. Moose just decimated in A main.
They've lost their smokes. Team Emuhleet an absolute advantage. The jump dash also denied as Weeded was playing close. TP'd out to complete safety as now Saunders just left on an island by themselves. Have that lockdown available, and that season thing does hit Weeded all the way in the back sights. Can't hear exactly who's coming from where, but his shot and his aim will be just enough. Huge from Weeded. I mean, everyone on Team Emuhleet now is active. I don't see a single person lacking in skill, in momentum, in drive. They're all ready to go and want to take this to map number 3.
That they do. Anchoring that site so incredibly well as we did in the backlines, and that's after taking initial contact, helping his teammates with that fight in main. And now this one's starting to look pretty difficult here. Team Sarah, it looks like they want to go faster towards B, have the Killjoy ult to allow it. KO's not on that side of the map. It would have been nice to kind of see a pivot, right? You know, so often teams love to make those executes happen with the Killjoy, but instead their decision is to just commit to playing retake, completely give this B site, use that Fade ult to fight back in, and you know, that's made so much easier when Starry just spams Redux down on the dash.
Still swimming with that smoke. Starry wants more. Not gonna find much though. It does actually temper how fast these guys get on a site. This is just super tough for Team Sarah. That spike should have been down maybe even just 5-6 seconds ago. The gravity well combination with one of the players just going down on Sarah's side. That lockdown will be there to buy them a little bit more time, but they're going to be all pushed in towards the back of site. There's no control all the way up towards the front of that boathouse. After a second or two, yeah, Nightfall will come through. No ears available on Team Sarah. This is going to be a tough one.
A very tough one indeed. Already charging in his ban, but he's cut down. Sarah well to hold strong here. Sealai, another through the smoke, and now it's just 1 left alive. Artstar, can she make another clutch happen down to the 1 versus 2? She knows exactly where Sealai is! And again with the 1 versus 3. And while the time is close, she should just have it. An 11th round on the table, and she'll pull it off. A second and a half to spare for Artstar with another clutch.
Artstar just does not lose clutches inside this matchup. There's just something about Team Sarah that makes her absolutely allergic to else, and you love to see it because it's a 3v1, a 4v1, or a situation like that where you just have to be as accurate as possible with a minimal amount of HP. Absolutely wonderful, and she started that all off with that ultimate as well, playing it perfectly.
She did everything that round. Absolutely everything, and that's a tough one for Team Sarah. They're down onto the lesser buy now. They're forcing into Sheriffs and Spectres the best that they can muster in this round. Couple ultimates available to maybe make something happen, but this is looking difficult. Everyone knifed up, but a fast hit destined for A.
They're committed to it, so the instant rotations will be there. There's going to be a retake that's going to be absolutely bolstered up on defense.
I mean, they couldn't even commit off the rip. Their smokes weren't up because they were suppressed by that knife, so they had to delay. And now look, so many rotations are through. The defense is all here already, but Sonder finds a shot with the Sheriff. The flank coming through from the tree room, and up top, Redux recovers the gun, and Storypun there. A third for her, holding down the fort. Both members of XSET on this defensive side have been massive in these clutch situations, and now Sonder needs to match with a 1 versus 2.
That Nova Pulse will come through at the perfect time to push Sonder into a space that Starry can see him. This is just so nice from Team Emuhleet. Every single player, when put in a position to go big or go home, goes absolutely large. It's just so nice to watch. It's not just one person being the absolute difference. Yes, Ben is really flashy so far and has done crazy things, but even towards the most passive sides of the board and the players who are just playing that anchor type of position, Starry's looking good. R-Star's clutching everything. Emuhleet's completely winning her ones. Weeded is watching the flank perfectly and getting twos when it matters most before TPing out. And this entire team's in full form on Ascent.
It's all just beautiful to watch. What a recovery from them. Remember, they got stomped out on Fracture, lose 4 rounds in a row, and have only lost 2 since then. An incredibly dominant streak out of this team, and now just a formality to close. 1 more round acquired out of them. And again, it's Ban trying to apply pressure in mid. He'll dash into a bit of danger here, but pops out the Cloudburst, pauses for a moment. On the other side, Weeded finds the perfect timing onto Sonder. I love that. Even the C's coming in conjunction to confirm that kill.
Okay, and Ban's ready for the Redux dash as well. Everything Redux trying to do to open things up is just being completely shut down by Ben, and he finds an extra one each time too. It's time to end this off with style. An updraft and a knife straight to the face. Cut him down. Ben, so precise, and Team Emuhleet makes this go 1 map longer.
I mean, the defense was just excellent out of them, right? The clutch potential for that supportive line, the Fade play in particular, Artstar, continues her streak of just winning every clutch, was there a clutch situation we saw her in that she didn't win? I don't remember one.
I honestly don't
Across
think so.
Both of these maps, both maps, the one where they got stomped, and this one here on Ascent, where they were doing the stomping. It is crazy the consistency she's put up in performance. And as well, same can be said with Ban with that complete 180. They were really shutting down that other side for Team Sarah. In particular, I think that Redux was really struggling to find value. There was a lot of rounds where he's like dashing in, trying to create space for his team, and then just gets spammed through smoke. And boop, it's retake time, and Team Emuhleet is just so good at those.
You could almost call it gimmicky from the side of Redux too, because at the start there were some really nice plays that really only worked once. It was when, you saw Team Emuhleet with their pants basically down. There was nothing they really had to react to everything. But once they got their bearings straight, once they had a little bit more protection on all sides, everything that Redux was trying to do was completely stopped out. Ban was opening every round. Artstar was closing them. If Artstar wasn't there, Starrybun was taking over that role as well. It was perfect to watch every single person fill each role on the side of Team Emuhleet.
Yeah, well, everyone's stepping up on Team Emuhleet to even out the scoreline. 1-1, we go in the series, but still a 3rd map coming up for the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back to the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational here. We've got a banger matchup here. It looked like it was going to be a 2-0, but Team Emuhleet rallied back, and now they're sending us to map number 3. Mimi and Shayo to bring it back through this one. And Shayo, again we have a map 3, and again we are heading into Haven. But to review that second map there, it at first again looked like it was going to be another one-sided affair.
Yeah, and after that, it was basically my birthday, filled with gifts and surprises. From the side of Team Emuhleet, so much fun to watch. Everyone on this team just adapt completely, start to play their own pace, their own game. Ban, the front man, it felt like he was just leading so much and getting a bunch of these picks and opening up these rounds. After that, we had Artstar, the Clutchmeister, completely closing out every round that she's last alive in, and Starlight filling in the gaps as well. The entire team was operating like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, the Star crew was in action here. Starybon, Artstar, both stepping up, and Ban looking like a star of his own with those moments you were talking about. This clutch was absolutely insane. So well played out of Artstar, continuing with just being a clutch demon for this team. And I mean, some of the demonic moments we saw here. This is Ban just like swinging through a smoke and finding two for his team. The setup on the attacking side was absolutely absurd from this team. They had a really good understanding of how to play in the mid round. They had some of those slower moments. They also had some of these faster executes, and either way, it was just continuing to work out.
Feels like the longer this day goes, the longer the games go, Ban just gets even more powerful. So when it comes to Team Sarah, they cannot let anything loose through the gaps, through their fingers at all when they actually have a grasp on the game. Have to make sure they lock things down, because this is a man who just loves to grind, loves when the pressure gets high as well. They're starting to take even more risks game after game, round after round. These risks really paying off over and over again.
Yeah, well, both teams win their respective map picks. Sarah picking up Fracture and Emuhleet picking up Ascent. So Haven is where we land. Again, third map and won the series here. And this one's going to be interesting because, like we were kind of talking about earlier, this is one of those maps where you get to see a lot of variation in the comps that teams want to run. We saw that already on Fracture with like the Fade Rays versus playing into that Neon. And I think we could see kind of a similar distinction here on Haven.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see not only that, but how these teams adapt these players individually to have a little bit of that space to work solo, work alone. A lot of the times, every single person you run into, it's not a free one-on-one like we saw Ban taking over and over again within pockets of smokes. You're running into an entire team, or at least two people, if you try to make an aggressive play. A lot of aggressive plays, solo type style beats is exactly how Team Emuhleet really push their advantage. That will not be available now. Looking at the comps though, on one side, on the side of Team Sarah, we see that classic breach, lots of flashes, lots of action, and possibly dashes as well from the side of Redux. Once again, putting him in the driver's seat to do majority of the actual frag work for the team. On the other side, we have that Fade Rays rocking in, so it kind of is the old and the flashy versus the new type of meta that's rolling around. It's interesting to see exactly what rolls down, because I would actually expect Team Sarah's kind of picks to be on Team Emuhleet's side, putting Ban into a spot where he can really pop off. So that switch up's really interesting.
I think with the defensive sided start, though, picking Chamber as that contact agent is really a solid idea. Ban's comfortable on that role. We saw how good the opping is on the Jet, and that frees up Weeded to have this raise. And for the Fade Raise combinations, it's super potent. You can also combine it with the Breach Stuns. We were kind of hyping that up on Fracture. Didn't really pay off. I think you get a lot more value out of those setups, though, here on Haven. You see a lot of teams kind of switching it up. We do a lobby control. We do a Seize Nade combo outside of Garage. There's lots of different options. On the other side for Team Sarah, my biggest question is, how will they be able to play without an info initiator? You don't have that Sova, you don't have that Fade in the mix. It means that where you're placing the utility between Moose and Sonder is super important, because it's a lot easier to kind of create gaps when you're going for these side executes with your information and with your flashes when it is this double flash composition. But on the other side, you can get rewarded if the utility is well placed, and Redux can be set up to thrive. But either way, it's a battle of the styles, it's a battle of these teams. Emuhleet and Sarah, only one gets to move on in the upper bracket.
Team Emuhleet control, Team Sarah chaos. That'll be the fight that we see so far right now. Not exactly sure where that nade went, but it's going to be a bit too close. If it wasn't the right side, it would be easy pickings. Still, Artstar with the overpeak does get that one done. Weeded also just so accurate as Sarah gets a trade on a Starry Bun across the map. The entire fight and the action centered around mid, so that defensive side will have the advantage with that crunch around B. No repositioning either, so this is an all-in over from Sarah's side. Unfortunate pistol switch there too that cost Sarah possibly another free kill, but gonna be all good as they reposition. Ban finds a way to get around everyone. Found that pocket to really make this a crunch, but Artstar feeling the pressure, just needs to delay as much as possible. There's Ban with one, hitting through the wall again and making this so hard. R-Star has not lost a clutch today. Silly, max HP, the timing perfect for her as well. She doesn't stop at Fracture. She keeps it going in Ascent, and at Haven, she brings it home to make this team go up 1-0.
Another clutch. Artstar continuing that streak. And a really solidly played round. I thought there was almost a fumble there for a moment. You saw that Ban was wrapping around, had an opportunity to flank. He kind of second-guessed it for but a moment, doubled back through window. It almost cost him the round there, but still, that crossfire was solid, and Artstar was in a really good position to trade things out for that 1v1 off of Ban's death giving information. So, solid setup, but despite the failures of maybe that early C's nade combo to actually connect onto any kills, they're going to go for 1A lobby. That's kind of the most common, where you're conditioning just pressure a lobby with C's nade, do it off the rip. Free lobby control. It's similar to how teams used to play back in the Astra meta, with kind of that smoke pull in the lobby side, and you see the reaction off of it, right? Artstar has that space. She'll walk up completely free. Sarah, on the other side, will look to test, but the shot's not going to quite connect, and Artstar finds the punish.
When it comes to 1v1s and just pressure situations where R-Star has her space, no one I feel like has stopped her so far in this entire competition. We talked about clutches, but I'm just saying in general for these 1v1 pound for pound situations, just too good at handling the ebb and flow of the actual show. So see what's up next. Speak forward again, but this time it's not a 1v1, and it flashes perfect though, and the grab fall lets her headshot connect towards the end too. I understand it's just anti-eco, but the use kill usage is absolutely perfect from this defensive side. You got that crunch back again. It should be tough for Team Sarah to come back from.
It should indeed be a pretty tough one. Information already given here. Damage would be good though. If Redux can find something with this Marshal, would be awesome, but the high-low setup is nice. Jump peaks for Starlight. You can swing from both heaven and close off of that. There's the information, there's the swing. The conversion isn't there. Now it is. Dan will find things eventually. Moose to reply to at least find something in this round, but it's all chalked up. Team Emuhleet continuing things through. So, that formality round out of the way, and let's see what Team Sarah can get done to build back into this game. I think, again, we kind of talked about how prevalent B hits are as of late. This composition is perfect for that pressure in mid. You can kind of constantly be throwing flashes towards Garage, deny someone swinging from that direction, and really easily go fast on these hits and give Redux the potential for those big moments.
If R-Star has the right read, though, I think we saw a chance of that maybe happening in that first pistol round. She had a C's thrown in all the way towards that bottom grass section. Any type of flash dash gets stopped, any type of fast pressure gets put down. They once again dictate the pace of the game.
That they do, and here comes the flashes in mid. We'll clear out that space. No one actually pressuring from Garage. It's a much more passive setup across the board, with actually that Raze player completely on the swing for Team Emuhleet. See the rotation back towards A. They're suspicious of something on that side of the map, but really nothing to come. C-side is being given in this setup, and Team Sarah is posturing for likely something either towards B, or you can end this one into a C split. Give themselves lots of options, but they're actually going to group and look to take Garage as their first priority.
Being classed on the B, no matter what happens towards that A side, but this C type of lean is going to be the most disastrous for Emuhleet's team to climb back from. They like for the B first, so this might be tough, but it's just a distraction to keep everyone on that site. Already dashing to C. Redux is ready to just clear that long. I'll be just in case there is someone who's maxed in there. Once again, no information. It's just their weapons. It's just their positions that are going to be looking good overall. Jumping straight in. The movement from Weeded is going to get stopped. The headshot from Moose. After that, it's all about trading, being in position for everything on site. Rolling Thunder available if they want to get aggressive with it, but they have 4 flashes to use. A falling coming in from the other side. An aftershock denying the time and the space all the way from the defensive spawn. Redux is active into all the chaos and is still moving in ways that are untrackable for the side of Team Emuhleet. Overwhelming is Team Sarah for the moment as they come through and just push forward as fast as possible to get that win.
So first round on the board here, really nicely done on kind of the mid round there, right? They realize that pressure's coming towards A lobby, and there's actually a rotation off of it from the side of Team Emuhleet, but the reaction is fast split into C. Perfect read there, and these double flash compositions, not only is it good for getting onto sites, but it's good for kind of sustaining pressure in the post. Sure, you don't have like the cringe, everyone go long, everyone play lineups, but you have a post-plant pressure in way of the proactivity, right? You have a breach stun that recharges. You have a sky flash that recharges, and you have that nade for Weeded as well. All to just buy you time once that spike comes down. And while buying space is Redux as he'll walk his way up A long. This time, the lobby fight won by the attackers.
Bursts of control put down like we're speaking about. When they're gone, it's up to the players to kind of fill those gaps and see what's up and what's next. Ban Has to push his luck, but Sarah this time is ready. No whiffs on this spot, and Garage also opened up as the chamber player is down. That means there is no trademark on the floor. Sarah perfectly moving in stride as well, and momentum on the scaling to get to sight. Watch the player try to move out that smoke. Emuhleet down 2 finally. Looks like Team Sarah's found their stride. Be forcing Emuhleet to have these guns saved for the next round.
Question comes to whether anyone on Team Sarah is going to actually commit to fighting for Hunt. They should realize by now that the save is going to be a decision, but the setup's actually pretty solid. Gives you lots of space to keep these weapons through. However, talk about the round as a whole. The C side is really looking like a weakness right now for the side of Team Emuhleet. Team Sarah pressure space in a lobby, actually win that duel and completely double back and actually run a similar strat to what they did in the previous round. Split through Garage, have one blocking pressure from long. Okay, we did. Sure, the frags aren't going to be super impactful besides Harmony use some alt orbs, but pretty regardless. Sometimes it's about the beautiful things in life, not about the things that actually provide value.
It's not about winning. It's about looking good. That's the one thing. Is there a looking good award that we can give out today?
Yeah, I think that's a good one. A good lesson to take away, really.
Yeah. Don't worry about what's happening in life unless, you know, if you're dripped out, then that's all that matters.
As long as you're dripped out, nothing really matters in this world. What a beautiful life lesson from Shia Wager.
I see this flash, possibly even dash up action. No, it's not going to be here for the moment. On the other side of things, it's going to be one push straight through mid as Van works his way on that flank again. It was really powerful the last time got a chance to do it. This time there's going to be a trademark he has to actually overcome. Emuhleet with a perfect angle as well for that fault line, but doesn't find much. Does separate a lot of the season. Now it's huge pressure all the way over to Garage that Sile can nice down. Emuhleet will find a little bit of that trade. Redux maybe going for something in window. It doesn't trust that trademark to control everything. It is actually put down completely now. Nice tracking too as they gain the lead after that anti-eco.
Yeah, good one to you. So this attacking side has been looking really good for Team Sarah. The B hit conditioning that direction has primarily been kind of those C splits of the initial pressure, and in that one they do change that pace just a little bit. It is just an anti-eco, but it's still good to receive that aggression down C long. You saw the read was there. Sarah goes up top the box. She hasn't been doing that every round. And now in this one, there's again a change of pace, a new look coming out of this team. It looks to be faster towards A. And it is, again, a good call, because there isn't a C-Snade coming here this round. Instead, it's a very heavy setup positioned over towards the C side. They're not trying to bolster that weakness, but on the side is Ban, not weak in this regard. The dog spots him up top. They're aware. Can they get rid of him? Swing forward. Flash is good, and Ban will fall off the line.
Might have a TP to use to get all the way back there, too. But on this retake, that up will be tough to use. Wants to find some value with it somewhere, so Emuhleet will get him into a good spot. Sauna with the repositioning. They're sending this up all the way towards mid, possibly even just rotating it over to C if they want. Actually pushing down mid too. Double flash action. Gonna send someone close. They can't do much with it. That shot almost preemptive coming in as they expect some type of resilience from the window side. All-Star though, once again, absolute reign of control on Garage. At least when she's there. What is the decision? It's an escape all the way to A site from Team Sarah. Spike down, Rolling Thunder ready to roll out as well. All the way over from short. Shouldn't really hit too much of the right side of the site, but if that's the case, then Heaven has a chance to be the difference maker. We did. He's going to be in the position of power in terms of retake. No, he gets hit back too. So now, moves free to do exactly what he wants. Waiting on the aftershock as well for people to roll in. They've bought so much time with this Rolling Thunder. Haven't done much with it in terms of frag potential. Sarah finds 1-2 with a big setup on the bottom side. In hell, past that, there's not much that Team Emuhleet can do. Two people surviving once again. Sarah knocks one down, similar to just that last round.
Yeah, that it is. And I mean, this double initiator composition is really good. That's what I was talking about with being able to hold in your post plants off that utility. It's like, okay, guys, we can go now. We can do this retake for Team Emuhleet. And then, boom, Rolling Thunder. Okay, now we can go. And then, boom, Sky Flash towards the backside. Breach Stun is recharged by that time. There's an Aftershock coming through. I mean, it's just every single element of utility being thrown the kitchen sink back towards the spawn side. And you're forced to cancel at that point when you've already lost players. Off that, money's going to be looking tight for this round. You do have the Tour de Force up for ban, an operator in the hands of Weeded, so double op available. They'll position 1 on B. Second, actually going to come back towards mid. Okay, he realizes that Weeded's there now and actually wants to take the line on A instead.
We'll switch it up a bit. I'm really looking at where the showstopper's going to be active as well. We up towards that top side of B.
And that's what I'm interested in, right? Because they actually switch that operator onto Weeded when he has a showstopper online. Sure, you do have that Tour de Force to commit, but you do kind of put a big risk if you do elect to use that showstopper at some point in this round with that 4,700 credit ability on the back. But he's already found one. Sonder is down. That's a rifle on the floor into Garage, though. Redux successful in his endeavor against Staribun. This opens up the C-split to find success. There's a showstopper, and never mind what I'm saying. There's that success. Weeded connects it, doesn't matter. Up in hand, close range. No worry for this man.
There's a plan with timing. A C's will come in, making this fight so hard for Moose! But once again, connect the dots, win the game, and keep it rolling. Too good over at window. Too good on keeping control of the side as well, the insurance. But it is banned from the flank and has that Tour de Force being planted completely for a CT side. The defender spawn. He's going to have an absolute uphill battle to work with here first. Has to be a carpenter. Cut down the logs. After that, focus on that defense spawn. Every angle available for ban. You can see the panic and clearing each and every one. And yeah, with that many options available, one's bound to work. And for this time, Redux shows a nice spot. What a round from Moose.
What a round from Moose. And what a weirdo play from Redux. To hold on logs when the spike is planted towards spawn. Is it the optimal play to make there? Probably not. But does it catch your opponent off guard? Absolutely. In these kind of close clutch situations, it's about making the play that your opponent does not expect. And there's no world where Ban sees that position coming. So the gamble does pay off. They're back down to an eco. This momentum is rolling. 5 in a row now for Team Sarah. And their ult economy, they've continued to just kind of juggle what's available. We use our Rolling Thunder. Now we have Seekers for the round to come. The wall up for Sealay as well to make these executes just a tad easier.
Still have to gain control of just that first portion of the map. That's where they're finding the least amount of success. We did with a frag or Artstar with a little bit of a push and a shot as well. It costs them minimal utility to do. This time investing a lot. The fault line down. Sky Flash as well. Birds up in the sky. They sent 3 people to hold Garage. Maybe that's going to be enough to stop Moose. Sprayed as well. I can't believe Starry gets out of that situation, but I guess it's allowed and it works.
That reload has been heard, though. Sarah's aware that there's someone close on this corner. Stun comes through. Off that spam. Yep, easiest frag of Sarah's life. She'll swing towards the spawn side. Spot out on another here. Artstar does take her, but Sonder there on the trade. Spike again to be planted on this C site. And the post plant again, looking good. Already an aftershock to delay, to buy time for this post plant to be set up.
I got Artstar waits for everyone to come in as well. Had a chance to maybe even take another 1v1. That's good for her, but Sealer now down and a gun over towards Ban's hands. Have enough time to get it and then move in and go for this actual 3v3. Vandal all the way on the side of Garage. That's going to be the power spot for now, but it's a very big crossfire from all the way from long and back sight. Artstar with the perfect shots all the way through the boxes. The Radianite. Sparkling, flowing. Redux though, the shot's too good. And they go up a layer each and every time, all the way up to Plat. And after that, it's the 6th round they put on the board for Team Sarah.
Easy peasy on that hold for Redux. It starts off with Sarah spotting out, or excuse me, just hearing that reload in the close corner. Calls for a stun, spams, easy kill, and another successful post plant set up. These executes have been excellent with this double initiator composition to get them in. Team Emuhleet is forced to play into the retake, and they've really been struggling at doing so. This round, looks like Team Sarah might even slow things down just a tad. Sarah holding for any aggression towards short. It's been a while since someone has swung. She knows that Ban has that operator, so wants to hold towards the line. That's well. On the other side of the map, it's just a fat hit over towards C. Spike looking to be planted really early in this round.
R-Star barely going to be able to catch the back rotation off of some of the aggressors, the attackers, all the way towards that A-side spawn. They might have C control, but the spike is all the way towards A.
Yeah, I say they're looking to plant the spike, but it fake all along. They faked me out even. They have that space in C, but however, the realization is quick, and there was 2 players still committed to that setup. To hold for that fake. Skydog, though, to buy time towards spawn. Stun connecting. They're waiting for the players to rotate. Now this gives options for flanks. 2, in fact, coming through a pinch. Redux dodge the flashes, hits the shot, and now just 1 left to stand. Storybun in heaven, and those knives, they're hungry. They're jumping, and they'll find a 4th. She'll hit the floor, and a flawless round for Team Sarah. What a call on the fake.
4K for Redux. They understand exactly where the op is going to be played to, so Seeker straight to it. Ban on sight. Can't really shoot 2 things at once. At the same time, they just let Redux roam free. Everywhere they're not is where Redux is. And as a result, half the fights he takes are just looking at the backs of enemies' heads or them in transition. Makes it so much easier for him, especially when he's dynamic with those knives. They made B completely open there with that A push as well, realizing no one even likes to do that fast flank around them. So that'll change the way they hold sights in these future rounds. And they also got C so easily with that Astro Wall. Understand so much information came from that round onto Team Sarah's side. They have so much to work with now. Taking their time early, though.
Walk down mid. Breach flash is perfect. Goodbye, Artstar. Sonder to convert off of that one. And here we go. Time for another C split. It feels like every round it ends in one of these, but still, Team Emuhleet has struggled to adapt.
How does it look so much easier for Team Sarah now overall compared to the game previously? It just feels like they found whatever's clicked. Even Sealay, who usually goes down to weeded in these spots, is coming through clean, even when she's found out first. They know exactly how Van likes to come through, and yeah, this time Team Sarah's ready for it all. 8-2. When this happened in that first map, Mimi, it was wrapped so fast for Team Sarah.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Team Emuhleet. Sure, it's the attacking side. Sure, it's more favored, but 2 rounds. You need at least 4. You need at least something to be able to build back in. If not, you're relying on a miracle to make the comeback happen, and thus far, it hasn't been miraculous. It's been magical for Team Sarah. Their coordination on this attacking side has been absolute perfection. And again, a pivot. It's never the same round twice. Sure, we've seen a lot of those C-splits. We've seen a lot of that mid-control, but they switch it up so often. A fake round here, a quick A there. It's keeping Team Emuhleet on their toes.
Even when they have the read, they have the chance for that nice little season nade coming in. That fault line is just too much to deal with. They'll trade 1 for 1 on the util.
That's so cool, too, because Redux actually dashes past the C's nade. He expects it, but he dashes before the C's can even connect to kill the player there with a grab well towards long. Super well set up. Sure, you do lose your Sky, maybe a bit of an over-aggression to get caught by that C's, but regardless, really nice play. Now they put themselves in a favorable 4v4 here with only 1 player on A to defend.
And because of all the fakes, that's the reason that there's only just 1 player up on A to be able to hold that. This time they actually send 1 person through short. Haven't done this yet with Sarah. This exact angle, the possibility for trades that just haven't happened before on A like this. It's going to be such a surprise for Team Emuhleet to deal with. Now with 2v2, the mental fortitude is on the top side of Team Sarah for now. Heaven's been huge to play with them, and they found a few picks entering. It hasn't been Emuhleet on that spot. With Astra still alive, though, Smoke's active. Only one of these POVs is going to be the one to actually work with. TP'd rendezvous way back down in the deep short. A flash actually coming in, and this is going to be free for Emuhleet to actually move with. All up to Sarah now. Captain in the driver's seat will go down. An 8-4 half is what we're used to, and it looks like we're getting very close to that once again.
Yeah, it does. Team Emuhleet looking really good there on the retake. Don't give a lot of time for Team Sarah to reset into the post plant, trap that player close towards main, and kind of catch them in that rotation. So are able to win out and at least 1 more round here. But as we enter the final of the half, look at that ult economy. It's potential for Team Emuhleet to convert another. Some big assets available. It's not quite the microwave between the breach and the brim, but combining that breach ult, the fade ult, you have information, you have the stun. Super good when you're playing into these retakes. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Emuhleet are a little bit more passive in this round in regards to giving up these sites, willing to play retake off that utility.
Every time Team Emuhleet gets a little bit passive, Team Sarah gains control of the entire map and ground, and that's how they lose rounds. But Team Emuhleet's actually fast with things, moving and grooving. That's where things actually look good. Ban, unfortunate miss. Uncharacteristic 2 from that angle. Through the smokes, can't find it either. Updraft over close and personal. He's all in. We did also popping out from his position up close. Everyone's focused on the operator. No one understands the workers who are on the front lines. Celia now up against one of the showstoppers. Scope on the right side. Easy clap from We Did. Make it 4. No, Sonder does not want to give up just yet on this half. Walking in with that flash as well. Getting stopped down by Ben once again. His last shot will be the best one to land. 8-4 for the half. Team Emuhleet makes it a little bit closer than it seemed like as when it started.
Yeah, really nice setup there towards C as well. They read that it'll be a faster hit. Set up both their players to hold between Weeded and Ban. The operator misses the shots, but the nade is super good to the late time, and Starlight even came in clutch with the gravity well to stagger out Team Sarah on their attack. Now, though, we do switch up our sides and get to see what Team Sarah look like on the defense, and I'd imagine it'll be aggression. That was their key to success on that attacking side. Probably will be on the defense as well. Breach and the Sky are so good to get someone forward, to get someone fighting, and you already see it from Redux. Sheriff bought into this round. He wants to fight for long control.
Gonna try for it. It's all on Redux's shoulders, though. If he goes down, the firepower, the metal at the end of the wooden spear gets a little bit dull. The attack stance not going to be as proficient for Team Sarah overall. Celia here's everything happening right now, too. Can track the amount of players walking in. Sarah just wants to play insurance, has to be patient before she looks towards the right side. It is always banned by himself. Sorry, Emuhleet do pick people apart, but huge from Sarah. Get blind art star too. How? How? This is gonna be huge. Even Emuhleet is stunned. Delayed on what to do. Fast flash from Moose, not gonna be there on the right side. It's gonna be fine. Somehow Team Emuhleet still brings it back.
It's Storybun again, coming up clutch for this team. But what a performance from Sarah towards long. Likes the ghost on Chamber, which is, first of all, different than what most people did, but I think it actually makes a lot of sense now with how expensive those bullets are, and he commits towards long, finds her 3. However, the reaction was just a little bit better in the late round to convert off of it. Good work out of Team Emuhleet. That's a round they really needed. They'll find it. Team Sarah, though, don't get greedy. No force spy coming through. I think a lot of teams, when you get it down to the 1v1, even if you're not on that attack, and even if you're not planting that spike, get greedy to want to. They won't.
Let's do some economy damage on the side of Team Sarah. That's all it is. Look for maybe just 2-3 kills maximum. That should be good. Set up in close spots, though. Forcing all this information utility out early. Gonna be good for spots like where Saunders at. Redux can distract too. Tried and true strat works in ranked, and a lot of the times these matches as well, invitational, even pro, it's tough to clear that right corner super fast, especially when it's Sonder with a flash waiting for it. Gonna be a slow walk over to see everyone else completely stacked towards the right side of the map. Team Emuhleet will be like, okay, well, I guess it's free for us. We'll plant it over, and that's a nice anti-eco round.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much struggle in this post plant. They're actually leaving site, though. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because the Aster is still alive. You could just smoke off Spike. This does leave room for danger if the util doesn't stack quite properly, if someone's just trying to stick onto that Spike. But still, at least one sticking around. You see that Chamber and Ban. He has a rendezvous to get out, so wants a kill or 2 before he leaves.
Trademark on the right side. He just senses the disturbance in the force and finds a better angle to take out Sarah. Sonder there looking good. I'm not sure if they have taken down the diffuser. It looks like it for now, yes.
One enemy remaining.
It's up to Moose, and they actually do have the time. Blast back on one, 3 HP on the other. No chance for Redux, but look at the cost of that round. Once again, 4 people going down while site was free.
That's why I was apprehensive about playing long in those anti-ecos. You give them space to get aggressive, and sure, I understand why they do it, because Moose and Sonder, no matter the round, will have utility to make that retake doable. You saw the stun, the flash combo was really punishing onto Ban, but still, by giving that space, you put the onus on yourself to swing, to fight through those smokes, and get those kills early. And while they did make it work, it's still super costly. You don't get to play the bonus round, really. It's just going to be practically a full eco here versus the full rifles of Team Sarah. It's a great opportunity off that damage to build something great out of the beginning of this half.
Might be time to switch a pace here. Maybe just send in Weeded super fast onto a site. Maybe even B. See what to do next. Okay, really unfortunate from Redux. That's a free rifle towards the backside. It'll be absolutely fast, super scaling to get there. Ban up close and personal with good insurance too. And he gets that rifle. Can easily TP out and use it for post as well. Aftershock coming in to deny the plant. It's not going to be possible. Weeded with the spray through the smoke, the fact that Emuhleet is finding this much value, this entire team, in a round like this, after what happened in just the previous one, is just ridiculous. Ban finds another one on the flank with the rifle. Sonder now moving in. will have a little bit of the flash. It's a bait and switch though as Ban peeks once again. 1v2 as Artstar does hold it down. She's always there for the money back guarantee to win a round. This is just looking good for Emuhleet so far.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, what a rough buy to come into things with, but they convert it. Fast hit towards B, it's the weak point in Team Sarah's defense, and playing the post. Again, it doesn't super much matter what guns you have. It matters how you set up and what you can pick up, and they succeeded on all those fronts, converting on the post. Now Team Sarah down to just the pistols here. They have the tour de force up for Sarah herself. Let's see what the captain gets done. She's posted top of C. The rest of her team heavier setup towards A. Team Emuhleet realize that tour de force has already come online, so they should be prepared to try and counter that out, to figure out where it's holding and denying already. Great angle out of Weeded to punish the aggression in mid from Sonder.
And as well to catch any sneaky boys coming through that smoke. Nothing landed just yet though. The pivot on the garage, always lethal to deal with. That's what it looks like Weeded's going for. Redux up close and personal with that shorty once again. Lots of success in the first half on finding some offbeat plays. Also just getting crazy when he's warm, but looks like the past few rounds, Redux has been put on ice once again. That whiff in mid to shift the tides of who's in the lead is going to be tough for his mental to handle. Hopefully, he'll be able to just come right back. Just with silence, play around, and I guess by an emanating wave of fear, push everyone off over to the seaside. The bolts are up with that tour de force.
You are divided.
Gives her the space to play. But it's an A hit, my friends, and we'll have to go all the way back. So there's a marathon coming in. 13 miles one way, another 13 the other.
Yeah, that Astral almost like confirms their like internal vision of what's going on. Oh, it's a C hit. They walled for C. We can go fight it. No, it's also a wall for A, and it is in fact going to be that hit over towards A. Artstar alone in hell. The wall will fall, the flash will come, and the shorty is in. Reloading is Redux gets a kill with a knife in hell. What is going on down there? Redux has grabbed a rifle now. Finds another. And somehow gets more. No way he wins this. From a knife kill to an ace, it would be absurd. From Long is one. He spotted the other on the backline. Time is using against him, and he just narrowly misses out on the headshot. But still, that shouldn't be happening. No.
Full breach flash drop down mid. The shorty switch speed to the knife as well. Super fast to be able to just get up close and personal. There's nothing really that anyone in hell can do. You can't really even see your screen. So, you know, respects for pulling out that knife. That might be what Redux needs as well in terms of motivation to get back in this game. Check the vibes. Make sure everything's right. Tour de force will activate it for Emuhleet's side of the match. Gonna see Ban rocking that. And a showstopper with the Rolling Thunder available as well. They can literally press X to skip this round.
Yeah, quite a lot available to find that conversion. But Redux can maybe click left click to convert this round. Does have that operator up. Don't know if that one works quite as well, but it's something available for him. Starlight. Clear a little bit towards short. Some damage onto Artstar, but this A split very much still a potential. Short has been cleared, long as well, lots of space. And you see the respect being given out to Team Sarah. They want to fight this. They have 3 players on the side, are prepared for something to come through. They're comfortable in this setup because of that trademark in garage and the chamber towards long. And it does seem like Team Emuhleet still do want to make this execute happen.
It's a paradoxical situation for the side of the defense. They know where the showstopper is, and they have to stay close and personal to deal with it. Huge reset from Moose, going to be nice to be able to play with. Rolling Thunder still there to be able to have a little bit of insurance and delay, but that will be traded with both sides getting an earthquake. Smoke still can actually get out instead of go for the trade. Pull back, but that gravity well be up. Nice! And make it out. The Rolling Thunder, another serve comes in. Dazed is Redux, but Sarah saves him. Still finding more. Here's Artstar way deep inside short. Starry though. Looks like that lurk is gonna find 2. Sarah has not only, oh my goodness, hit the shot, but break the U-turn. Watch the flank. Ban's too much to handle though. Every side is popping off and hitting headshots. Every single person on this match right now is absolutely online.
A toasty 1v2 for Ban there. They swing around and find both, and I mean, just on that other side as well. It looked like Sarah was going to do enough to keep her team in it. Kills the flank, shuts that down, is ready to play in that 2v1 together, but Ban quick on the reaction to punish the chaos that was created by that flank being worked out of Bund. And now the money back down in the dumpster for Team Sarah. They want to get aggressive in mid. This game was theirs, and they're yet to win a round on their defensive side. They need something now, but this round not looking like the one to do it. Sarah swinging Headhunter, not to find the shots, and the Roomba keeps everyone at bay through the wall. Goes Sealay down, and Weeded should be a dead man after shock to convert, but Emuhleet's there. Cleanup crew doing a good job, mopping the floor in mid.
Know exactly where Moose is too. Fun to see the possibility of what could have been if that garage pinch slightly worked. Maybe that first shot from Sarah actually landing, but that's a really nice skip. This team Emuhleet has the lead. What away? Down what? 7-0, almost 6-0. Make that half 8-4. Crazy pistol round clutch overall from Starry Bun, and you keep moving forward round after round. Now have a 2-point lead. That being said, though, this would be the round that could break Team Emuhleet's momentum. They have the bank, though, are able to buy right back in afterwards. So Team Sarah need to win even just basically double the rounds overall at double the difficulty. Showstopper also not used. They're electing for people to just peek into them, and Sonder trying with that jump peek. Going to be absolutely taken down. And is active. The entire team's also just working so well. When will this rocket actually come through?
Someday. Someday I believe that it'll come through. But the day that we are in today,
it's not that
the day where maybe it's that day. But the day that we need right now is for Redux to get something done. The operator. This round is make or break for him. And Team Emuhleet have the utility to push him off this angle. Difficult position to hold. Stun is there, but no one actually pushes off of it. That will pull rotations. They second guess it. Heading back towards C. Our Team Sarah. This is the right read. This is the right call. The destination seems to be that C site. So going garage 3 over towards long, or actually just leaving Weeded alone. Just lurking, waiting for that hit through garage. Still, they're contacting. Not giving away is this play.
He could contact the whole way. There's a showstopper straight through garage. Could be a chance for a player in the back to be able to stop it. It gets all the way through. Weeded's found logs as well. Weeded's found the back of the site. He's moved through garage. There's not much to do anymore. Moose had the stoppage, but did not pull off the shots. There was no time, there was no sight. And Redux is forced to save the op.
2 rounds away for Team Emuhleet to meeting Team Starlight in that upper final. Just a step away. This was a Team Sarah that was so good to start. A dominant first half. It slips to 8-4. They haven't won a round since we switched. 7 in a row now won for Team Emuhleet. Something needs to change because this defense has just looked cold, empty, barren for Team Sarah thus far.
They haven't really reached out to find anything. The pressure from Team Emuhleet just moving in to bottom mid garage has been too much to handle when they're on top side B. I think after that round that Redux whiffed, no one else has really gone back and stayed up there to look for even a shot. They're playing window and bottom grass so efficiently on timing when it comes to the side of Team Emuhleet. And now the world's their oyster on what strat they want to put down to actually win this round. Haven't really committed fast in a long time to a site just yet. That might be the way for A. If they do have a right read on where that up will go on the side of Redux, it could be huge, but he is set up on that A site. They have knocked him off multiple times before, and he is actually going to move all the way over to that B side. So a push towards A, that might be exactly what it takes to get to 12.
Might just be. Stun will be given over towards the lobby from actually both of these sides. The flash will come deep. However, again, Weeded has gotten past that utility. He's already taken space in long, and they have to give up the A site. Already, that ult coming through A is clear. You don't hear any dings on that ultimate, so you know no one is in this site. However, still that Sky close in spawn. If Sonder could flash through, maybe make a play, there's a chance, a potential, a moment. They could still make this work. It looks like this retake intends to go quickly.
Redux has some information as to what's happening down below and help. Trying to find anything in heaven, though. Has to back off so he doesn't get actually sees down. A big shift in. He understands exactly where the pockets are right now, and Band will trade him out, but that's used to get R-Star down from that position. Now everything's kind of pushed over towards the front line. It's all about the teammates in hell, and they have to hold on. Sarah, though, catches them both blind after the fact the trades will come in. All down to Emuhleet now. 1v3 right behind the wall. Do they have time for the full defuse? Fault line coming in. Does not stun who's in front. The whiff almost might have cost them everything. The Moose is there to hold down the line. The breach diff at the very end. He gets Rolling Thunder off that too. This match is not just over yet.
What a great retake. I mean, it looked bad at first. Redux dashes in alone, and sure, he gets a nice flashy kill with the shorty, but no one was there to follow up. I believe there was a gravity well towards spawn, so he was kind of sectioned off from his teammates still. Once that util subsides, they fight in, figure out the player in hell, segment off with Seele's Astro Wall, and are able to take things. A lifeline now for Team Sarah.
R-Star was the one player in position to help every single teammate and be the operating factor. The best fragger, essentially, in terms of what would happen if anyone got peeked. Really smart for Heaven Per to just dash right in. Redux put his life on the line with the shorty, drop the op as well to give them an easy time, and ride pan all the way in is gonna bait out everything on the side of Team Sarah. It's a fake plant that costs them barely anything at all in terms of resources, and then just reset the entire map. That is huge to take the Rolling Thunder off the line.
Really cool idea, and a great read as well. They can just walk back into B now at this point. Options. So many of them available to Team Emuhleet. And we'll walk forward. There's a player in that close corner just to his left. Util should be available. Wall comes through. Isolated. Is the Astro on the close corner? Band clears it, swings wide, shuts down. Seele taken out of the round. Moose will fight through. The flashes are excellent, and Sonder there to support as well. Now the spike's on the floor, stuck in Bunny, and Saunders just bounding in, looking like a bunny of her own as she hops forward and wants this fight. Sarah for another. The dog coming down, and the pinch is through. Storybun alone, and this time it will not do.
That's a round of the initiators. Moose and Sonder rocking through side by side, flashes in tow, giving themselves a window to actually lock things down. And although Ben had some very creative ideas, had the read on what's going down on site as well, that's up against 3 top-tier riflers. It's going to be tough to be able to take down more than just 2 by yourself. So after that, yeah, Moose, Sonder really hold that round down. What I like too right now is the fact that confidence is not unwavered on the side of Team Emuhleet. Once again, Weeded is the one really getting into positions early, opening up things inside the round. He's on a solo mission once more to cover through mid. This time I was wondering exactly how Team Sarah's changed things up to hold that middle spot. It's stay up top near there, and once again, it's a 3-man operation all the way. There's an angle on the backside down to window. Another close angle from Sonder that finally finds something after 8 rounds of play on this half. There is going to be a short kill that comes in. 3v5 now as Team Sarah looking to make it 11-11.
It's been so often the win condition of you get lobby control, you win these rounds, and consistently Team Emuhleet has been the one to do that. They've been really good to get past those early breach stuns. But in this round, they don't commit that early utility. Instead, it's just holding towards short, punishing the players that get past. It's a great change from Team Sarah, and it took them a long time to make it. What counts is that it's happened, that change has come through, and now they have a great situation, 5v2.
Absolutely. This looks like it's going to be wrapped up for the side of Team Sarah for now. Walking in, how is Weeded even allowed to hit that shot? All good on the trades, though. This is huge at the Wish scoreline here of 11-11. The thing is, though, why didn't we see this before? The more they go for these mid strats, the more they leave C open. We've seen Team Sarah's retake on C. It's not the greatest. It's also hard to do on this map in general. Team Emuhleet has a lockdown on that. They can pivot here and go for a C take if that's the case. If Team Sarah knows that, though, they can set the op up there. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
I see pings coming through for a B to A strat, B to C. You don't often see that, but it's a really cool setup. One smoke towards spawn, your rays can satchel through, breach stun deep. It's really tough to counter. This late in the game, making a change like that would be absolutely massive. The question is that their destination? We did roll satchel into B. Does he convert this into a pinch towards that C site now?
We'll try for it. Finds the trademark 2. Gravity Well to stop the Boombot from making its total trip, but actually does let it go right past that aftershock, it seems like. This fast strat is now stopped in its tracks as we look at Garage and see no smokes up either, so Seele has the line of sight, able to use if someone tries to cross right across.
But they've conditioned with these B hits. 3 players already there. They've always ended towards B when they put this pressure. Now see the destination, a big change. It's at the right moment. Weeded takes one, will continue to trundle through Garage. There's only one man in the back lines. Moose needs to do it all. Sonder on the other side, though, for support. Both these initiators again stepping up. In the 3v2, they're both wounded. Out come the Seekers, and towards the spawn side, Sarah in a position to swing, to make a play, to get aggressive. And Weeded is holding it, but damn, he is low. He'll swing, he'll fight for more. Sarah to take one. The blind doesn't matter as Sonder finds another. And now it's just one left alive. Storybun in the 1 versus 2, and the pinch is too good. Team Sarah, 2 versus 4. Somehow win that out in the retake.
In a site where they haven't won ever before, when it comes to retaking C, it's been so tough. Even a 1v1 spot in a pressurized situation like that. 11-11, 2v4 on the line. We did with so much control of angles as to what's happening on site. That pick from Sonder, the spam, was absolutely the thing that kind of clutched it overall. Rita tried, he did not succeed, and now we're on match point for Team Sarah.
What a round to lose. What a comeback. What a streak of momentum to build for Team Emuhleet, and it might all be for nothing. This Team Sarah has come alight in these last few rounds. It all comes down to this overtime, or the lower bracket, the options for Team Emuhleet. And Redux, what a start. We did plucked out of the round.
They've got nowhere to go. The freedom, ebb and flow, the control that I've seen from Team Emuhleet so far, crumbling as they just bumble onto the sightlines of Redux. What a flick. Now they're committed over to A. No sneaky strats towards C. No information as to what's going on the rest of the map. They are really pushing their sightlines for finding anything on this side of the map. They think Redux is going to peek again. Man knows exactly where he is. He understands this up top angle. And Redux is not fast enough for the 2-shot. Didn't be enough though to keep everyone at bay. It seems like on the A side. They back all the way up to the top side A lobby. Resetting once again for the 3rd time to hit the site. And Redux is ready again. And he hits the shot onto ban. Huge.
The blade
as he finds the
stormer.
reads left and right. Knives up. Last round.
They still want to head towards A, though. Look at they're running out of options, running out of time and utility, too. All these resources draining, and look at the setup. That flash will confirm there's still presence in long.
And this angle from Redux is nasty. If a flash does come in, it might be blocked entirely. He's able to stay under hell as well. And a flash over from the side of Moose and the side of Sonder. Right past it, Redux is there active. A 4K in the last round to win the match in series.
That was a blind spray through the smoke. He's just spamming away. The right crosshair placement, though, and the right round. They tried so hard to build back into that. Team Emuhleet, what was it, 8 rounds in a row before things fell, before things got even, and Team Sarah woke up at the final hour. What a game.
And they just ran into Redux over and over. I feel like this man didn't see a soul for like the first almost 2 halves. If there were 3 halves of the game, didn't see anyone. Finally, when they're running into his op shots, he lands every single one, has the best repositioning. I think everyone finally just understood exactly how the game is being played, adapted to the right situations, and put themselves in spots to just win.
Yeah, so Team Sarah now earning themselves a spot against Team Emuhleet in that upper final. A chance to get into the grand final on day 1, to earn yourself some freedom tomorrow for those first 2 BO3s to be able to chill out, focus. I mean, that is going to be a big game for either of those teams. We've got to take a look at both, but I mean, to continue to kind of look back at that series as a whole for Team Sarah, they come out and they look so dominant, and then it feels like it's all going to fall apart when we see map number 2 of Ascent, and even into the second half of this one. There were so many of these back and forth moments, and I mean, particularly on Haven, it was just a game of who claims the momentum.
There's also risks from both sides as well. I feel like each team was trying their best to not play the complete standard way of Valorant. I mean, for Fracture, of course, you have the crunches rolling in this map as well. You need to kind of put your body on the line to even gain information when you have none. That being said, I feel like Team Sarah, towards the end of things, really wrapped away exactly how they want to play Haven, exactly play on their turfs and their game. The off angles from Redux, insane to watch as well. Fan was a powerhouse to take down, but as a team, this entire roster did it.
Yeah, every single one of them really stepped up in the individual department. Sarah in particular was playing great across this series. I really liked the way she was playing the chamber on this map, was super proactive on that defense in particular. And in those final rounds to kind of clutch things out in the second half, it was her as well coming through. This round, it was fantastic out of her as an individual. And Redux, I mean, what a comeback, right? You talked about it, but he was really struggling once they switched on over to that second half. But I mean, a great recovery. The fourth quarter player.
Absolutely. The closer as well, who was involved in almost every type of finesse 2v4 play or 2v2 play. Sonder, I feel like, was there at the right moments all the time. That 2v4, especially holding down Garage, is one of the reasons they got all the way over to match point, had the opportunity to do this, and they just helped Redux in that play as well. They go all the way over to Team Starlight in that matchup in the upper finals. That'll be a fun one to watch. They just took away 1 or 2 maps, I guess, from KP. It's a 2-1, so KP had a little bit of fighting chance in that sense, but they'll be pushed down all the way to that lower bracket. Semifinals so far, though, Mimi, amazing to watch.
Yeah, that they have been. And this upper final, I'm sure, will deliver as well. Both teams, Starlight and Sarah, have been looking fantastic throughout this. And down below, well, they won't be on stream. I'm sure some of the players are streaming on their personal channels. Those games are looking pretty amazing. Team Emuhleet will play versus Team Flor. We've watched both those squads on the mainstream, and they both looked insane. Team Flor just barely kind of falling out of contention at the last second. And same to be said about Team Emuhleet. 2 super close games to put them in that lower bracket.
Absolutely. It's going to be nice to see exactly how everyone matches up. Everyone really getting 2 chances as well. Just because you fall once doesn't mean you're out of the competition. Going to be absolutely amazing overall. And so far, these 2 matches, from what we've seen on these teams, it's looking to be pretty high caliber. They're learning as well from matchup to matchup. You know, the flavor we're seeing in terms of teams as well and how aggressive they are, how passive they can be. As we get towards the grand finals, I'm excited to see exactly what each roster shapes up to be towards the very end.
Yeah, I mean, the matches have been great thus far, and none of those matches would be possible without the sponsors that make things work here at the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational. Of course, the presenting sponsor is Splat. You can transform your look instantly with the Splat hair color. They have 50 different semi-permanent, permanent, temporary shades, pretty much anything you could want, any color, any style, it'll work for you. You can get Splat at Walmart, Target, Walgreens, CVS, pretty much anywhere you would want to buy hair dye, or online at splathaircolor.com. Make sure you check them out. A big thank you to them for making things possible here. On top of that, thank you to the supporting sponsors in HyperX and XS Sport Nutrition. But with all that said, and all those lovely sponsors, thanks, it's time to send things over to the interview. Katie is standing by with Sarah to have a chat about that series.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Shayo. You've been fantastic all day long, and so has Team Sarah. It was looking like dire straits, but they managed to mount a comeback in the map 3 and take it 2-1 to head on to the winners final. I have Sarah with me now. Congratulations. That win has got to feel good.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a really fun series.
So I need to talk to you about maps 2 and 3, because the opening of these maps seemed to follow a similar formula. You had a very, very strong start, and then sides flip, and suddenly things seem to go wrong. So what happened in map 2 that you weren't able to mount the comeback we saw you do in map 3?
Yeah, I mean, map 2, I think we had some really unlucky rounds that were like really, really close. I think it could have been a lot closer. Probably a bit of misplay on our part. But, I don't know.
But it ends up working out, right? Because you get to map 3 and you have, again, an extremely strong lead, and it flips. You're on the defense, and things just go cold. So what adjustment did you make there? Because at some point, it's a dominant lead, and then it's 10-8, and things are looking scary. How did your team adjust and end up taking it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's usually how Haven goes, is like, CT side Haven is really hard with the 3 sites, obviously. And Ban is a terrifying player. Ban was just putting me down the whole series. Like, I do not die faster than anyone else. But yeah, I think we just like got settled with our setup on CT, and we started making more aggressive players, getting more comfortable. It's just a really hard map to play CT side if you haven't like scrimmed it before. So we kind of just had to figure everything out.
Well, and we talk about scrims, right? This is not like it's a set team that you've played for so long with. So how has it been? Everyone's slotting into their roles. How have the vibes been?
It's been great, actually. I don't even think Moose plays Breach, but he's playing amazing, like out of his mind on that agent. So like we've all just kind of been playing whatever, chilling. Everyone's really cool. Of course, you know, you heard what I said in the draft. Redux, crack Zoomer, run it down, kill everyone. It's working out.
It's certainly working out indeed. It's worked out so well that you are now about to get into the winners final. You're playing against Team Starlight. And if you win that, you'll make it into the grand final and get a chance to take first place. And you'll have a guaranteed worst place finish of second with $5,000 for your team. How are you prepping for the next matchup?
I don't know. We're just gonna go kill, probably.
That does help to win matches, for sure.
It does help, well, yeah.
All right, Sarah, congratulations again. We will see you in just a few moments once again going up against Team Starlight. Congratulations on your map 3 victory. And well, folks, we've been treated to some incredible map 3s so far, and we still have another set coming up as well. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are about to get into the winners final, Team Starlight versus Team Sarah. And this time we'll have a bit of a change in the casters. Mimi has been so incredible all day long. And well, now it's time for Dryad and Tanner to step into things. So don't go anywhere. When we get back, it's time for the winners final. Welcome back to the Misfit Gaming VALORANT Invitational, $20,000 on the line. And well, we have had a day so far working through the upper bracket with some incredible casting out of Mimi and Shio. But now it's time to prepare for the winners final. And we have a casting pair. I cannot wait to see the action they bring us through. Tanner, Dryad, how are you guys doing? Tanner, you guys good?
Yeah, you know, a long day. For everybody, I think a long day for everybody, but I'm excited to be here. I absolutely love what's going on. Obviously, Mitz, I'm like #1 Misfits fanboy, especially with their Valorant team, 24 Haven previously, so I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's been a long day, like Tanner was saying. Anything for everybody it has been, but it's a lot of fun. I love these ideas for tournaments. It's a very original idea, and I love that we get to see it kind of develop and come to the end. And that's why it's been so close, right? So many 2-1s in the upper bracket, and I feel it's because of that, because you get to have a little bit more fun. Sometimes you're playing Reyna. I'm so excited to see that. I love Reyna. That's all I'm thinking about.
Well, and speaking of that bracket, we have it pulled up in front of us. Yeah, we did see that a lot, right? These Reyna picks. At one point, we had that showing up on Haven. At first, we thought maybe it was risky, but it paid off so well. But as you guys have been kind of catching up on things, Dryad, I want to know, looking at this bracket, now that we have Team Sarah and Team Starlight in the upper finals, are you surprised by any of the outcomes you've seen for these teams?
I am a little bit surprised on the side of Team Starlight. I didn't know exactly what to expect from them, but I love the way that they've been closing this series. And like I said, it's been close because when you look at that upper bracket, four of the matches have been 2-1, 2 of the matches have been 2-0, so everything has been really close for this team. But I like the way that they've been able to close it out. I feel like it's a surprise for a couple of those. And for Team Sarah, it was also a little bit back and forth. We saw in the last match, I was watching it with Mimi and Chayo casting, and it was the back and forth for the second one for Haven, and they're able to close it out at the end. So, you know, you really need that mental for these really long days to make it all the way here.
Yeah, and I think, Katie, you kind of gave us the lowdown on what the beginning of the day was going to look like, or what Chayo and Mimi thought at the very least, with Team Flor beating Team Starlight. So I think that kind of speaks volumes to what this team brings. A pretty grueling series. I think only one map was a 13-6. The other two were like 13-11 in overtime. So shout outs to Team Starlight for making it this far. Unfortunately, I think that maybe this is as far as they go. I think just looking at the players for Team Sarah, I mean, and just the team captain leading from the front, Sarah Frags, is absolutely insane. So I think we are looking at a grand finals, a matchup that we could quite possibly see later in the tournament coming tomorrow in the grand finals.
I love that you mentioned that, and that actually leads us well into taking a look at the rosters for both of these teams, because Team Starlight, at the beginning of this tournament, we said, oh, Team Flor is going to 2-0 them, and they've just had that magic something, that clutch ability, but at the same time, so has Team Sarah. So Dryad, you look at these rosters, we have seen Brax and Katarina, Zoe, Ziff on Team Starlight doing incredible things through the day, but as well as Sarah's team, Sonder, Redux, especially in their match that they just had, coming out huge for their team. So when you look at these rosters, do you have a similar opinion here to Tanner? Do you think maybe Starlight might be in trouble?
I think so too, and I actually not only think that they're in trouble, but I feel like this is their one and the best chance that they have to make it to the grand finals, because on the other side, and you mentioned, you talk about it towards the beginning of the day, you are expecting that team of Fluorescent to make it a little bit further, and I would expect actually a lower bracket run from that team to meet Sarah if that's the way that things go down for this first match. If not, and like I said, the best chance scenario for Team Starlight, it would be to get away with a 2-0 for this one.
Now, Tanner, I'm curious to know, do you think we're going to see any maybe odd, unexpected picks here? Because so far that's been a trend throughout the tournament, right? These are drafted teams that these Game Changers team captains have done a few days ago. So they're not tried and true rosters that already play together. Is there anything in particular you hope to see over potentially the next 3 maps?
Would like to see, I saw some Phoenix sprinkled in. I would like to see some Phoenix. I think the coolest thing about this is a lot of the players, well, the majority of the players, not all. Redux, you know, kind of hogging the jet, is just doing Redux things, but everybody's playing something that's kind of off role a little bit, and I think that's kind of the funnest. That as I was saying that, I was like, please don't say funnest, please don't say funnest, because that's not a word. But I think that's the best part about it, is that it really is everybody's out here having fun. Yeah, we're making it a word here.
And also, well, the one thing that I already brought it up, because I saw a team playing, and it was Starlight playing that arena on Breeze, and I know we'll get to look at the maps eventually, but if that Breeze gets to come up, Arena gets locked in, I am happy. I haven't had the chance to cast Reyna in so long, and Tanner knows I'm with one trick, so when I get to see Reyna, I'm happy.
Well, and again, we've seen a lot of it, and it seems like with that high risk, high reward, it has been all reward so far for the teams choosing to use it. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But that means it is time for both of you to take the reins here as we get into the winners final. This is for a chance at the grand final. This is for a chance at the difference between 5,000 for a minimum of second place, or 3,000 if you drop down and take third. So Tanner, Dryad, take it away.
Thank you, Katie. Yep, we get to take a peek at our settings here in just a moment. Those maps. Reyna on Breeze, Dryad.
Yes.
Something ain't right. Something ain't right.
What do you mean?
Right.
Everything is right in the world right now. I am so happy. Though, okay, we haven't seen it yet. We don't know if it's actually going to end up happening. I really hope so, though. I am praying right now.
Well, this is the layout. Map number 1 will be Breeze. We'll see if the Reyna comes on through, and then we head on out towards Ascent, where things get a bit more defaulted. Another map, though, where we could quite possibly, I think the weirdest picks that we're going to get on the tournament are either Reyna or Phoenix, and map number 2 is a pretty good map for both of them.
And I was thinking, who else could be an interesting, maybe the weirdest pick? I'm thinking Yoru, but I don't know about Breeze and Yoru. That might not be the combination. I like what I'm looking at though. That Reina that I mentioned before, the team for Starlight, they played it now two times throughout this tournament, 2 times throughout today because it's only been 1 day, and they got some nice results. This is the composition that actually got them at 13-1 earlier in the day, so that means the Reina works. That means Reina is meta.
I don't know if that means the Reina works. Just because it works doesn't mean it's the right play, okay?
I disagree. I strongly disagree. I'm a little bit... I feel like my heart right now is split because I would love to see this Reina being successful. But we mentioned the high expectations that we have for the side of Sarah. And you look at them, you know, they really want to win, but this composition is exactly what you would expect at the top level of Valorant, and they're gonna bring it. And Sonder as well on that chamber, that is scary to think about.
It really is. And like I said, when you look at this roster, the strength of just the individual players in Redux for Oxygen Academy, in Sonder for the Shopify Rebellion Game Changers team, right? Those are 2 large names for those squads individually. And then you obviously have Sarah, who is a monster in her own right in the initiator role. Seeley also filling that. And then Moose, I like to see Moose on the Viper because he's going to have a bit more freedom to play around the map. But this is it. Just like Katie said, these teams, Dryad, they're working to find their way into the grand final. And it separates yourself from so much money if you lose this one here. So obviously the lion's share still available as we get started in the pistol. It's Team Starlight on the attack, Team Sarah on the defense, and it's slow to get things started on the attacking side.
It's an information game as well. The risk that you have to take playing with that chamber and that Reina, trying to go forward, but the chamber's the one is able to capitalize from the enemy for that defense first, as the one that we're pushing, the one that was playing a little bit more aggressive, was the Viper from the side of Team Star that gets taken down.
And they were expecting it, and they eventually do get it. That's Moose to fall. A bit of damage onto Redux as well. Look at this. A player atop. It's Sonder here. The backstab's perfect. We'll find the first. Looks to equalize for the second, but will be forced to back away. But the screen comes down. The reveals are there. The recon bolt doing its job. Unfortunately, can't find Katarina. And in a 2v2, making a 1v2. It's all up to Kat. Previously triggered, and now the name change. And unfortunately, things look the same. Team Sarah grabbed themselves a pistol. It started good for Team Starlight. Unfortunately, I think Sonder was kind of the linchpin of that round.
And there's a couple early kills as well that we got to see, but that hesitation for the defense, just playing a little bit back on the side of Team Sarah. This is what they've been doing throughout today. Constantly. You see them getting ahead, you see them taking advantage. And, you know, the last matchup, they were able to... They actually got to lose a little bit of momentum, but the pistol round has been one consistent factor for them. Now they get to approach the A site once again. The defense as well, always hungry for it. The 3 players as well looking around it. And another one of the slow ones for the owl drone to spot one of the players as well towards halls. I believe it was maybe even 2 that he got to see Redux. A Marshall is going to be enough to take down the chamber on the other side.
And Katarina, I believe, also having a Marshall. One of the weapons forced into this round, immediately taken away. Sonder finds a trade across the map, but Zip's going to sneak on up. Unfortunately, yields nothing. The Headhunter lives up to its name once more. Spike falls just outside the caves. And Starlight only sitting on a classic in a difficult position. Is going to walk away from this one. The footsteps will be heard, and I believe a Marshall to be retrieved. Nope. Still just a classic. All right, Starlight. This is unwinnable, unfortunately.
Just calling it early with a Marshall on the side of Sonder, getting 3 kills and guaranteeing that second round for the side of Team Sarah. This is the thing, and the duelist as well that we see for Team Starlight. It's so difficult to initiate. It's so difficult to enter into that A side. You just wanted me to say it. You just wanted me to say it.
No, go ahead. What were you saying about the duelist?
Never mind. The Reina's great. You're about to find out why. You're about to find out why. That is a lot of pressure that I'm putting onto Brax. But I believe, well, there's an operator on the other side though, so that's a little bit more difficult. The operator though looking towards mid. So that Reyna might not get that first contact though. The positioning for Team Starlight, a little bit more spread all across the map. You saw them trying to stack, trying to put that pressure towards Halls early on. And they didn't capitalize too much from it. But Team Star though, they're looking scary as well. Like I said, it was an operator on the other side. It's a full buy as well that they wanted to commit for this round number 3.
Yeah, Redux slowly creeping up. Oof. He pauses for a second, and, well, unbeknownst to Redux, Team Starlight are backing away, so that tailwind yields no use. And with that, the A site may be under fire here for just a second. Team Starlight waiting for their Viper to get that wall out. Unfortunately, there's a lot of defense here, Dryad.
And they definitely know it now with that 0 point. The snake bite as well, just to be able to push forward. Doesn't work out.
Spike down A.
Oh no.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
It all starts to fall apart. It all starts to fall apart. Again, a late hit, but the defense never had to move. 3 players stood strong here. And with that, we also had Spectres, right? Seeley, I think, was sitting on a Spectre in that very close angle in bricks, and that's exactly where you want to be. You don't have to try and take those long-range fights. Breeze, obviously known for them, and nobody is ready for the KO. To spray them all down, couple of double dinks.
So close,
couple of kills for the KO, and ouch. That one hurts. So round 5 is where we'll see full rifles back in the hands of Team Starlight.
There's only Marshall as well for that KO for Team Starlight on the attacking side, and yet no one is ever expecting that KO to be that close towards bricks. And he's able to do more than just trade a couple. He's able to shut down the entirety of the attacking side for Team Starlight. Though this is the Marshall. That was the only good weapon available for Team Starlight, and opens up the fight towards mid. But there's still a long way to go. Still a lot of decisions to make. And Team Sara, they already have that information.
That's a great start here for Team Starlight. And just when Redux thought he had done enough to bring things neutral, another kill out towards mid. Ziff really showing the proficiency, and like you noted, the only one to bring a weapon into this round. And he's already dealt the damage. Sandra, though, however, sneaking out towards mid, wants to make sure that nobody can grab these weapons, but now 2 are down in the mid doors. Redux will find another frag. Now the blades are available, but is this the round we see it? Zoe has the spike, will get it planted, but it's all by their lonesome for just a second. Needs to be careful. Snake bite right at their feet. Redux going to look to go up top. The toxic screen will fall. And Redux, low HP just around the corner. They're expecting maybe a backstab here. They're not even looking the right way. They're not looking towards the site. Instead, they want to try and find Starlight. And they do. And they grab some extra. As Moose will take down his counterpart and Zoe. And Team Sarah. I mean, Dryad, what can't they do? They were just ready for everything in that round.
And Zoe was playing it so well as well. He cannot back up. He cannot got to cave because you know Team Sarah will be playing around orange. So he just had to push forward, and the snake bite made it even worse. Had to push even more. Such a vulnerable position that ends up taking Zoe down. As now Team Starlight, yeah, what can they do? Well, they have an operator now in the hands of Katarina, so it's a better situation for them. But all the rounds that we've seen so far, it makes sense with this composition. It makes sense with the duelists are going to be a little bit slower for them, just getting the opening pick. With that, we've seen a couple times, but then what? Because Team Sarah on the mid round is so quick to react. It's so quick to shut down this attacking side, especially towards A.
And good 0 point there from Seeley. Tosses it out, gets both initiators, and you have to assume that those aren't the agents that are just hanging out all by themselves across the map. So maybe the rest of the team is here. And again, for this defense, it's 3 players strong. They're keeping 3 on this side. Moose was the lone anchor for a moment previously. Now Sarah's been playing on that side of the map. Try and bolster that one up. We go back out towards the A site once more, though. Nice shots to land out from Halls. 2 more come. And just like that, the 3 defenders I was talking about, Dryad, they're gone.
Everybody gets shot down early towards this A side, so the spike gets to be planted. Finally, numbers advantage for Team Starlight to work with. Then Team Sarah with only one player left. Moose, good for one though, but it's still a lot of pressure. The Moose is able to handle it well for sure.
Not like this, Moose. Come on, man. Not like this. The flash comes out. The taps are... Okay, that got scary for just a second. Moose not able to get any more damage, but 2 kills is what he found. Finally, Team Starlight on the board. And they also find themselves the operator. And this is what I was wondering, right? Not having that jet, who is going to be rocking that operator? We saw it in the last round. We get it again in this one. And I guess, yeah, sure, your chamber can't always... I'm still not a believer. Brax has still got to show me a little bit more from the Reyna.
When the Empress comes out, you're not ready. You're not gonna be ready for it. Team Starlight.
Dryad, we're 6 rounds in, and he still doesn't have an ult, Dryad. I can't believe.
You're not ready. You're not ready though. This is scary though. Team Starlight, they're gonna push forward. They did it round number 1, but nobody's going to be expecting this operator towards elbow. And the Reyna's down.
And hey, Brax has the Empress online.
Yes,
so next round, that one will be available. Unfortunately, won't be there for this one. No Sage means no res. The Viper's Pit comes down on the B site just on top of the spike. It makes it a little more difficult for this defensive Team Sarah to work their way through. Moose taking the long way around here, but he's making noise. The footsteps should be heard by Katarina. It's Redux now going through with an ult of his own. The knives online, the right click, no reset, so it's back to the operator. A shorty should he need it. Up atop the wall, the half wall, I should say, as he pushes through it. 3 kills on the round. Only the Viper stands. But I couldn't even finish my sentence. Zoe falls, the pit follows, and the round will go the way of the defense.
It was such a good read for the defense as well. When every single round that we've seen from Team Starlight, they're either positioned all across the map, trying to play that default, or they're playing towards A and being shot down over and over again. Team Starlight knew it was the perfect opportunity for the enemy team to go towards that B side. So for the first time, also, they positioned that trademark towards B. They play it all the way back. Team Sarah, they're able to capitalize from one more into that round. And, you know, the win-win condition for that one, it was keeping that Viper's Pit alive. But so he had. Now he got wasted. He got taken down. He got shot down. Just like this attacking side as Team Sarah. It is now their turn to use the same ultimate. That Viper's Pit comes online. And you have guarantee pressure towards mid, at least as the Owl Drone gets taken down.
And that pit, it doesn't necessarily force Team Starlight out towards B, but it definitely makes that site a little less desirable. Sarah gonna make sure nobody sneaks up into tunnels for now, just playing the junk peek inside nests.
Guess what
Brax
ultimate's available?
There.
Brax could
Is
do
what?
something here.
I mean, an Empress can come out. It's gonna be the Lear, actually. Spurs, but there's no entry. There's no answer just yet. Thunder's winning on the other side. It's a good trade as well, though. Katarina is gonna open it up. The A site, the hesitation, and the Viper as well in the defense already rotating. There's an operator on this defense, and they can't get close. Team Starlight, they have no way to shut it down.
And Starlight was forced to fall off the angle. They were standing inside the teammate's snake bite, but makes it work. No way, Redux. 2 shorty kills in 2 rounds. I'm more of a believer in the shorty on Breeze than I am the Reyna at this point in the game, but Brax is here to make me a believer. There it is, Dryad. Finally, the clutch. You know what? Hey, in 6 more rounds, if Brax can do that again when the Empress comes back online, then I am a believer. But at the end of the day, credit where credit is due between both Starlight and Brax to really hold on there. Starlight sneaking up towards Orange and kind of just dancing around that box. And although falling to the shorty, still got her one. And then Brax made it look easy. I mean, the Reyna on Breeze, it's when you get the Empress Dryad, things really start to happen with Reyna on Breeze. That's
The
what
Empress,
we've been saying.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Empress, it just makes you play different. And we can see it from Brax. closing out that round with the first clutch that we see on this matchup, and it's the match to get to the grand finals. It's a good one to make it happen early on for this Reyna, but still, Team Starlight on a disadvantage here by 3 rounds. They're gonna do the same strategy that we saw from them before that they've been doing throughout today. They position themselves all across. They try to guarantee some opening, and they've been getting them constantly. It's kind of a matter of how quickly everybody else, those 2 initiators, are able to react in time and support that chamber, that Reyna, into sight. As of right now, that noise is going to be made towards that A side, but the entry could be coming on the other one.
The age-old strategy of trying to hit the A side again. This time, though, Team Starlight, they lean that spike elsewhere. And not a whole lot of commitment, which makes this one seem a little less believable. You're seeing that defense from Team Sarah start to rotate back over. Moose is there on the site. He's always going to try and get that spike planted. Katarina trying to stop this Viper from pushing on through. Hunter's Fury not going to find the kills. Instead, it's Moose. And there's Moose tracks all over the site. Unfortunately, the Hunter's just not good enough to track him down. 4 kills on the round. A flawless in response to the Brax clutch. And Team Sarah are back to it.
And it was all about Moose, the only player towards that B site. And yeah, there was 3 players towards A. There were a couple of those trying to shoot, trying to create that distraction. But Moose left for a second, came back, and was able to get it with 4. And 1 by 1 as well, the coordination that we saw from Sarah, making sure the Hunter Sphere would deny that space to be gained for the attacking side. And it's going to give them 1 more round here. 6 for Team Sarah, 10 kills so far for Redux as well, who sometimes you see this player pushing towards elbow, going a little bit more aggressive, but he always so aware of what can happen next. And for Team Starlight, they're gonna go back to what was working before, to what was working on that first round that they got, and it was pushing towards halls, making sure that the owl drone is at least not going to guarantee a kill. Up with 23.
Yeah, that's... Starlight, you gotta go. Starlight, you gotta go. Ziff will eventually get punished for it. There goes Starlight as well. Sarah, good for 2. And while 2 more wait just inside the cave. Brax made his way on the outside here, just on the other side of the pyramid. So safe from now from any gunfire, but not quite the safest from the utils. The shock darts come through. The 0 point lands, I believe, onto 2. But still a tough spot to be in. Redux taking shots from mid. And there's just nowhere to go, right? It's stuck in bricks. A player stuck on the site. Brax would have to be the hero of Breeze. Should Team Starlight want to win this round. Instead, it's Katarina to try and be the hero. Cuts it down to a 1v1 situation. And it's Redux with the shorty again.
Every time. Now 3 rounds that we've seen the shorty guaranteeing some scary kills for the head of Team Sarah, but at least it is going to secure 1 more round for them. It's going to guarantee the advantage, and I cannot believe it for this Jet. The confidence that you see with the operator either pushing in or guaranteeing that the round will belong to this defense once again. And it doesn't get any easier, it doesn't get any better for Team Starlight with the Blade Storm available on the other side. You're relying for that early hit towards A with those Seekers. You're hoping that is going to guarantee at least the opening pick.
So close, but yet so far in a handful of these rounds for Team Starlight.
I've got your trail.
And the A site under fire once more. 0 point out, no command as well. The Seekers gonna flush out 1, and Starlight find the frag onto Sonder. Here comes the 0 point on the opposite side to try and find everybody out towards mid, and they will find the enemy KO, and it's Brax to take Seelay down. Moose, though, from the back lines, will steal 1 back. But with that spike plant, here comes the pit, and now it gets a whole lot harder for the 3 remaining. I say that, but Redux is still alive, and Redux always a problem in situations like these, and he might not need the shorty. He's got the Windblade shower, the spike just on the other side. There's the right click. No, not like this. Not like this. No, Redux! No! This guy just does not stop. The individual prowess of this Jet player,
wow.
Dryad.
I mean, the blade storm was nice. The shorty kills that we've seen were nice, but the knife at the end, it really hurts for Team Starlight and for their chamber in the hands of Katarina, the last one alive, trying to shut down this jet that was flying. You could barely see anything inside that Viper's pit, but still seemed like he was looking at everything that he needed to at the same time. 8 for Team Sarah. And a strategy that could be changing here. Team Starlight, they've only approached this B site once, and that was when they had that Viper's pit. They have it again, but there's another one on the other side.
And I think this was assumed that this pit would be coming out this way. Moose been spending most of his time on this B site. So let's see what they use to try and flush out the Viper. Sarah, however, out towards mid aggressive, no longer inside the nest. Wants to flap her wings and fly. She's left the nest. And well, she's got 2 stripes. Looking to earn some more is Redux as he pushes the angle up atop the wall. Nobody was expecting the jet with the operator and, well, caught off guard.
One enemy remaining.
It's just, they can't even leave the spawn. Starlight needs 4 kills. Picks up the first, picks up the second. Okay, maybe 2 more. Spike in hand. But the backstab too strong. The map from left to right, top to bottom, Team Sarah, they've just been everywhere.
And they have, and they've been conditioning as well. This attacking team of Team Starlight onto that passive hit and to most of the members being towards A, towards halls. They played aggressive one round, a couple of rounds ago now for Redux when he was pushing with the operator. But they never saw Sarah being the one going in towards mid and guaranteeing 2 kills. So that conditioning had been set. And it is a perfect opportunity. Team Sarah might be even getting to 10 before this first happens.
Are they ready for one more? Looked like one player looking this way. It was Ziff. But he backs off the angle for just a moment. Seele now has no help until Sarah can get this way through halls. So slowly but surely you see that Sova moving on through in every angle just about being held. Sarah to find the first. They look to go out for some more and Seele the timing. Zoe will finally fall. The ball doesn't lie. If Zoe was meant to die, Zoe will. And Starlight meets that same exact fate. Another flash out into the caves and Ziff able to steal one back. Stifles the KO as the op shot goes wide. It's Brax actually take down Sandra here now with low HP, now no HP. Ziff in a really tough spot trying to dodge out on the Kamehameha wave from the Sova. And it's Brax again. A 1v1 this time. The spike in hand with 40 seconds left on the clock. The head spotted! And Sarah decapitated. The best they could get was 3. And that's exactly what they do.
Switching sides.
They're in the last possible scenario to secure that 9, though. Advantage for Team Sarah. They didn't win that last round, but they won so many in a row. They have all the conditions set for success to close out this map. And again, both of the teams have played Breeze throughout the day. For Team Starlight, they had the most convincing result on this map against the team of KP. It ended up closing 13-1, but this one is a different story. This one is the one where Team Starlight get to play the defense, get to play with those ghosts again and see if they get to take that first step towards victory. But still a long way to go. Team Sarah have been playing so well. I mean, 18-8 for Redux.
Yeah. Yeah, that's uncalled for. That's uncalled for. Redux is playing his main. He's banned from the next one.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Redux actually has this kind of pent-up aggression from the event this weekend. And he's just here and he's just taking it out. He's having a good time. I will say that when you are playing with teammates that you don't really know the best, attacking is a little bit harder. For Team Sarah, though, they do seem to be gelling quite well. They take this B site with ease. Redux pushes aggressively. Flash on the other side, and look at that. They've already got the setups to try and help one another out. Unfortunately, for Team Sarah, no more kills to be had. However, the backstab is good onto Moose. Brax now looking to take this duel. The duelists will find one another, but there's a lot of bodies headed this way. And this rain is about to be overwhelmed. Can't quite find the kills, and, well, the kill feed, it's all red just about. There's only one remains. It was Starlight to find a kill for the squad, but one is all she'll get. Redux, is it now? 21-8?
Yes. Yep. 21-8 for this Jet. Look, the defense, they're struggling, right? But there's always hope when there's a Reyna on the defense.
There's always hope when there's a rain on the defense. I agree, Dryad. Tell the people why. No, I agree. Go ahead, tell the people why.
It's, you know, it's Brax. Brax, great player, great Reyna. Reyna is a good agent and position towards A. Okay, might not get the opening. It's going to take a little bit for that rotation to take place. But it also might not be this round or this map. The Reyna still good.
Toxin screen down.
Reyna good. Unfortunately, I think we've been robbed of it. Reyna good, Redux better. As a player versus the agent as a whole, I think Redux just does not allow for that type of behavior. Does not allow for those shenanigans. As, well, they do it.
You see?
Brax with the Ares. Reyna with the Ares.
I'm onto something. I think I'm onto something.
I think you're onto something.
There was also force coming in for Team Star. I mean, they needed 2 forces with the Ares as well. With a couple of guns that they had towards the end. And that rotation, it was 3 players. It was similar to the setup that Team Sarah was running on the defense. 3 players towards that A side. But what changes is that Team Sarah on the attacking side is, at least for the beginning, more willing to go towards B. And the retake with those angles 1 by 1 does happen a little bit faster. So that reaction gives 1 round here for Team Starlight. But you still have Redux with a Vandal for this one. The team, Redux himself, made sure that he could buy it. That he can keep it for this one. He wants to get things over with the first contact, though. It is with an aggressive push. Doesn't get too many. And too much information, though. Starlight, the hands. Trying to get that flash connected and it doesn't work out. So Sarah, it's the opening there. The trade takes a little bit longer to take place, but there it is.
And I don't know if Ziff knows that he's dueling with the rifle on the other side. So he tosses out the flash, allows him to cross back over and go back doing his duties to hold these mid doors. And it does sting. If this round goes the way of Team Sarah, if you're Team Starlight, you're really hoping, right, that last round win really reset the economy, and that this one wouldn't be a for sure win, but you'd meet very little resistance. Obviously, we know how much resistance Redux can be.
Yeah. Has a Vandal still.
Yeah. And speaking of, he's getting crazy.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Actually got shot down. There was a Vandal on the other side too in the hands of Katarina. And Team Starlight, okay, looks scared for a second. They're able to close this round. They're able to get to 5 here on the defense. And this is what you're expecting. If you're a fan of this team, if you're a fan of each one of the individual players that have been struggling. We're struggling towards the beginning, but they had such good performances on Breeze. It just makes sense that at least they make it close against Team Sarah to guarantee and to see who is going to take the first map advantage and who will get to those grand finals tomorrow.
Grand finals tomorrow. The loser this one will be waiting for some of the elimination bracket matches to finish. So they'll have some time to start the day tomorrow to kind of get a general idea of what the opposition brings to the table. Now, Redux has the Blades. It's not the best buy round for Team Sarah, and see if he can try and punish here. You hear the tour de force shots. They're not finding anything to the toxic screen just yet, and with that, Team Starlight look to back away and play retake as a full 5.
Welcome to my world.
As a full 5, it might be the best idea. The best strategy they can bring into this one, but the Viper Spit is going to make everything a lot more complicated. You see the Trailblazer. There's a little bit of space between the Trailblazer and the kills actually connecting. They haven't happened. The Bladestorm on the other side for Redux wants to get kills, wants to get headshots, and it will do just that.
Redux does it again. You give this guy an inch and he will take a mile. Now Team Starlight not only have to continue to work through this pit, but they have to do so with only Brax alive. And with 3 standing, unfortunately, the odds were a bit too tilted in favor of Team Sarah. That Viper's Pit obviously playing a huge part in that one. And Team Sarah doing a good job making sure that this Team Starlight squad doesn't keep the momentum rolling forward. But a full buy across the board. A little bit of NRG strategy coming out from Team Starlight. Just about everybody rocking the light shields. But how about 10 Vandals? No Phantom users, no operators in this one.
On this map? No.
You know, I think it's placebo, but I think I like the Phantom on Breeze.
What do you play again?
You know, just you know. You know, I play. I basically, what you saw Sonder do is like the same things that I do, but with the Phantom on Breeze. Same thing as Sarah does. That's why I'm glad we're getting this point of view. Brax, however, Brax makes it look a little easier than I do. I'm usually good for my 1 or, you know, 140 because I use the Phantom. Brax good for 3 here on this round. And the Empress is on, Dryad. You know what this means.
The Empress is on. That means Brax can guarantee a kill. At least they have numbers. This Zoe and Brax, the last one was alive for this retake to take place. Just hoping the last player of that KO will peek. Hey, the Reyna does get taken down. It's a 1v1.
Yeah, tough, very healthy. Emuhleet 2 and just over the pipes. The clutch comes through and Team Starlight could not find the angle on this KO to be able to play the strength in numbers. And they get punished for it. 2 1v1s. Leads to a Team Sarah match point.
The 2 of the Reyna ultimates that we saw before, they were able to guarantee at least 1 kill, sometimes more. But this one, it's a little too hard, you know. It's a difficult one for this defense. Team Starlight, they need too many in a row. Team Sarah already match point. Redux has been a huge part of the success for this team. We've seen him getting kills with every gun that you can imagine.
Yeah.
And it's all just that confidence, especially for scenarios where he knows the team is going to support him a little bit more of those initiators shining to allow the Jet to get the kills or just to get a headshot. Nothing's needed. Just Redux for that first opening.
Yeah, just Redux. You just got Redux. No answer back to that one. And when they did try and find the trade, it was Zoe to take quite a bit of damage here on the B side. Snakebite goes out inside. Okay. The Cloudburst, not enough to keep Redux alive. And the numbers, they don't swing back in favor, but they are even for now. The health pools also even for the most part, but a tour de force for Sonder is obviously a large tool to try and close this one out. I'm wondering how Team Starlight want to try and use that pit, or if they can. Katarina falls. There's a Viper just around the corner, and Sonder takes her time to land the shots. I thought she hit the last one, but it was Sarah instead, the team captain. And 13-5, Dryad is where we land on Breeze in favor of Team Sarah.
And it was them getting round after round after round. There was quite a lot of support as well that they got towards the beginning on that defense for Team Sarah to be able to close it out. And they do it in the best way possible. Only 5 rounds that the enemy team was able to take away from them. And, you know, it was a composition. Maybe.
It was a little bit of a comp dip. I think when you look at it, took a little too long for, I think, Team Starlight to adapt to what Redux was doing, which was just running at you whenever he had a chance, right? Anytime he had a shorty, he would op shot. If it didn't land, cloudburst, run at you, shorty, knife out, whatever it may be. Yeah.
So knife kill as well, and it hurts to see a little bit for the last player, for the one that has to get knife, but it really shows the confidence of those Jets, especially from Redux, who's able to go in and able to play that Jet sometimes. You know, in a team that is just made in a couple days, you're playing like how you play rank. Yes, you often get support, but sometimes it's just all the confidence is shining the most, and that is allowing you to get to, I believe, 25, a little bit more maybe that he got towards the end.
Yeah, Redux as confident as it gets in that roster, looking just as strong as we expected coming into this one, but that was just the first map. We've got 2 more to go. Ascent the next, Icebox the decider should we need it, but those will happen right after this. Welcome back, Valorant fans, to the Misfits Gaming, not the Misfit, although we are all misfits, and it all kind of ties in together to be plural eventually. But the Misfits Gaming VALORANT Invitational presented by Splat. My name is Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Dan Dryad. And Dryad, map number 1. We got Breeze. You got excited. You said we might see the Reyna. We saw the Reyna. Unfortunately, we don't really have to touch on that too much. We do have highlights for that map to kind of go over what it was. I think it was less of a Reyna thing and more of a Redux thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of those maps that a player is just absolutely popping off and there's no way to stop them. And in this case, it was just Redux going in every way possible. He was finding kills. He was finding the rounds for his team, and it was the marshals, it was the operators, it was the shorties, it was the knife, everything that Redux was bringing to the table.
Everything. A hit for the cycle. Absolutely a hit for the cycle. Anything that you could get a kill with, the 1 key, the 2 key, the 3 key, the X key, all of it was there. Now we saw some shining moments. Again, the Reyna did kind of stand out in a few of these rounds for Brax. The shorty really did seem, this might be one of them. Okay, there it is. Yeah, that was the Brax clutch. That was the first time we saw the Empress on. And like you noted, you do get a bit more confident. A player that maybe got a little outshined by Redux, but still did just as good of a job was Moose. Nice 4K in this round, where for the longest time was kind of just the sole anchor on that site. And that's how they were playing that defense, and it just kept working. Team Starlight really seemed to like to hit the A site, and they didn't find a whole lot of success with it.
Moose didn't get contested too many times on that defense throughout that B side, but when that happened, there was always an answer coming through for this Viper. I think Sarah as well, we saw a really good round from Sarah, and that is what we were expecting from this Sova and from this Initiator, that when it has to shine, when it has to pop off, and when she gets a chance to play aggressive, she absolutely will. So it was a little bit of that team effort, obviously highlighting Redux on this Jet over and over again, but we got to see some really good moments from every single one of the players of Team Sarah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if now that I look at it for Team Sarah, they really do have kind of just a plug and play. They did their darndest in a team captain, that is Team Sarah, in finding and grabbing a player that can just stick to their comfortable role. And so Breeze behind us going the way of Team Sarah. We now set our eyes on Ascent. Dryad, before we got here, before we jumped into the series and got that first map started, we talked about Ascent and said, hey, agent compositions. This is a map where we could quite possibly see a Reyna. We could quite possibly see a Phoenix, and I'm hoping we do so.
Though, I would love to see that again. I would love to see more variety, and especially with that Phoenix, it would be nice, but what they've been playing throughout today and the matches that they had has been a little bit more standard. When you get to kind of swap roles and kind of decide how those compositions will look like, I think, overall. And knowing that this is potentially a map that could get Team Sarah to those grand finals, you want to take it, you know, as fun and serious in that combination as possible.
That is true.
So, Redux is going to continue playing that Jet.
And Redux on the Jet, no silly business, no funny business. We get the Omens out for this one. Ziff leaning towards the Cypher. We'll lock that in. I think that might be a different look.
Yes, it
than
is.
what we've seen previously, yeah. Wait, there's no way. Hold on. This Yoru hover's got to be troll.
Surely is not real, right? Well, I did mention that the most fun that you can get today is a Yoru. I think that is, you know, as troll as it gets. In a good way, I guess. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
And there it is. Locked in. We'll see.
Locked in.
What is you know how they have those segments? This would be a segment. Somebody, if you take this royalties for Dryad and I, maybe production can let us know too if they can think of it. But you know how people have like a segment for music, like, yo, is this hot or not? Or is this flame or lame? Right? You know what I'm,
Where is
what I'm
this
talking
going?
about? Are you picking what I'm putting down? I'm talking about, like, is it troll, or what would be like a good one? Like a word that means good that rhymes with troll, you know? Troll or
I would say the one that I'm thinking of is fun, but then I feel like you can troll and have fun. So it's not really the opposite, you know?
Yeah, I think if you're trolling, you are having fun. Somebody's having fun. It might not be your teammates, but somebody is having fun. And I will say, at the very least, you've made it this far. You already got yourself in the money, so why not have some extra fun on top of it all? As we head out towards map 2, 5 seconds to the barriers drop, and it's Team Starlight this time around to mount their defense. A different look in the composition. We'll see what they have cooked up for us, Dryad.
And I was saying, I wanted to see how those compositions would look like, because then you can have a good idea of the aggression that could be coming through, but that's Cypher. And that changes well with the Katarina on the Yoru instead of that chamber like we saw early on. Can't change everything, though. The entry's quick towards A, and Redux once again opening for him. We'll get another one, too.
Make it 3. Make it 3 for Redux, picking up right where he left off. Half HP on the Jet. Still postured up for more. Ziff.
Weapon here.
Gonna work hand in hand. Here in a 2v5. Shock darts go out. That one just narrowly missed, maybe? Ziff to collect that kill. Redux falls. Now the defense getting a little bit weaker here as Brax will find the next. Unfortunately, Ziff's really the only healthy member of Team Starlight. This point, oh no, and the backstab is just around the corner. Through the smoke, it gets spotted last second. And as Ziff drops down, Sonder closes out the round. So this is what I'm thinking with the Yoru now. Now that I've seen how they're kind of piecing it together, Katarina wants to play around this map because of the way that Redux has been playing. And with that, you can teleport from one side to the other, just like we saw in that last one. So as soon as they see that A hit coming, they want to bolster up that defense. They know that Redux might be looking to go a little bit aggressive. Unfortunately, Katarina just wasn't really in a place to punish at the time. But I think as we see this defense develop, they'll probably have a better idea of how to kind of slow down this Jet.
It's a good idea for that Yoru, but the question is, you know, the Yoru can get so vulnerable, so how long are you able to stay alive, even if you get to the time in time? Because the shorties are good enough, and Redux goes down.
Yeah, and that's a win in its own right. A taste of his own medicine. As another shorty backside, Brax to get it instead. The reload's there. Not like this. Team Sarah cut down by the shorties. And now Sonder left to pick up the pieces. Spectre around the corner. Decapitated is Ziff. What does Katarina have to work with here? It looks like an SMG to play with, but Sonder makes sure that the round will stay in their favor. Team Sarah finds their second.
Sonder in those moments, under pressure, as always capitalizing from all the craziness of that round, and it almost went for Team Starlight. We saw it in the map number 1. You could have seen it on that second round, but that wasn't the case anymore. Team Sarah good for 2 rounds, and now the forces, as always, are going to come through. There's no chance to light shields. It's okay. You have Vandals, you have Phantoms. There's always a chance as long as Redux is able to open up again.
And he'll do just that. I don't think he was expecting a player log, so Katarina, he's able to collect 1 kill. We go back and forth for 2 here on the side, and Redux still trying to scramble. He gets revealed, but he survives. Brax now with the shock dart. Doesn't quite find its mark. The next one a bit shy as well, and Ziff's backed into a corner. But you don't back a Peacock into the corner, or else he'll attack. And I'm sorry that I just named Ziff the Peacock of Valorant. That was the wrong animal choice. That wasn't a great animal. I'm the reason Ziff died.
It's on you. That's on you. I hope you know.
Spike planted.
That's on me. And Brax, I will also take blame for this one because it should still be a 2v2. 30 HP.
Standing ahead.
Ooh, double swing here. Both revealed. One taken down, but Redux still alive, causing problems. I thought maybe wanting the Odin, but is going to let that one fall by the wayside. And Brax is looking a little different this time around. A strong shorty appearance, a strong Odin appearance. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough for Team Starlight to pick up a round yet.
And we've seen it throughout. It's Redux when he has to open, and when he has to hold a wide angle. He'll support the teammate, whoever was left as well, and whoever's always left, to make sure that round will belong to them.
Get out of my way.
And for the setup Team Sarah, as now they have a Blade Storm, and every single Blade Storm that we've seen on this match from Redux, it guarantees a couple kills. It guarantees that one of the members of Team Starlight goes down. It can be the same scenario as he looks towards Catwalk. He spots one player towards Market. Team Starlight, they know they have to play this back.
Gate crash working its way across the map. So Katarina can help the squad. Yeah, they tried. They definitely tried. I wonder if they actually had somebody get tagged by it to see if somebody would swing off of it. Either way, Redux. Oh no, uncharacteristic. Punished by Starlight as the knives go wide. Katarina's also able to find one. Never used the gate crash, instead stayed on the A site. Will send out another to try and play backwards should she need to. Flashes out. The dimensional drift is there. 30 seconds left on the clock, and the spike is still on the ground. All of the information has been garnered, though, with 2 players stuck inside the tree room. The sheriff shots, they're exchanged back and forth. Nothing found just yet, and now the clock is running out. Sonder has to leap to pick up that spike. Needs to try and back away, stay alive, and get it planted with only 10 seconds, and the Bucky's here to cut him down. Team Starlight will finally do it.
We'll get that first round here. With all the information as well that Katarina was able to get. The Yoru, the Flash as well, connecting while using that ultimate to guarantee this defense would be good for one, but how many more can they get? They're able to slow things down, not only with the Cypher, as we see Ziv throwing down all the utility, but also with Brax having that Hunter's Fury available and position towards B. You have 3 players towards B. One of them is going to be the Initiator, the Fade, who will let you know the teams they're looking forward to getting closer and closer towards B. The C's and the Odin trying to make a nice combination to try to guarantee 1 kill, but Team Sarah, they're not falling for it that fast. They will back up. They'll get some info otherwise.
Yeah, great Owl Drone too. Perfect timing. Got the tag onto Sonder. Try to pop the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, does not land the mark as the true shot barrage. So Brax will now have to rely on the trusty Odin, and that's exactly why it's trusty. Sonder low. Zile's fallen. Zoe just collecting the kills as they walk right into their crosshairs. And 14 HP is where Zoe stands for just a moment. A body shot would do it from Sarah. Instead, it's going to be a flash. The pop is good. The shots don't land quite yet. And eventually, things are neutral in a 2v2. But the weapons aren't great for Team Sarah as they continue to work their way through the spawn.
It's a 2v2 in the Odin. It's a dangerous one. They know Odin is going to be playing all the way back. But can Sarah clear it? There's a 0 point. Is going to get thrown. And out of nowhere, that information is going to be denied. As the Odin wanted to get it. They wanted to get the kill, but 33 HP, and it doesn't matter. Moose goes down by day.
Spike planted.
Spike planted. Sarah alive in the 1v2 has a Vandal. A Fragment. And an ult command. 1 kill away. Low HP on Brax. Brax can't play around. They have to play this one together, and that's exactly what they'll look to do. No, Brax tries to spray on through. Katarina gets punished! And Sarah, the thrifty round, the 1v2 clutch, the 3K, and the 4th for her squad.
Sarah was doing so much into that round, especially towards the end. As we got to see, it was that 0 point coming through. It doesn't allow Brax to get that information that he wanted to with the dart. Then he has to play back. He gets getting taken down 1 by 1 and turn into a winnable situation for the side of Team Sarah. They get to 4, and now they have so much more to work with. I like this approach from Team Sarah. They're pushing forward. They're all together towards A, and that's because I have a no command.
And no command out. No way. Starlight sneaks on by. Redux didn't spot the Omen on the angle. Unfortunately, that's the worst target to find. Resurrected was the KO as the shorties. And the gate crashed just a second too late. So nothing garnered there with the shotguns available. Out come the screams, the nightmares. of Sealay, and well, the nightmares are followed up by a couple of kittens. Mind scarring are the Prowlers as we go back and forth for another Nightfall on the opposite side. Some way, somehow, Brax wall bangs with the Frenzy, and now there's only one remaining. It's all up to Sealay in a 1v3, and sure, the weapons aren't the best for a majority of the members, but the shotguns will finally do it, Dryad.
The shotguns, the frenzies as well for that round and for that retake to go the side of Team Starlight. The situation, the 4-second look unwinnable, but they are able to wake up just in time to get that second round. And I mentioned in Team Star, they had so many ultimates to work with. They had so much to work with, but they invested all 3 ultimates. It was a Nightfall, a null command from Sarah that got shot down for a second and was able to come back. The tour de force from Sonder, that is all wasted. It was all in vain. That means there's an eco coming through for this attacking side, though that has never stopped them before. Team Starlight, they start to get some rounds. They get to start and put that pressure onto the enemy. They need this map anyways if they want to make it to the grand finals. This is step number 1 for them.
The economy's in a weird spot for Team Sarah. The way that they've been kind of forcing into their bonus rounds, bringing Vandals into those instead of actually treating it like a bonus. We see them now sitting on virtually nothing in the last couple of rounds. They've been kind of on that teeter-totter eco.
It does always go back and forth. And in a match like this one, in a tournament like this one, you just want to force every chance that you got. Very similar to rank, just a little bit more coordinated. But the agent picks that come through, especially that Yoru, that really needs that coordination if they want to allow it to shine a little bit more in the hands of Katarina.
Oh, Redux playing the counter flash perfectly there and is eventually able to capitalize on that kill. We'll bag that one onto Katarina. He'll continue to push on forward, trying to stifle the defense here. 2 players more to worry about. Starlight steals one back, though. It's Sonder to fall, and a 4v4 is where we land. With 20 seconds, a neural theft, and all 4 corralled here on the site. Not a whole lot more, though. The only ultimates available are going to be the From the Shadows, so they're just going to have to take the fights right to him, try and keep him corralled. Backside, the paranoia goes. A few players blinded up, and nobody capitalizing just yet. Starlight, though, 3 kills on the round. Can maybe find the ace. A 4th is there, but the knife is out, and Moose will neutralize.
And that was insane from Starlight as well. 3 kills, but the knife out at the end and get shut down for the play. Team Sarah, we talked about it. They didn't have too much to work with for that round. But I also mentioned it. They always make those rounds work. One way or another, they find the opening and they come back alive with a better situation for them, with an advantage that they've had throughout the semifinals and the upper bracket. They've never let it go, and they're not planning to do so anytime soon. There's Team Starlight that gets caught off guard too many times, too many rounds. You know, a Prowler, the 2 initiators towards B side, they're not going to spot anything. They're not going to spot anybody there. Team Sarah once again towards mid.
You know, Trapwire here. Team Starlight weren't expecting this. Redux wasn't expecting that. Thought it was just going to be sheer aggression from Katarina, who tosses out the clone, the decoy, the mirror image, and then uses that gate crash to safety. Will look to fight elsewhere. Brax punished for hanging out for just a bit too long, and I think that shot may have been through the smokes there. So counting their blessings are Team Sarah as they look to head elsewhere. Ziff also punished out towards this A site.
Is the pressure, is working under pressure. That always works out just a little bit better for Team Sarah. At least on this match so far. 1 by 1, the side, the players of Team Starlight will get shut down. Katarina, though, the last one alive, can make something happen. Still 100 HP. I mean, that someone's on the other side. That someone is going to be Sarah. Waiting for Katarina to push in, but she's not going to do that just yet. The C's almost spotting her. And Team Sarah, they don't know where this Yoru is.
They were ready for anything, though. Ready for the save. Ready for a late rotate. The push up towards heaven. And there's a world where that round is a 1v1. I think you had 3 of 4 members under 40 health for Team Sarah.
Yeah. And that's the thing about Team Sarah. They position themselves so well after the spike gets planted. They know exactly how to play around it. I mentioned it before. It was a couple of rounds where it was a nice crossfire coming in for Redux and another player. Now we get to see just a different corner being held by this team. Once again, wants to play aggressive, and Team Starlight, they want to match the aggression for a second, considering looking at Catwalk, but the smokes are too good, and the damage as well for Team Starlight. They're already going down.
A good damage to start the round, but even more damage sent back the other way. What's damage when you're getting the kills? These sheriffs,
Player standing.
unfortunately, have no jurisdiction on this part of the map. A flawless round for Team Sarah. Again, the health bars, they're low on a few members, but Team Starlight just can't find those kills. And the lead continues to grow. It actually kind of looks like, if we could keep this up for a second. My brain is getting there. Dr. Eggman. The green are the two eyes, and then there's the nose in the middle, and then the 3 rounds to the left and to the right are the mustache of Dr. Eggman. Is anybody with me on that?
Wait, what are you saying?
The round history. Okay, it's gone now. It's gone now. We'll get it back later. Dr. Eggman making an appearance here. On Ascent.
You're
the
seeing
diabolical
things.
doctor himself. No, it's there. It's there. I have a 6-year-old. I've seen way too much Sonic.
I think you're seeing things. It's okay, Tanner. It's okay. It'll be alright.
I hope somebody adds both of us on Twitter and they see it, and then at the very least, I'm not the only one. Ooh. Unfortunately for Redux, he was the only one. Things got a little crazy out towards mid, and Sonder said, you know what, this is getting a little too dicey for me. I'm going to head elsewhere, and he gets punished. Sonder eventually will also fall, so just resets back to that same position and dies as Sea-Leg gets a little silly out towards the catwalk, and that's what the spike now. Katarina just chasing Sarah down. Valorant is a horror game. The footsteps are there. Now Brax trying to capitalize here with Katarina just being the thorn in the side, the nuisance, the distraction, and it was just enough. Now the frenzy. That's been so good. Maybe the stinger. We've seen some Bucky kills, some Judge kills. We're getting it all today as Moose just tries to dance around. Moose has ult. Moose can grab the spike.
Just running it down. In the meantime, making sure that Moose... She's able to get towards B, and then trying to go for that ultimate. There's no time as well.
No time. No, he danced around for just a second too long out towards mid. I think he double backed because he heard Zoe out on catwalk.
Thrifty.
And the round just sneaks away. So a thrifty round picked up. Team Starlight counting their blessings for that one. Shots through the wall. Okay, Moose survives, hangs onto his weapon. He's maxed out in cash anyways, so the credits... looking good, really, for both of these teams. There's Dr. Eggman. And if you look at just the rounds that we talked about, exclude the right green round, you see the 2 greens are the eyes. Yes, that there. The nose in the middle, and then the mustache. We're just missing the mouth. Thank you, production. Production's on my side here.
We're seeing things. We're all seeing things. It's all right. You know, again, we said it. It's been a long day, even for the players here. And that's why they like to have some fun. They like to bring that Yoru.
Decoy.
And like you said, it can turn into a horror game. But Katarina has to play it careful here. This Team Starlight on a disadvantage by a couple rounds. Same as we saw on that map number 1. But they cannot afford to lose. They would love to get 2 more rounds on that first half. Because Team Sarah, they're getting away with the advantage. And what we saw in the past 2 rounds, it was the first one, it was an eco from Team Starlight that allowed them to play aggressive and to push from mid. But they just didn't have the equipment. That last round, it worked out a little bit better. They have rifles in their hands. And now they're going back to play slow when the operator is going to connect first.
And they did so good the last few rounds, even in defeat, making sure that Redux doesn't get his hands on the round. And while he opens up here in this one, and that 1 player difference is because of that. They're obviously helping quite a bit more, finding 3 more on the round. And Brax, the lone survivor, the last shining star here for Team Starlight. We'll see if he burns out. Sarah plays just underneath Heaven. Redux not going to get spotted by that. And the full house is there. An 8th round picked up for Team Sarah. An 8-4 still available. 9-3, however, is what Team Sarah are looking for.
And they have all the chances to get that 9-3 once again. 2 maps in a row for those semifinals. It would be ideal. What Team Sarah is looking for, like you said, and with an operator for Redux who was able to get the opening, what Team Starlight needs to do and what they attempted to do towards the beginning was match that aggression that Team Sarah was bringing to them, towards Catwalk especially. And Team Starlight, it worked for the rounds they were able to get, but now it's a little bit more scary. There's so much utility. There's an Odin in both sides. You hear them shooting right and left and fighting to get a start here for the defense to see if they can make it to 4.
Cage out towards mid. Same trap wire that we've seen previously to try and stop this control that Team Sarah's had for their attack. No command, however, is going to be that go button out towards the A site. A, seemingly the final destination, but... well, unfortunately, Starlight couldn't see a whole lot. Sends out some damage, but once more, the kills swing the way of Team Sarah to get this one started. Narrowly surviving as the Omen, but you can't say the same for Sarah and Sonder. A couple of S's down, and maybe some more to be found as Katarina gets punished. Out towards main, all by their lonesome. The Prowler into the back, and Seeley falls. Zoe refusing to give up yet another round, and now has to try and do it in a 1v2. Needs so much for it. 3 kills. The Nightmare comes through. The Scream Floor is there. The canisters looking to fill, and Redux on the inside, but no, it's no shorty. It's the judge. It's the bigger brother. It's the dad. It's the grandpa. You're going past the Bucky. And what can't Redux do?
Oh, that is insane. For Zoe, it just has to hurt so much. You get 4 kills. We are able to isolate those targets one by one. The shotgun for Redux, it was just enough to shut down the play from the aggression. The story would be different here, but now it is back to the 9-3 that we saw in map number 1. And map number 1 is it was Breeze. Team Sarah, they took advantage of it, and now they only need a couple more rounds to close out and to make it to the grand finals tomorrow. They're so close. They have all the aggression. There was a composition with the Yoru that was brought in for Team Starlight, and it has given them a couple kills, but this is where we get to see it shine a little bit brighter. That is if Redux doesn't just go in, guarantees 2 kills, tries to make it more for Team Sarah.
Last player standing.
At the end of the day, they were ready to receive a bit of aggression. I don't know if they were expecting quite this much, but they are making it work, and no way. Sonder does it again. They can't play the strength in numbers because of the angle. And if you give Sonder 2 1v1s, she'll do that to you. We saw it on Breeze. We get it here on Ascent. And this is a Team Sarah squad. I don't know. Maybe they're behind on a car payment. Maybe they want some extra ramen noodles. They're trying to stock up the pantry. I don't know what's happening because these guys are playing like their lives are on the line.
Okay, let's get set up.
Team Sarah, they want to get things over with, and the Spectres are going to try to guarantee it for them, and it's just Redux playing so aggressive. We saw it on the attacking side. Now we get to see it on the defense. Round 1, and he's pushing in. He's getting 2 kills, and he knows that Sonder will be able to close it out as well on that chamber. Double digits now for Team Sarah. They need 3 more to close it out. They need 3 more to get to the grand finals. But Team Starlight, they have a different idea here. They're gonna just wait patiently. Spike on the floor. Everybody watching a different angle and expecting that aggression from Redux again. And finally, he gets punished.
And 1 for 1. Good damage onto Sarah, though. A Dink's still there, and Starlight survives. So her and the squad will be 1 agent ahead here. Health bar's low. A couple of stray bullets really could be enough to take down Ziff on the Cypher, who's playing that cam. And they're going back out towards mid. Paranoia comes through. into tree room, and there's nobody home. The B site's open.
There's a lineup formation there. 3 players waiting for that push on the defense. The 2 left trying to play aggressive. Get 1, but it's not going to be enough for this one. Team Starlight. They're gonna get 1 more here, but how many more can they get? They like to force. They also get taken down in some scenarios that you're not expecting, though. This is a good opportunity for them.
And there's no chance here in this one for Redux to have that Vandal like we saw on Breeze, where they just invest in the Jet and hope for the best with that hero rifle. So barring anything crazy happening,
There's a shorty.
should be another round of Team Starlight. There's a shorty. Yeah, you know what? That feels like a Vandal sometimes.
Feels like an operator in the hands of this player. I don't know how, but we've seen so many of those. We saw it on Breeze. We got in a couple here on Ascent, but it doesn't even look like it's gonna stop. Look at him.
Redux is in front of that. Redux is in front of that. Redux is in front of that. He does get punished. They were ready for the Jet aggression once more. Thought maybe they'd be caught off guard by that. Brax, fortunately, there to make sure that the shorty gets nothing. However, Classics and a Headhunter. What Team Sarah gonna use? Cut down another couple of members. And Ziff walks away. A bit worse for wear, but nobody alive to heal anybody on these 2 teams. This is where the health bars stand. Team Sarah a bit worse for wear.
Out of all the rounds that we've seen, 14 rounds, only 2 have been a 3v3 in that mid round and a 3v3 for a post blend. So it looks possible, especially for Team Starlight, craving to get those rounds, craving to get those kills, and the damage has been done for the defense. They're so low.
Yeah, good hunt to reveal, but only spots Zoe. Katarina, however, run and gun, pray and pray. And it's all up to Moose. Has the Ares. Won't be enough. Shots through the wall, lands to the head of the Omen. And a 5th now for Team Starlight.
Once again, it was an eco coming through for Team Sarah. They didn't have a single rifle, a single Spectre. They had a shorty in the hands of Redux who was pushing towards B main, but got taken down too early. Peeked, yeah, and got a little bit closer to the angle. A little bit impatient for that one and cannot capitalize for it. But regardless, double digits on the side of Team Sarah as they got that pistol round, and now they got a little bit more to work with. This is a team that likes to play aggressive. We've seen it on the attacking side. We've seen it on the defense as well. They're so quick to react to whatever Team Starlight wants to bring to them. But whatever for now is going to be the B hit coming through. And the Dimensional Drift as well to support it.
Dimensional Drift. Usually used to just buy the attention. Spike gets fallen for just a second. Pops out, gets a shorty kill of her own. Unfortunately for Team Starlight, though, by the time that ult subsides and that kill was found by Katarina, they're down a player. Stuck inside of B main. Equalizing is Zoe. Finding that frag onto Sonder. Out goes the Haunt, and it doesn't get anything. Instead, it's Brax. Now Seele has to try and hang on, but Brax will claw them from the depths and find another for Team Starlight.
He got scary for a second. It was a 2v1, but making things even. Finally, Brax is able to close it out. We've seen a couple of those clutches from this player before on the Reyna, now on the Sova. And it looks a little bit more consistent to support that Team Starlight to make a comeback into this. It was a 9-3, but now it's a 6-10. And it is 3 rounds for Team Starlight. Another eco for Team Sarah. And this is one they want to play aggressive.
Oof. Speaking of aggressive, Sonder out there. Unfortunately, does not see enough as a way to find that killing. It's actually Seele who eventually gets punished, trying to hop away through mid. Brax, 4 kills in the last 2 rounds. Wants to keep this momentum moving forward. Katarina almost punished, but will great gate crash to safety. And Team Sarah just hoping for the best in this round, but already a player down.
It is usually those quick rounds that we see. We don't often see those rotations, as if anything, as information and opening picks towards mid, and then the entry into side. But Team Starlight, they're going to have to adapt a little bit more if they want to make and get closer to the rounds that Team Zara has been able to get away with. Everybody alive. They have the advantage in numbers, but the side of Team Zara, they know where the enemy's coming from.
Starlight trying to get cheeky, trying to follow the clone, and gets punished for it. But it's the only person to fall here, and this lesser round looks just like that. Without the tour de force getting any value, they all fall. A 7th picked up in Team Sarah. I don't know, maybe slow things down with a timeout or something, because they've lost the momentum.
They did. I mean, it is more and more rounds in a row that Team Starlight is getting away with. And it was an attacking side that they wanted to play, and it's an attacking side that is allowing them to be a little bit more reactive to where those positionings from Team Sarah are, because when things aren't working, Team Sarah is trying to push in. We saw it in the hands of Sonder towards Catwalk, but also having to use that rendezvous back to safety because you cannot risk to get taken down, especially a chamber so early to a reactive team of Team Starlight that's going to look for the pick. There's an operator on the other side. There's no smokes to deny this angle.
Expected aggression. They're starting to get these reads. If not Sonder, maybe Redux will creep out a bit too far onto Catwalk. Not the case in this round. Instead, it's Sonder creeping into B main. Has the rendezvous to try and get to safety, and Zoe first to contact, but instead it's Sonder taking heaps of damage before being backed away. 1 HP on the fade. Just under 50 here for the chamber. And from the shadows, Redux does it again. That's just not fair.
It's just not fair. How many more is he gonna get away with? With the shorty alone.
Stay down.
An operator next. 28 HP for this Jet. It is the hero Jet every single time. 2 players left. Trying to get closer to that A site.
Poor Moose. Moose used the from the shadows to get to the B site, and then everybody rotated, and he's still kind of hanging out like, guys? Guys? Where is everybody? Somebody gave Moose the wrong Addy, and he pulled up.
10 seconds left.
Unfortunate situation, Team Starlight. And also, I mean, we talked about it, the adaptation for Team Starlight is expecting that aggression, but Team Star finally able to fight back after a second half that was been all about Team Starlight, all about this attacking side, all about the entries that they got into the site. And I feel like what you needed on the defense, it was this operator from Redux. Redux has it now, has a Blade Storm on top of all. If things go wrong, I don't think he's gonna need it for now. It's the operator that could close it out, and you are expecting that aggression. Look at that positioning from the Jet. The only thing, though, the Team Starlight is looking at that B side instead, and they know that Redux likes to play on the other side.
Nowhere to run.
Brax with Hunter's Fury trying to clear any close angles. Unfortunately, no yield from that, so we'll now go with the Owl Drone. Again, just up and over the top. Okay, Saunders' position noted. So they know that the Chamber's going to have the high ground. Maybe forces her away. This lineup, I believe, for the gate crash goes all the way back site into the boathouse. And that's exactly where it'll go. We'll see if that gets broken or if they try and hang on to that as they send out the decoy. Nobody gonna bite on that one. No command will slow things down for just a second as Moose will find the first as Katarina falls. Now the gate crash doesn't matter. Starlight, however, good positioning, can maybe catch somebody off guard. Does do just that. Moose falls in a 2-for-1. Team Sarah try and hold it down on defense. Stuck inside B main or Team Starlight, and now all three revealed on the scare floor from the Nightfall. And Starlight's doing her darndest to try and battle their way back out of this one. The health bars are still good, but when you walk into a body shot with the op, your health instantly drops to 0. And Zoe gets one back, Dryad.
There's still a 2v2. The KO on the defense so low. Spike hasn't been planted. There's 20 seconds. That Nightfall is not going to get the player towards market, so they manage to stay alive just for a little bit longer. These are the clutches that Brax is able to get in situations like this one, but this one, it also could be easier. 10 seconds. A fade on the other side. And all the utility that was already invested, there's nothing left. It's a clutch scenario now before the defense.
They played that so well. Sile almost got lucky wall banging through the switch house, or the switch hut, if you will. I think Brax even looked at that. He turned back to see what the angle was like. Say, I don't know how close that was, but that was a rough one. A rough one for Team Sarah, being a player ahead and somehow letting Starlight stay alive to find another kill to knock it down to a 3v3. And then in that 2v2, once the haunt revealed, they just waited for Sarah. Brax just waited for Sarah to try and wallbang through the boathouse stairs and just shoots back and wins the trade. Sometimes it be like that.
Sometimes it really is like that, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do on the other side because Team Sarah, they always answer with aggression. Katarina immediately going down and Redux with a Blade Storm.
It's so effortless. The way he's just leaping through, sees the head, clicks to the right, back towards the left he goes. Now can still look to right click with 3 knives available, but he gives up too much inside the grape of Starlight. And once more, we're equalized. 3 across the map for both of these teams. From the shadows available, and Sile this time couldn't close out the round. Gets caught with utility, and the back and forth continues.
The Prowler as well doesn't spot Starlight. Was pushing a little bit forward, was looking for the kill, and the Fade cannot answer in time. There's a 2v2, but this time around towards Catwalk. The team on the attacking side, Team Starlight, they have to push towards A in the chamber. It's on the other side.
Left. 30 seconds. If they can isolate Sonder, 58 health. Isn't a whole lot, but with that door closing, can now call the teammate over. From the shadows is available for Moose as well. No way. Starlight, is she safe enough to plant? No, she's not. The last one standing, Brax, has time, but needs to go quickly. Now has to stick the plant, and Moose knows it. Recon bolt to reveal. The player inside tree, healthy, are both in the 1v1, but Brax is the one that falls. No from the shadows needed. And a 12th for Team Sarah.
Match point here for Team Sarah. Again, this is the upper semifinals to make it to the grand finals tomorrow, and they only need Team Sarah. They only need one more round to make it happen. There were some really good adaptations so far for Team Starlight, trying to match that aggression, trying to shut down Redux when he's just pushing a little forward, but also there's only so much you can do with the massive advantage that Team Sarah had towards the beginning. It was a 9-3 first half. Is an operator once again in the hands of the Jet, and is a Team Starlight that is going to struggle once again towards the beginning. They like to play this opening frags well, but it's always the time slowly running out and them having all the pressure on their shoulders to try to adapt.
Same flash we've been seeing from Katarina. Every time they lean out towards B main. Unfortunately, Ziff was not ready for that. Getting caught with util has really been the downfall for a handful of these players. Sile in the round previous, Ziff didn't look to be able to re-equip his weapon in time after tossing out the trap wire. Now some shotgun shenanigans, but instead it's Sile to capitalize. Sonder just teleports away. The backstab was there from mid, and now the last one standing. This is for the series. Katarina has to hang on. Unfortunately, she will not. And Team Sarah will take this one, find themselves in the grand finals. The lion's share of the prize pool just around the corner. We talked about what was available to them, Dryad, and, well, Team Sarah put themselves in a good spot.
And even though we knew that Team Sarah, they are the favorites for so many of the people watching, and we knew this, but it was also all the matches in the upper bracket. Most of them, 4 of the 6 matches that happened before this one, it was a 2-1 to close it out. So it was a lot of back and forth between teams. But Team Sarah, again, they've had a long day. They want to get things over with. They will play that composition they know will work best for each one of those maps. And the only 2 that we got to see were that Breeze and that Ascent to close it out.
Yeah, Breeze and Ascent robbed of Icebox. I think Katie was saying it maybe before we went on air that I don't know if we've seen Icebox on the day, so I was hoping that maybe we would get that. We also, Dryad, we step in here and we get robbed. You and I. We don't go to map 3. We don't get 13-11s. We don't get 19-17 overtimes, which is absolutely crazy. And I think the one thing that we noticed from Team Starlight was this team has a lot of heart. The matches that they had to play to get here, even again, kind of looking at that match against the #1 seed, a lot of people looking at Team Fluorescent and thinking that is going to be the team that wins it all. They go the distance. They have really strong maps. But as you get into a day like this where the games have been going for so long, it's so difficult to really just keep that mental at the best possible place. Obviously, I can't imagine the mental is too bad. Everybody out here to have fun. But I guess that Rudy story, that underdog story, sometimes can only get you so far is what I'm saying.
Even then, for the side of Team Starlight, because this was the upper finals, they still get a chance in that lowers, but it is going to be at least more matches for them if they want to have this rematch happen tomorrow. And it might be another one of those long days. We never know what can happen in those. Who's going to come alive in the middle of them and make a comeback, like you said. And we get to look at the bracket now for Team Fluorescent. This is a team that people expected a lot of awesome things from, but we don't know who will move forward, if they will move forward, and whoever it is, they're gonna meet Team Starlight tomorrow.
They will meet Team Starlight tomorrow, and it looks like 2-0, obviously, for Team KP over Team Carly, and Team Emuhleet, Team Fluorescent, 1-1 right now. I'm not too sure what that last map is, but as Mimi was saying, I believe it was Mimi that was saying this, the players are streaming from their perspective. The majority of the time, it looks like Emuhleet and Zelsis are both streaming this matchup. So if you guys want to check that one out, make sure you do so. 13-6 on Ascent for Team Fluorescent. They look pretty good there. And then 13-11 Haven for Team Emuhleet to push us to that decider. And the winner will move on to play Team KP and then on to play Team Starlight, which is actually where we start tomorrow. That's unfortunately... Okay, there it is. Yeah, tomorrow's schedule. This is perfect. Team KP versus the winner here, Team Emuhleet and Fluorescent, and then Team Starlight just waiting for the winner of that one. And then obviously Team Sarah hanging out until we make our way all the way through that elimination bracket. And what we talked about, $10,000 for first place, $5,000 for second, and then between third and fourth, it's going to be $3,000 for third, $2,000 for fourth. So this right here for Team Sarah, I mean, this is, you're in the money, baby.
And you get to, for this side of Team Sarah, you get to chill, you get to just hang out until that 10 p.m. tomorrow for those grand finals. There's nothing else that they need to do besides maybe watch a couple of those POVs from the players streaming themselves, from the stream that we're gonna have happening here once again. And it is a good opportunity, and it happens in every tournament, of course, but when it is 2 days of tournaments and 2 days of teams that are mixed and kind of playing together for the first time, you want to guarantee those grand finals the easiest ways that you can. And Team Sarah, they knew how to do it perfectly.
They knew how to do it perfectly. And the team that we're kind of looking at across from them, well, I guess maybe the most exciting game now is there is a world if Team Fluorescent wins that we get the run back 2 matches later with Team Fluorescent and Team Starlight. I think that would be super exciting to see if, it was just a kind of a Rudy fluke story. Hey, once is a fluke, twice is data. That's what they say. So we'll see if that does come to fruition. As for now, Team Starlight hanging out in that lower final. But speaking of hanging out, we've got the team captain of Team Sarah, Sarah Frags herself, standing alongside with Katie to go ahead and take that one away for the post-match interview.
Thank you, Tanner. Thank you, Dryad. And well, Sarah, we meet again here in the interview booth because with a nice 2-0, the only 2-0 we've seen on the main stage today for the Misfits VALORANT Invitational means that your team has booked their ticket to the grand final tomorrow. You are guaranteed a minimum of second place and $5,000. So I gotta ask, of course, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, we're all pretty happy. It's a lot of money. we're pretty happy, but we're excited for tomorrow.
So you only dropped one map the entire day that was against Team Emuhleet in the semifinals, and now you are in that grand final. What do you feel were your team's keys to success today?
I mean, it goes without saying, the Zoomer running it down, killing everyone, definitely really helpful. I think Moose's energy has been great. He's really he's like the leash that the Zoomer needs, It kind of keeps the team together. Everyone really has been incredible. Saunders killing everyone on Chamber. Soleil has been like amazing. Her util is perfect, and she is fragging out. Everyone is incredible. I think I kind of killed the draft. Gonna give it to myself on this one.
Well, it certainly seems like you deserve it. How pivotal were Redux's jet plays with the shorty, though, in map 1? It was so many rounds, and then the knife!
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him die with a shotgun out, so that's all I'm gonna say.
Everyone else around him definitely did.
Of course, yeah.
So let's talk about map 2 really quick, because we never even got to get to map 3. Team Starlight did look like they were starting to mount a comeback in map 2. They closed that gap. It seemed like they were building toward overtaking you. So what adjustments were you making to counter when they started kind of mounting that comeback?
I think we kind of just chilled out a little bit. We kind of for fun a few rounds there. We were up a lot. It was a funny series. I think we only lost ecos on T side, so I think we got a little bit for fun there, but we calmed down towards the end.
Sometimes you gotta do that. Have your fun, but make sure that you dial it in when you need to. And you know what? Before we close this out, how confident are you feeling for the grand final tomorrow? You said it's a lot of money, and it's the chance for your team to potentially take home $10,000 for first place. So how are you feeling for tomorrow's matchup? And is there any team in particular you would like to play against?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm really confident in my team, of course, but Fluorescent's team is looking a little bit scary, so we will see. KP's team too, actually. I'm not sure if they're still in, but both those teams.
Is yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing either of those teams, so that would be a lot of fun. Or even a rematch against Emuhleet. I think they're still in as well.
Well, we'll have to see.
The first time, so.
It was, and they were the only ones, as you said it, right? They're the only ones that even took a map off you. So we'll have to see who you end up facing off against. But once again, Sarah, a huge congratulations. You only dropped a map today. You guys have looked incredible throughout the entirety of the tournament, and I wish you all the best of luck tomorrow as you wait to see who your opponent will be in the grand final. But that means that day 1 of Misfits Valorant Invitational is all wrapped up. I'm going to give you guys some details here, so don't go anywhere. Let me work through this. Tomorrow, the grand finals will be decided. We will kick things off at 5 p.m. Eastern, so the stream will be starting a little bit later in the day than what happened today. Again, that's 5 p.m. Eastern start time tomorrow, where we will figure out who will move on to challenge Team Sarah in the grand final. We talked about it, $20,000, right? $10,000 of that will be going to first, $5,000 to second, and $3,000 to third, with $2,000 in additional prizing going out to the best play and the MVP of the tournament. I also want to say a big thank you to our presenting sponsor, Splat. Transform your look instantly with Splat hair color. Choose from over 50 semi-permanent, permanent, and temporary shades. Get Splat hair color at Walmart, Target, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and splathaircolor.com. We're also raising money for Equality Florida. Make sure, again, if you're not sure what that is, hit !donate to learn more. We do have milestones for giveaways, and if we can get to the $1,000 donation milestone, then, well, Tanner might just be using Splat to dye his hair. Make sure that you check that out. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, of course, Misfits, and thank you to Mimi, Shio, Tanner, and Dryad for casting with all of the energy in the world today. Remember, 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on Misfits Twitch channel. We'll see you then.
If you let me put it